Thank you for joining Global Strategy Summit Edition 4 virtual, and it's free for all. Okay. So it has been a very nice day here in India. So I wish everybody is enjoying the morning and the evening around the world. So a quick briefing about the session. Global Strategy Summit. Uh, it's kind of event we organize every year twice to connect senior strategy consultants, practitioners, and managers across the globe to the needy organizations where they are looking for strategy transformation. Okay. So it's a unique opportunity to see various experts in the industry, in the domain of strategy, who can really share their knowledge, practices, best practices, and then lessons learned across the throughout their life uh, in a very decent, very compact way, and then it will help you all of us to catch up if something is of our interest. Okay, so I take this as an opportunity to invite Mr. Ravi Ramanathan. I'll just give a quick introduction. Thank you, Mr. Ravi, to join the session today. So this is the first session. So we expect that first 5 minutes will be just to settle down for the attendees slowly because okay. So we will address. So let me give you a quick round of introduction to Mr. Ravi. Okay. Mr. Ravi Ramanathan is a strategy. He's talking about today's very important topic, strategy analysis driven by AI. So everybody is looking for AI, and then this is the first session. So it will be very interesting to see how Mr. Ravi drives us through AI driven strategy analysis. Ravi Ramanathan has over 30 years of experience in leadership across strategy consulting, marketing, and operations. He is currently the founder and principal strategist at Strategy Inflection Solutions, advising organizations in India and Europe on transformation, growth, and digital readiness. His prior roles include CEO at Softtech and senior positions like Vice President at Gensar, Aptech, and Global Talent Track, and many more, where he led marketing, P&L, and strategic initiatives. So very happy to host Mr. Ravi today, and thank you, sir. Yours is the first session, so you have all 45 minutes followed by questions. Take your time, and we expect initial 2-3 minutes delay in joining. Yeah, you can do some quick introduction before starting the topic.
Thank you, Abdulji. It's great to be here in this forum. I also saw the other speakers, quite an eclectic list, and I'm very happy to be presenting in front of the audience right now from our LinkedIn network. And the topic is something that everybody talks. Whenever I go on to a consulting assignment, there's always this question about how do I use AI to make it better. So the idea that AI is some kind of a silver bullet or a panacea for all our problems is not necessarily true. AI is something that helps us do our job better rather than take the job away from us and do it all by itself. So that human thought, the human acumen, the human decision capacity, and the little biases that are required at times actually make the strategy really blossom into something that we need for the future. But when you look at today's world, the word strategy is often used very loosely. Strategy is something that is going to chart the path for your future. A strategy is a plan. And it's not something that is visible that's going to make you get that strategy. It is those things that are not visible to you and not very obvious, hidden in that huge oceans of data. If humans have to process this data, it's going to take them ages by the time the market would have changed. Because change is actual constant in today's world, in a highly uncertain, very ambiguous, like the VUCA world that speaks. I think there is one session on the VUCA impact on strategy in this entire lineup. So if you really look at strategy, how do we take all these factors into consideration, and how do we use the tools that are available to us to crunch this information and then make sense out of it? Um, Regular tools can definitely make you do these things very quickly, but a digital intelligence specifically developed for these kinds of work actually enhances the results that you can obtain much beyond your expectation when you do it manually. So that's the reason why we use tools like AI to help you arrive at the right choices. Strategy, as we said, is actually a plan to reach a defined goal. And this plan needs a lot of precursors before we even arrive at a strategic plan. So we will discuss that in this session, and how at each stage before we arrive at a strategic plan, starting from refining the goal to implementation, how AI plays a significant enhancing role in shaping our strategic initiatives. Having said this, it's important to understand that strategy is not written on stone. Because of this extreme velocity in which the market is changing, every other day a new business model emerges. The recent one that's taking the cake is the quick commerce revolution globally. Is it old wine in a new bottle? Not really. But then it's a new concept of how do you reach your products to your customer, but the middleman concept is still there. And many such new disruptive business models occur. And these business model occur because we can do them, because we can execute them, driven by technology. So when you look at the market changes. The amount of data that we get from the our customers, our competitors, the economy, they're also so diverse. Not just one source. We had myriad of sources. When you look at the volume, sheer volume of data, it's not easy to fathom that we can do it manually, even with an army of people. That is why we need a digital intelligent tool like an AI system or an agent or a chatbot, whatever you want to call them, to help us analyze the oceans of data. So we'll dive in how AI actually makes this happen. Before I actually start my presentation, I think the best way to go about this is to take a couple of stories that is real life happened, and for that, let me first share my screen and then we proceed from there. Okay. When I share my entire screen, I cannot see the rest of the uh, windows. Okay. Whether who's asking a question or not asking me a question. So I'll switch between the screen and the presentation and the screen. Powered strategic analysis. It is basically the script of the topic that I have. Strategic analysis driven by AI. So it's not a preamble. In a world where foresight is a competitive edge, AI is not just supporting strategy, it is shaping it. We'll see how that happens as we dive into this presentation. This session explores how data intelligence and human judgment come together to redefine strategic thinking as a dynamic business landscape. It is something that we wrote after my discussion with Mr. Abdul Khadar and the rest of the people at Free Strategy. We arrived at what should be the theme for this presentation, and that's how this preamble came in. To explain this, let's take one example, or two examples rather, from the industry that happened recently. And one is the disruption in the supply chain. The story is about a very, very large global FMCG leader, and we'll see how they had to use AI, or rather, they were kind of forced to use AI if they had to be spontaneous in reaction to the market forces, and how they succeeded in recapturing their market share. So, the pandemic disrupted global supply chains, as we all know. Many companies faced a lot of dilemmas: how to adjust our product portfolio, what products to sell, what to be put under back burner, what prices. Should I reduce prices, or because people are now ready to buy as they are coming out of the lockdown, will they be ready to spend? So, should the prices increase, or should I continue to play on the same price points in the market? And they wanted to do all these things very quickly. They don't have too much time. The slower you are, others have an opportunity to get in before you do, and again take over the marketplace. That's not good for a leader, a market leader for that matter, a global market leader. Traditional strategy cycles were very too low, too slow. So they needed help. You can't put 100 people to change one light bulb, right? And it's a huge strategy that any company had to go through. They had to score through millions of data points that occurs daily. They come from multiple sources: social media posts, the sentiments that they can gather from those posts, retail sales feedback, how much was the sales of theirs, their competitors, which product are selling, which are not selling, generally, not only from their product side. And then competitor moves. What do they do? What are their new choices? Suddenly you saw a spurt of hand sanitizers, wipes, and all these cleanliness things taking precedence over all other products from the FMCG side. How did this happen? So moves and a whole lot more. The strategy: most companies wanted to reallocate marketing budgets, get back in front of the customer, reprioritize SKUs, which products to stock, which products to build, which products to put on the back burner, and then launch new products tailored to emerging demand. And the need: not just being resilient, but achieve strategic growth. In service companies' terms, organically a company can grow up to about 30% max. But when it comes to product based companies, these percentages don't matter. It depends on how much you can manage and how much you can sell. But that doesn't necessarily mean they can grow beyond 30%. But at the same time, not just being resilient to achieve a steady growth, they need to achieve strategic growth, identify the right products, and then go back to the original product that got them so much of revenue. So let's take this story about the global company. I can't name it for want of organizational sovereignty. So they are present in some 190 countries. They are they are facing diverse market dynamics. Not Asia is different, the Middle East is different, the West is different, and even within the West, Europe is different, and United Kingdom is different. So if you really look at it, there's huge amount of data that emerges from there. The customer needs, the buying uh, behavior of customers in these territories, and of course in India, Asia, that is. And then the customer journey, the customer experience, the way the customer communicate back, everything is diverse. Then the diverse customer journeys. Okay, the problem statement is: global supply chain disruptions caused by COVID-19 created unpredictable demand shifts across product lines, countries, and retail channels. Traditional planning cycles could not respond fast enough. So this company needed to build a strategy quickly to ensure that they do not lose market share, be the early respondents to a rapidly changing world post the pandemic. The task is daunting, given the geographic spread, customer base, and the sheer volume of their operations. They need to recognize signals from fragmented, fast changing data, often in silos. Okay, these data is not available in one source, they're in silos. that human teams could not aggregate very quickly. They needed an automated but a very specific system that would aggregate this data. So they went about doing the regular strategy show, like from current state analysis to external environment analysis to scenario development and to decision making. So we'll take each stage of the strategy formulation here in the story and see how AI relates here. Current state analysis, the regular current state analysis is what we do about our organizational capabilities, right? SWOT analysis, then VRIO analysis, that is valuable, uh, is it rare, is it unimitable, does the organization have the structure for it? So that's VRIO for the product related stuff. So various other analysis that we do. In this case, we are just going to stick to their readiness in addressing the market from within. So, was the demand forecasting good enough? No, it was lagging. The market data was siloed, and frontline feedback wasn't reaching decision makers swiftly. They used AI to solve this. What did they do? They pulled together real time operational data from all sales, logistics, and channel partners, identified where the demand was spiking or collapsing. So, that is one data insight that they've already got in their overall strategy journey. Now, this strategy journey cannot be the regular 90-day cycle. It's got to happen today and now. So, environment analysis, they need to understand the external environment. What do? We do pestle analysis, then we do five forces analysis, right? Similarly, they did all that with operations in 190 plus countries. They had to analyze vast variations in pandemic response. How are countries actually easing business? How are countries actually easing their lockdown rules and mask rules and other uh, preventive measures that they have put in place when the pandemic was in full swing? Consumer behavior. Are the consumer now weaned out of impulse purchases? Are they going to be doing revenge spending because they were not able to spend at all during the time of the lockdown? The consumer behavior and competitor moves and all these very very quickly so that they can bring out a strategic plan that can take them to the market quicker, faster, that is quicker, and more realistically. So they used an AI system and they used natural language processing to scan news, government advisories, and social media for early demand cues. And then they mapped sentiment and behavioral shift in hygiene, food, and home care preferences by region. This is very specific to this company that we are talking about. Manual processes will greatly reduce response time. Considering the size of their operation, this data that they created is huge. So now that they've got the data, they're going to analyze it. It's not going to be possible to just keep the data and say that, oh, I'm looking at it from this angle, looking at it from that angle. It doesn't work. Can't make a problem. So after analyzing the data, they have to make decisions, keeping the current SKU mix focusing only on essential categories. Or should they dynamically reprioritize their offering across geographies? They needed to simulate business scenarios. There could be multiple scenarios very specific to a particular region. And then they all have to conform to overall parent group or the overall group's strategy in their um, effort to reclaim the markets. This is time consuming and often plagued with human errors, with personal biases. They turned to AI. The AI system simulated multiple demand supply matching scenarios using real time inputs, helping identify which cues to scale up or pause. Finally, this is what happened. The leadership chose to dynamically reallocate production and marketing focus, adjust pricing models, and streamline regional supply priorities. The AI systems provided confidence scores and risk exposure mapping for each decision path so that they choose wisely. The rest is history. The company reclaimed its market leadership, And also the company is doing is continuing to be the global leader. Now that they built the strategy, they had to implement it. So, armed with the market intelligence, analysis, scenario impact detail, the company decides to build their strategy for growth under certain uncertain conditions. Adopt a fast cycle strategy. That means keep reviewing the strategy quickly in cycle because there's so much of uncertainty, and make course corrections. Not easy for a huge conglomerate with about 190 country presence. Shorter planning loops, localized execution, and continuous feedback. Now, when you talk about localized execution, can you imagine how many different execution method or models will happen here, even while conforming? And when the think tank and the strategy group has to know what's happening, it's impossible to aggregate this data manually. So they also had what is known as AI-enabled weekly strategy refreshes based on live data. Human teams focused on judgment, while AI handled pattern recognition and, of course, forecasting. Product lines were reprioritized in weeks, not in months. Marketing messages were turned to regional concerns. Supply chain partners were reoriented based on AI driven forecasts. I'm reading this because this is actually what they had projected in their case study. And not only did this company maintain resilience, but it also captured market share in categories like hygiene and home care. And AI human collaboration became a strategic norm, not an experiment. So they used AI to ensure that they got the best strategy developed. Okay, now I'm just going to switch off sharing and then see if there are any messages.
I'm checking it, Mr. Ravi. Yeah,
You're checking it?
yeah, I'm checking it. Yeah. Don't worry.
Okay, how's it going? Is it going in as per sequence?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. All is well. All is well. Yeah, yeah. Speakers have joined and they're posting messages,
Yeah,
welcome
because once
messages.
I'm sharing, I'm not able to see the messages. Okay,
Screen share has gone now. It
yeah,
seems
I'm
it's
sharing it
off it.
again. I'll share it again.
Yeah, yeah, please.
Okay, now let's take another story. It's a simple story, but it opens your eyes very beautifully. A few years ago, a leading Indian private bank faced a quiet crisis. All of you would know which bank this is, but I will not be naming them. Its high net worth clients were silently drifting away. Traditional churn models were good, but they normally told you what happened. It was not telling them what can happen. And it was always late because we do a batch, right? Every month we look at what is the churn, how many net new customers and how many left, etc. They desperately needed to redefine their wealth strategy, and that quickly. And they wanted to also know why are people leaving them. So the bank turned to AI. They deployed a machine learning model that analyzed over 200 variables in this case study, from transaction patterns and call center tone to social media and sentiment. Now, for this, they needed to use machine learning and NLP because it's going to actually take written text or voice and then analyze it by mapping keywords, etc., and come out with a score on the sentiment. And that's not possible. Um, it's not possible manually. It'll take a long, long time. And AI didn't just predict churn; it explained. They used AI for that. The revelation: clients were not leaving because of poor service, but because their life stages were changing. Some retired, they were relocating, or they got into newer ventures, whatever the reason. But it did not have any any bearing to the bank's service levels. The bank was giving great service. So the bank redesigned its wealth strategy based on this information that AI provided, launching personalized advisory pods. Again, not human handle, but AI handle. The moment this AI agent, today we call it the agent. At that time, when this bank did it, it was only called as a chatbot, but it was much more than just a chatbot. So it was an agentic solution they developed just a couple of years, I mean, 1.5 years back, and they got advisory pods and proactive outreach. They started talking to each one of their um, wealthy customers or HNI, all the others, and tailor making investment avenues for them that will be still relevant despite what stage in their life they are in. The statistics speaks fantastic here. Within a year, the client retention rose to about 18%, by about 18% retention over the previous year, and cross-sell revenue jumped 22%. This could have been done manually too. It's not that it could not have been done manually, but it would have taken them so long, and not just within a few weeks, a few months, by which time their business could have suffered much more. But the bank used foresight, and they took help from AI systems and finally made their own decision to overcome this debacle that they were facing in their business. In this case, AI did not just save account, it helped reshape the bank's entire leadership strategy. So let's now map AI to the strategy process, which is something which will pick up from these two stories. AI driven strategic analysis. A deep dive. Why strategy itself needs a reset. All those strategies that we made about getting new workspace, giving a better cubicle atmosphere for our people way back in 2018, suddenly shattered after building when COVID says that no, you can't work from your office, go back home. A new work model emerged. It's not new. Even 20 years back in the US, when I was there, we had a few of our employees who were commuting. Telecommuting is basically work from home, right? And this now became work from home and then remote work. And now there's a compromise between companies and workers who refuse to now come back to the offices so that they can work hybrid. But technology makes all these things possible. But if your strategy is not quickly uh, made fluid and corrected, you're not going to respond quickly to these changing market dynamics. Businesses today are just not making strategic plans. They are surviving storms, pandemic, digital disruption, geopolitical shifts, and the earlier concept of business continuity center, BCC or BCP, continuity plan, disaster recovery center, the meaning seem to have really, the boundaries seem to have blurred because of the digital disruption that we are facing today. And so newer strategies come up for that. And geopolitical shifts. Static strategy models simply don't cut it anymore. Like I said earlier, strategy is not etched on stone. Because of the dynamic market changes, we have to keep on revisiting. That is why I put the slide on the VUCA. There's some a session on this anyway. The markets are volatile. There's so much of uncertainty. Then complexity is increasing, and then of course ambiguity all around you. So how do you succeed in your business, and what kind of a strategy will you make for it? There was a time, 40 years of my experience in this industry, we used to make 5-year strategy. Now that actually now over the last 15 odd years, reduced to 3-year strategy. Today we are talking about a 3-year strategy again, but immediate term for a term for about 12 months, and then another midterm by 18 months, and then the balance is the balance, whatever is there, 18 months. And so, even a way we look at strategy, we are actually providing for change. Is it always possible to do it manually to provide for change because the number of factors, multi-factor analysis that is required, and the whole amount of data points that we have, and the future that cannot be defined anymore. So, what do we do? We need tools. And that is why we say that AI can help us build robust and very strong strategies. So, how do we make strategy more agile, intelligent, and responsive with AI? Again, remember, AI is not a panacea or a silver bullet. We need to know how to use it and use it ethically. And then how we can work alongside AI to get our goals reached. Okay. AI is an acceleration force in business, redefining industries, strategies, and competitive landscape. So it's there to stay with us. It's going to be something that's going to deliver value to us. Then it boosts productivity. It is beyond data crunching. From reporting to generating hypotheses, refining insights, and evaluating options. It's more of a partner. It's a thought partner. It's a simulator of scenarios, which will be difficult for us to do it manually. And then it gives you tangible benefits in ROI, significant cost savings and revenue increases, minimizes uncertainty. Remember, I did not say eliminates uncertainty, minimizes uncertainty, optimizes resource allocation, enables proactive strategies and swift responses. In today's world, your ability to spontaneously respond to market cues determines how successful and relevant you are. We don't have time for this. There's no turnaround time concept here. It's spontaneity. How spontaneous can a business be to meet the demands of the market? So, swift responses are the name of the game today. The structured strategy framework. How am I doing for time, Abdul? Okay, I think I've got just a few more minutes left. Yeah, 12 minutes. So, goal definition is the first stage. Internal analysis is current state assessment. External analysis, macroeconomy and market dynamics. Macroeconomy is what we talk about PESTEL, for example, the economic climate, the socio-economic climate, the legal, the political. Synthesis, of course, after getting all this analysis done, we have to synthesize the data to get insights and diagnosis for known problems. Then we choose strategic options. To choose, we need to actually create scenarios. So we develop scenarios, and then we pit these scenarios against each other and then arrive at a strategic choice. That's your decision making. Decision making itself is a extraordinary science. Yeah. And then we do the strategic planning. What do we do? Now that we have made our decision, how do we execute it? From then on, it's implementation, monitoring, and course correction, and, and course correction. So this continuous improvement is important here for a simple reason. You might make a racky matrix like responsible, accountable, to be consulted, and then to be informed. But while you execute it, a lot of changes happen. So that necessitates a course correction. So that's a very important part in implementation. And how can AI help in enhance this process? I'm going to rush through this. I want to give you some time for questions. It defines the challenge better, fast tracks hypothesis building, shifts from intuition to data backed insights, and it researches and helps you think from multiple dimensions. M&A target identification is one such area where AI can help scanning millions of data points for target companies, even identify target companies. And strategic foresight, AI foresight teams that you will build within your organization continuously monitor AI trend, forecast impact, advise on strategic direction, and conduct scenario planning. It's a lovely, it's a nice time to be in today, okay? But this kind of tools, if I had it something from 25 years back, boy, it would have made my life much easier. Today, it's making life easier. Then current state analysis, what do you do? Automate data analysis, it does monitoring and optimization, Ultimately, many of you might have been in a situation where you're required to analyze financial performance of a company. Ever wondered about those hidden patterns that you wished you could not have unearthed quickly? I just added this recently. That's why I read it. The point is, data is there. You can do all the analytic, descriptive, analytic, diagnostic, prescriptive, predictive, all that is fine. But there are so much of information that is hidden within the data. That is something what seasoned strategists will be able to find out. But manually, it's not possible. So we use AI for that. That's going to help you in current state analysis, external analysis, of course, the market, huge amount of data. These numbers like AI powered demand forecasting and supply chain insights, they are from a research paper. So then don't take them literally. It's there. They definitely give you a huge benefit of forecast. I mean, not having that many forecast errors. I'm not very sure that it can do 50%. Depends on the kind of forecasting that you're doing. Lost sales, of course, that is true. Optimizes inventory and logistics, real-time visibility, automated re-ordering and route optimization. They use spatial technologies today, and that's only possible because of the use of AI. Then robust scenario planning, of course, we talked about it. Digital twins need not be only for machines; it can also be for your operational. A paper-based digital twin, model complex situation, predict outcomes. Then we do simulate what-if scenarios. Well, this 2 points are the same. The most important is that today the way to succeed in this highly competitive marketplace is to predict risk. You do not manage risk. You predict risk so that the risk doesn't happen, and then take measures not to have that risk happen as much as possible. AI helps you to do that because risk is always there. JP Morgan Chase, their AI fraud detection is 40% false positive reduction. False positive, uh, it says there is no fraud, but there's a fraud, right? The false positive or 15% fraud detection increase, and then $90 million worth of annual saving. They've actually gone in one of their cases that they reported. Procter& and Gamble opposed AI for supply chain disruption forecasting and mitigation. I don't have numbers for that, but that's beside the point. I think you understand the concept behind this. And then, of course, objective and faster decision making, dynamic pricing and product portfolio optimization, where real time pricing and surge pricing, etc., happens today. It's not always possible to just look at websites and do it. There has to be something that's scanning everything in the background all the time and then advising you to move toward that area, right? Of course, customer churn prediction and retention. And then strategic plan and building an adaptive AI strategy is what is more important. With all these things, then finally, when it comes to implementation, it's going to be you. Okay. So continuous monitoring, anomaly detection, key performance metrics, and then course correction is very important. Finally, ethical, fairness and bias mitigation, transparency and accountability, and human in the loop. Remember, AI is something that enables your work and augments your um, output. It does not replace. So AI doesn't just crunch numbers; it shapes foresight, and it reinforces the belief that AI doesn't replace strategic thinking. It makes it sharper, faster, and more resilient. The indispensable enabler, and then of course the transformation, help you transform. So
Excellent.
thank you. Did I was I on time?
Yeah, another
Because I want
10
to give some
minutes.
time.
We can talk about. Yeah, we have another
Good.
10
If there are
minutes.
any questions, we'll
So,
handle that.
yeah. Okay. So, if there is any questions, please compile team
Okay.
so that.
I probably need to another glass.
Yeah. Okay. So, I a couple of questions in the posts is now how to use AI for the strategy analysis. You explain what it can do and how it is done, and what are the benefits you get it. Okay, so what to do, what not to do, you have explained very nicely. Fantastic. Okay, so there's some questions about security. Now, if you give, let us say you give your company data to any Gen AI model to come up with any analysis or something. How is that the security? So is that data is public now? What is your experience in that? So what is the security? What is the care organizations need to take care as far as the
So
security is
that's a
concerned?
very important question, and it's actually a thorn. There is a possibility of compromising on company data being hijacked, etc. That's, but if you use a good host, like for example, if you're talking about not just any AI chat systems, you have beautiful systems that are available at this point in time. If you use the right service provider, your data security can be maintained. Internal data need not be sent outside. Internal data can be analyzed within the organization by using local AI environment, by building agentic applications. So your data need not leave your organization. It's possible for a very large organization with deep pockets, but even for
So what about smaller?
mid-size
Yeah,
and smaller
mid-size and smaller
organization, this is
organizations.
where they have to have shared resources, and that's where you need to look at
Uh-huh.
safe hosts for this application. And then majority time we talk about anonymization of data. It's not actually that easily feasible because you can't anonymize everything. So there are methods and ways where we need to implement that the data has to be secured, and there are services available for that too.
Hmm.
But still, 100%
And
foolproof unless you're processing data from within your organization.
perfect. So one more question is, uh, if I just sort it out from the list. Okay, so one more question is, okay, there is a question. In such a dynamic, quickly changing and competitive world, particularly with AI era, how can we survive with a realistic, agile and flexible strategy? While strategy is a long-term plan with KPIs. Is OKR and other benefits of using AI?
Yeah, okay. OKR is another framework if you really look at it, right? So we're talking about implementation. It's a nice question, actually. Lovely question. In a dynamic, quickly changing and competitive world, particularly in the AI era, how can we survive with a realistic, agile, and flexible strategy while the strategy is a long term plan with KPIs? Of course, with KPIs. Um, so, if you look at AI, use AI for your analysis of processing extremely large volumes of data and making sense. Now, AI by itself will analyze multiple factors. So, a strategy is long term, but at the same time, you will implement strategy in multiple sub milestones. It's not going to be a moonshot at the first time itself, right? It's one single. So, use AI for analysis and then for real time acquisition of relevant data and processing it, and as an early warning system for any course correction that you would require, and then use AI in implementing too, including rollouts, etc., rather than looking at AI replacing us from even managing the strategy plan. So OKR is one of the frameworks which is definitely feasible. KPIs are going to be there. The KPIs are going to be very human related KPIs, not an AI related KPI. And for that, humans can use AI to bring them advice, help to achieve those KPIs. Did I answer that question right?
So there is one
Yeah.
more question. So just let us try to figure it out. So thank you, Osama. Thank you. Hope all is well. You can hear me. Yeah. You want
Now
me to
I'm
read
able
it
to see
out?
it. Strategy once is an art of war.
Huh.
How could AI help commercial if every commercial company do the same? would differentiation strategy is this? 100% yes. The difference is who asked this question? Wow, I only have LinkedIn user here. It's a lovely question, a very interesting question. Yes, differentiation is the key. Remember Steve Ballmer, the Microsoft co-founder? He said differentiate or die. He said it a few decades back. So AI, as you look at it, use AI as a tool. Let AI not decide your strategy. Strategy actually came up from the war strategies, right? And that became the business nomenclature for us when we make a certain plan for a long term plan. Tactic is for short term. So differentiation is necessary, and that differentiation will happen through acumen and human ingenuity on the basis of the information we get through AI systems. So you're right, 100% needed. This I like this one. Yeah, very
Very
nice
interesting.
question.
Very
Osama,
interesting question. Yeah, that means AI is available
exactly.
for everybody. As you have sun and water for everybody. Okay, now how you use these resources, okay, and then make
Correct.
best out of it for you. AI will not do all the things what you need to do, but AI is an enabler. Okay, so AI, if you don't use AI, you will be at a
Disadvantage.
you will be in a difficult time. Yeah, so you will have a disadvantage position. So use it as much as possible. Great, sir. So, any final thoughts? What is your advice to the companies? Uh, how, especially, you can classify them mid-size, larger organizations. What is your advice, even for the strategists, executives? Okay, so
The
what is
key
the key
takeaway
takeaway?
is AI, use it as a tool. Let it not make it decisions for you. Use the AI correctly, ethically, and don't go as we call the moonshot or the uh, at one go. Do it step by step. Use some good process framework like ChrisDM kind of framework, and implement AI in stages within your organization. Use it for strategy. Use it for day-to-day optimization, but use it carefully and learn to coexist so that it can be your partner rather than something that dictates what you should do. AI is still not there yet, at least in regular parlance. It will be very soon. So don't get overawed by jargon like artificial general insurance and sentient AC, I mean AI, etc., etc. Look at what it can do for you and how can you work with it, and then build your organization or your career. That's my take on how to. But not using AI is no longer an option.
Hmm.
It's here to stay and it's here to prevail. But will you let it pervade? That is up to you. All the best and do well. I hope you guys enjoyed the session.
Fantastic. So AI is going to stay here and it prevails. Use it or
Exactly.
lose it. Okay. So in sooner or later you must you have to use it. You don't
Yeah.
have other option. Okay. It's
Yeah.
a matter of time.
Yeah.
Okay. Just like when we started smartphones way back, many people say no, we don't need smartphones. Now nobody uses
Yes.
smartphones
Osama
also. Okay.
gave a lovely statement there.
Yeah.
Flash it back again. Osama. He gave a
Yep.
very nice statement. Osama. He gave a very
Osama.
nice statement. What did he talked about AI before I could read. He
Okay. Can you
disappeared.
see that? Ah, yeah. Okay, so he said, thank you. It is a tool to help
Yeah,
us increase creativity and save time and effort to
perfect.
focus
Perfectly
on
put.
what matters most.
Absolutely perfectly put. Just summarize this whole 5 minutes of discussion.
Fantastic. So, thank you,
Bye
Mr.
bye.
Ravi. Thank you very much. And excellent introductory speech. And
Thank
good
you.
luck to you.
Thank you,
So,
Mia. I'm
yeah,
leaving.
more. If there is any question offline, we will let
100%.
question to you. Praveen will
100%.
do the needful. Okay, so
Bye.
thank you very much. Give a big
Thanks.
round of applause for. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ravi. Okay. Yeah. Uh, so thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the first session. It's very interesting topic to start with the AI, and now we are stepping into another very, very, very interesting topic with my friend Mohammed Shaik. Okay, so happy to see you, Mohammed, again. So thank you very much for joining the session today. So we are going to talk about design thinking for strategy formulation. It's a very, very important and relevant topic at this point of time. So, design thinking for strategy formulation beyond the traditional analysis is the topic. Just to give you a quick introduction to Mohammed. Mohammed Sheikh is a strategic product and technology leader with more than 25 years of experience. His leadership roles includes very senior roles in PayPal, Blackhawk Network, and many more. So he has led enterprise-wide digital transformations, built high-performance teams, and driven by AI-powered innovation across fintech and SaaS. His expertise spans agile delivery, product strategy, and scaling centers of excellence, impacting over 50 product portfolios and 4,000 plus engineers. So I would be very happy to introduce you to the session. So Mohammed, please take it up. So thank you for joining session today, and it's your
Thank
favorite topic.
you. Thank you, Mr. Khadar, for giving me this opportunity. Good morning, everyone, wherever you are. This is it's going to be very innovative thinking and topic. How can we marriage two disciplines, two different techniques, okay, which probably um, you never imagined that can we bring in design thinking into strategy formulation. So it's a very unique combination which we are going to discuss. Um, this is the blueprint we are going to cover in next probably 40 minutes. We leave 10 minutes, last 10 minutes for the Q&A session. Uh, First, we'll start with the introduction. Good morning, Osama. And then context. I'm going to give you a context because for any topic, if the presenter doesn't give the context, then it doesn't make any sense because any topic in in isolation or in absolute terms doesn't make any sense. You need to have a context. So we're going to spend a couple of minutes around explaining the context. Then the forecast that failed. Okay, so these are the phrases which I have used, but when we go into the topic, you will understand what are these things. The strategy trap, strategy as a design challenge. This is the mindset we need to change. Okay, it is not about crunching the numbers, forecasting. Okay, this is how we're going to make money. This is how we're going to expand our business. This is how we are going to have um, the competitive advantage over the competitors. But how do we see it as a design challenge? That's really a very key takeaway from this session. And what design thinking unlocks. Okay, what are the benefits of this whole thing? Okay, how is this going to unlock us and then help us to make our strategies much more powerful? And then I'm going to give you a real world application, and then designing the future. I'm going to talk about how do we design the future, because strategy is all about future. It's not about past. I mean, you guys know better than me. And then lastly, I'm going to share a small playbook which you can probably try it out in your day job and then see how this is going to help you in managing the design thinking into your strategy formulation. So, as Mr. Khadar has introduced me, just quickly, I'm a product and technology last 20 plus years of technology experience. I'm into product and technology leadership, digital transformation, agile adoption at the enterprise level, and then change management leader in making AI adoption successful. And I'm a strategist and an entrepreneur as well. I'm working on a product right now as well with my own team. Disclaimer before I go, and also I want to make sure to the audience at any point in time on any slide, if you have any question, just post it there immediately. Because my style of presenting is that I want to address the questions on the spot instead of waiting for the last uh, part of the talk. Okay, so let's make that as a point, and then whenever you have a question, straight away, hey Sheikh, stop here. I want to know about this thing. What is this? What do you mean by this? Any question? And I don't qualify any question as good, bad, ugly, excellent, great. No, for every question, I consider with the same weightage, whether it is a basic, fundamental, advanced, any any stage. Okay. Disclaimer: this is not about any critique of any framework, process, or methodology you use today. I'm not here to pinpoint anything here. No way. I'm here to open your minds. My intention is very simple, to explore how we can modernize. If you look at the word modernize, why I have used it, if you see the strategy has been there in the industry for more than what, 80 years, 70, 80 years. So, but still, I have seen many companies still apply the legacy models still as we speak. So I feel like it is a tipping point now. We need to modernize the way we are thinking in formulating our strategies. So, so the point here is to explore how we can modernize, evolve, and enhance the way we formulate strategy, regardless of what approach you are using. So I'm not recommending this way of formulation is better than something else. No, that's not my point. Whatever works for you, continue that one, but modernize it. Okay, so that's the point I want to. I mean, as a disclaimer, I want to call out. So it's just no judgment here, just possibilities, exploring possibilities. Let me start with the crux of the problem, the strategic illusion. Why analysis fail to guide bold strategy? So, as Roser Martin, my favorite strategist, uh, says, most strategic planning is just budget allocation with a spreadsheet, but real strategy is about making tough, imaginative choices in the face of ambiguity. Like someone has asked a question in the previous session about competitive advantage. So, what Roger Morton says is that let's pick three companies. If all the three companies have the same strategy, what is that your company is doing differently here? Where is the strategy and competitive advantage here? So that's the beauty of competitive advantage, bringing into your inherently into your strategy formulation. If if anywhere if it is not mentioned how we are going to be competitive, and these are the choices we are making, that means that's not strategy. Okay, keep that in mind. And then analysis is retrospective. It optimizes what we know. This is bold italic underline, this statement. Analysis is retrospective. It optimizes the past. So it assumes the data is equivalent to insight, but strategy lives in unknown. So when you formulate a strategy, you're taking the past historical data and then you are trying to project or predict future. Okay. So strategy becomes now risk averse and status quo affirmation, because you are going with the historical data. So the provocation here is that what if analysis is actually the enemy of the strategy? Okay, think about this and have a conversation with your executives within the company. Okay, take last 3 years strategy data, and out of that, what was our strike rate, and why did we miss? Okay, all that stuff. I mean, if you analyze, then it will give you a very good a mirror to understand about the gaps in our mindset. So the mindset shift from the certainty to curiosity. See here, the words curiosity. So we are moving from certainty. What we are assuming from the past data, we are thinking that when we start on the day one of your strategy formulation and execution, and you think that, oh, we are certain that we are going to achieve these KPIs, or we're going to achieve these strategic advantage, and we're going to achieve this competitive advantage. So those are certainty, but we need to move from certainty, as I said in the previous slide, into curiosity. So, as um, Teresa Torres, she is a expert in design thinking, applying in different field, not in strategy, but she applies this design thinking in product designs. Okay, what she says is that good product thinkers constantly discover what works. They don't assume, they know. They test and learn. So the question here is, what is the answer? Instead of asking what is the answer, you need to ask what is worth exploring. So when you are formulating the strategy for your company, for your department, you are instead of you asking what is the answer, what is the strategy, you need to ask what is worth exploring. So strategic confidence should emerge through discovery, not before it. Okay, this is the mindset we need to change. So the core message here is strategy must be shaped by exploring desirability, feasibility, and viability, not only by calculating ROI. So keep that in mind when you do the next time with your executives. Put these points on the table. Strategy should be shaped by exploring the desirability, okay, feasibility, and viability, not only by calculating the ROI. Okay. Then, so this is what we are trying to do. Please, okay. So this is what we are trying to. This one slide will give you what exactly we are trying to experiment, bringing the left side design thinking, which is human centered approach, to the numbered centered approach, the analysis approach. Okay, uh, around uh, the strategy formulation. Okay, so here I have taken the example of strategy formulation from Roger Martin. You can take whatever the model you have with you. That's fine. I am just for this talk. I have taken this an example, which comes in 5 questions. What is our winning aspiration? Where will we play? Where will we win? How we will win? What capabilities we need to build? And what management systems are required. So this is typically how you make deliberate choices. Okay, on the right side, on the left side, you solve complex problems. The very purpose of a design thinking is to solve a complex problem. So when we bring together these two things, our presumption or our premise is that strategy is a complex problem. Okay, with that we are free. So let me start with an example. Okay, so that we understand, we connect the dots what we're talking about. January, a global supply chain company wraps up its annual strategy of site, spreadsheet low, KPIs are locked, forecast shows 96% fulfillment precision, everyone nods, the board signs off, the confidence is high. April, a a tier 2 supplier floods, 3 weeks offline, small disruption, they think so. May, backlogs pile, inventory misaligns, SLA slip, revenue tanks. In the war room, the CEO asks this SVP of strategy, "Oh, why didn't we see this coming?" Very interesting question. I'm sure many of you have faced this question in your day jobs. And the unfortunate truth is, they had all the data on the earth. They just did not ask the right questions. They optimized the past, not designed for the unknowns. Later, the leader said, "We are precise but blind." Strategy wasn't wrong, it was incomplete. So, so this is what we need to think about. There's nothing wrong with the strategy. It was incomplete. Now, going back to my premise in the beginning, what I said, modernizing, and that's where it will help us. If we apply correctly, the strategy will become complete, which incorporates the unknowns as well through your design thinking, combining your strategy formulation with design thinking. So, this isn't just one company, it's a pattern. Strategy today is brilliant at measuring but poor at imagining. This is very radical thinking. Remember, if you talk to any legacy strategist, I'm sure strategists are belongs to baby boomers. They must be having 30 years, 40 years experience under their belt. Now, if you tell them that this has to be like imaginative, then probably you will be thrown out of the window. Okay, which leads to the real question: what if the real problem isn't lack of analysis, but the absence of design? So you need to see the strategy formulation as a problem, and then you need to design. Okay. So the next topic is, how were we getting into this trap? I'm sorry, the letters are very small. I tried my best to make the font bigger, but I couldn't. My
You can
apologies
see
for
it. You can
that.
see it. No problem.
Yeah, yeah, that's good. Thank you, Mr. Khadar. So, in most boardrooms, strategy means analysis. We gather data, build dashboards, craft forecasts, we turn the future into spreadsheet, and if the numbers are clean, we feel safe. Wonderful, good job. Have an excellent dinner on that day. But here is the trap. Data only tells us what already happened, and yet we use it to design what hasn't happened. There itself, the premise is um, your false premise. You're starting with the false premise. You're assuming that the data which tells about the past is help us to design the future. So this is again another part of the strategy trap we need to think about. Strategy becomes a budgeting exercise in disguise. Scorecards become comfort blankets, and strategic plans beautifully flawed guesses. We reward certainty and punish doubt. Boom. The moment in the boardroom someone says that this strategy I will give only 5 out of 10 confidence, you will be thrown again out of the window from the person who has designed or rather formulated the strategy. So but real strategy starts where the data ends. I am nowhere saying that we don't need data. No, that's not my point. My point is don't end your strategy formulation with the data, but beyond the data, there is a lot to be done. Okay, so what are the common patterns? Overconfidence in the known. If we measure it, we can manage it. But in complex systems, what matters most can't always be measured. Blind spots. Our model worked last year until one assumption quietly fails and everything unravels. Slow defensive planning cycles. Let's revisit this next quarter. By that, by then, the market has already moved by one quarter. So these are some of the symptoms you see happening in the boardroom when you are reviewing the strategy, what you have put on the wall, okay, written on the wall, written on the stone, okay, and then things slowly unravel. The strategy as a design challenge. Now we are getting into the topic. Okay, I have built the context so far. Where are the gaps? How is the problem? Where are the current practices not helping us to be successful, formulating successful strategy. Okay, these are. What if the real power of strategy isn't in precision, but in possibility? This is very powerful. So our mindset has to change from precision to possibility. What if instead of asking what is most likely to happen, we ask what is worth exploring in our strategy formulation? Wow. And that is where design thinking enters into the picture. It does not reject analysis, it completes it, as I said previously, right? That the strategy formulation should not end with data. Keep this statement, write it on some paper, and when you go back to your day job, analyze these points and see how these things are valid in your context. Okay, so then only you will get the value out of this spending your 50 minutes in this session. So it does not reject the analysis. We are not saying that don't do analysis. Yeah, let's make it modernize with doing things in a better way so that it completes. So I'm coming up with a strategy reframe lens 2 by 2 matrix, which is very popular. Many of the people, consultants, practitioners use this one. So if you see this one 2 by 2 matrix, so on the left axis, on x-axis, you see, um, okay, there's a question here. How do organizations know whether the strategy is complete or incomplete? Okay, so the answer for this one is you need to list out what are the assumptions you have made for after formulating the strategy. Okay, let's assume that you have done a series of workshops with your executives offsite, and based on your analysis, you have come up with your strategy formulation. And every strategy formulation definitely incorporate certain assumptions. You have made that formulation with certain assumptions. List out those assumptions. Classify them into critical, moderate, and low. Pick the critical ones, which are going to be much impactful on the outcomes of your goals, what you have set in your framed strategy, formulated strategy. Go one by one, validate them through your design thinking. Go back to the question, is it worth exploring? Which I told you a few slides back. Go one by one, explore what we need, okay? And then see if there are any surprises are coming out of that question, that analysis, and that validation. Then see your already formulated strategy. Then you will see you are smart enough to figure out where is the gap and how I need to re formulate my strategy. Likewise, once you go through that, at least those critical assumptions, then you can say that your strategy is, I would say that based on my experience, if you are if you have addressed the critical assumptions, I could say that you are 90% confident that you are going to achieve the set goals. Okay, that makes sense. Any follow-up questions on that? This I have already answered this question. So I'm asking, I mean, my answer, did it answer this question or not? Okay, I'm assuming that for the lack of time, I'll be going ahead. So, if you the strategy reframe lens, as I said, 2 by 2 matrix. If you see on x-axis, known problems and emerging possibilities, and on the y-axis you have analytical thinking. Okay. Now, if you see here, on the x-axis you have classical planning, and then you have predictive optimization, and then in terms of the analytical thinking, you have visioneering, uh, budgeting and scorecards, and design strategy zone, where strategy has discovery and iteration, testable choices, and integrated desirability. So that's the fourth quadrant. If you see there, that is where the design thinking is incorporated into your strategy formulation. We'll go one by one, strategy wise, okay, and then we'll try to explore what is each quadrant is meant by. So the strategy reframe lens from prediction to design, a new lens for strategic leader. Let's walk through quadrant one, classic planning, budgeting, scorecards, and then your management by objectives. Work in stable, linear systems, breaks under complexity. So this model works in stable condition, linear systems where everything is predictable, you don't have much complexity. For those kind of strategy formulation, this works your classical planning. Go with it. Okay, that's quadrant one. Then quadrant two, which is predictive optimization. AI forecast. The previous Ramachandran, I guess, the speaker, he talks about AI forecast, which is the power of. So if you include design thinking and your data analysis using the AI forecast, that's really truly powerful. So here, AI forecast, scenario trees, risk models, and it is useful for operational efficiency. Assume the future is equal to past patterns. Because if you see in the AI models as well, when you use machine learning, I'm assuming most of the audience know about machine learning, which we use it for forecasting. Okay, yesterday's weather was like this, day before yesterday it was like this, 1 week back it was like this, 1 month back it was like this, last year it was like this, 2 years back it was like this. So let's predict tomorrow's weather. That's a usual predictive models. That's what modeling is all about, and which is AI. Machine learning is nothing more than that. Takes the past data and then it predicts different algorithms using different algorithms. So this model, which is predictive optimization, useful for operational efficiency, future is equal to past patterns. If that is what your company is, go with this model. Third quadrant, which is visionary, inspire bold futures, often detached from real world constraints. This, if I have to give you an example, let's go back to the Apple. When Apple was introduced their smartphone long back, 20 years back, if I remember correctly. So, so they came out with the real. I mean, they detached everything from the real time, real world constraints. No, we will not care about this. We will create our own product, we'll create our own market, we'll create our own brand. That was their premise. On that, they went ahead and they designed the strategy, and then so it was like a blue ocean kind of thing. So it's like blue sky thinking, innovation, absolutely not even caring about what has happened in the past. Okay, so you are defining your strategy in that way. So assume that you are a company, you this is your first year. How do you define, where do you start your strategy? Okay, if you are a conservative leader, probably you'll go with classic planning, or if you are little on the writer side, then you go for the quadrant two. And if you are totally a radical guy, leader and the team, probably go with the quadrant three, where you totally detach with the real world constraints, and then you come up with. In quadrant four, which is the design strategy, which we are talking about, this is the talk of the today. I mean, the crux of the today's talk, where design thinking meets the strategic discipline. You explore what is desirable, feasible, and viable. Someone, Abid Khadri, has asked the question, right? When do we know that our strategy is complete? It is desirable, it is feasible, and viable. going through your assumptions, validating them, treating them as a problem, and then making them viable and feasible, and then validating your assumptions. Awesome. Then you test your assumption, as I said, not just set KPIs. Nah. When you start you validating your assumptions, your KPIs will change. It's an iterative process. That's okay. So the premise here is we don't want to be right today and wrong tomorrow. No. This is another mindset we need to bring into our day job. Okay. So all my points so far, right, are more intangible related to human behaviors and human decision making and human mindset. Keep that in mind. So the change has to happen first at that level and then into actions. So you test the assumption, then you make choices. Wonderful. You make choices based on behaviors, not beliefs. So that's what the four quadrants of your reframe lens, how we see the strategy. What the design thinking unlocks? Design thinking isn't soft; it is strategy. It brings the muscle, traditional, which these traditional strategy frameworks lack. Okay, so that muscle we are trying to build with your design thinking. Design thinking isn't about sticky notes, it's about sharpening strategy in ways analysts can't. No, an analyst cannot do like a designer does. So we need to involve designers, or rather, we need to transform ourselves. If you are a strategist, you need to build a skill of a designer. And then, while you frame the strategy, bring out that skill and then apply. Okay. So, again, some more examples about around empathy, strategic insight. Data shows what people do. Empathy reveals why. So that why part is what very important for our strategy formulation. Understand the real behaviors, pain points, unmet needs. For example, you have 10 suppliers. Okay, you need to understand their behaviors. Talk to them. Okay, before you formulate this thing, right? One of the assumption is that your end vendors will follow the SLAs. Now you need to validate that assumption, which is a critical assumption for successful implementation of your strategy planning. Now, before you write this strategy on the rock, talk to your vendors, understand their behaviors, what their challenges for this next 6 months, next 3 months, understand their pain points, understand their unmet needs. So that ground strategy in lived experiences, not just reports. So that is what empathy is all about. Similarly, with the ecosystem, your entire ecosystem, because supply chain management has so many actors involved in supply chain management. So you need to apply these things to all the actors who are involved. I know this is painful, but it is good pain to have, because tomorrow is going to be a successful day. We don't want to be a safe game player. Nah, today. We want to play a complex game and we want to be a winner tomorrow. So it's iterative thing, de-risking, decision making. Great strategy isn't guessing, it is tested. prototyping choices before betting the company, learn fast, adjust faster before the market forces you. So it's a proactive thinking. Integration, better strategic choices, designers hold tension, strategic resolved, uh, and all that stuff. I mean, I'm because I'm running out of time, so you understand what I have points. Uh, Again, the inaction theme, the real world example showing how shifting from analysis to design thinking, let's bring to life. Here is the true story. I'm sorry again, the font is very slow. If you can maximize it so that
We
people
can
can
hear.
read it. Global logistic company. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Khan. So, global logistic company, mature, efficient, deeply analytical. Their scorecards were immaculate. Yes, for 2 years straight, they missed their on-time delivery targets. Old strategy approach focused on optimizing historical shipping patterns. KPIs were tied to forecast. Root causes analysis blamed external disruptions. They kept improving the model, but the outcomes did not improve. Now apply the strategic reframe. Instead of asking what has broken in the supply chain, they should ask what is the changing in the customer expectation. They ran design interviews with warehouse managers, clients, and drivers, and they prototyped flexible routing optimization with live feedback. They iterated based on behavior, not on assumptions. So your strategy formulation becomes human centric, not only data centric. It is a combination of these two will make you a successful. So new strategy, dynamic delivery commitment model shifted from on time to on demand, built real time feedback, result 24%, 21% improvement in customer satisfaction, 17% reduction in fulfillment, and then strategy become adaptive, not reactive. Okay. So, designing the future, as read, the theme is true strategic leadership is not about knowing the answer, it is about designing the better questions and choices. So, my humble request to all the leaders on the call, so you need to build skill set. I'm sure most of you are having this skill. Um, Leading by questioning, okay, by asking the right questions at the right time. That will lead to making the right choice. Strategy has long been set as a test of intellect. The one with the sharpest model wins. That is not true. But in today's world, resilience is not found in models. It's found in the mindsets. And we need to transform that to the models. Traditional strategy asks what is the optimal plan, but assumes the world is stable, which is totally, utterly wrong. And we know this, but still we make this assumption. And we are to blame for this. And that's where the finger pointing goes. As I shown you the real example, CEO asking, and the strategists are putting the fingers to the external suppliers. So, as a designer, what you need to ask is what is worth testing, what is worth learning, and what bold choices can we make even when we are unsure. Okay, out of the box. Okay, detaching from the real world. Some of the metaphors I'm going to skip because we are running out of time. You guys can read whatever I have so far explained. I have converted into metaphors which you can go through. I'm sure Mr. Khadar's team will
Yeah,
share
sure, sure.
the presentation.
Yep.
Call to action. So here is your challenge. Here is the homework I'm giving you. Find one assumption in your strategy today. that everyone takes for granted and test it, explore it, and reframe it. Not because it is wrong, but because it hasn't been designed yet. The future won't reward those who knew the answer. It will reward those who knew how to ask better questions and were bold enough to design new ones. So, step by step, the framework which I have explained: sense, frame, discover, prototype, and then integrate. The objectives, and then mindset shift from curiosity, from certainty to curiosity, from problem to possibility, from assumption to evidence, from planning to experimentation, and from review to continuous strategy. This is what you need to change, and you should be ready to change. Otherwise, I'm telling you, you and your strategy and your company is going to perish. That is given. Okay? Time has come to change our mindset. So again, this explains one by one all the slides. Steps are there. You guys can go through and reach out to me if you have any follow-up questions offline. Uh, Unfortunately, we are running out of time. So all the five steps are there, clearly mentions. At the bottom, you see what is the tool, what is the mindset shift. Strategic learning loop, mindset shift. Strategy is not a moment, it's a motion. Similarly, in step four, strategy prototype canvas, treat strategy like a product prototype. Similarly, in step three, strategy is a empathy map. Great strategy listens more than it plans. This is wonderful. So try to practice these, the last bottom ones. And then last topic, which I'm going to give you an example. How do we apply this one? I took an example from PayPal. The strategic challenge is how should PayPal expand sustainable payment adoption in undeserved cash-heavy economies. Okay, step one, what is our winning aspiration? I've taken the Rosa Martin's model. And where will we pay? Focus on tier two and three cities in India, Philippines, and Kenya. Okay. Then how we will be winning? Outcomes cash, outcompete cash by making PayPal more intuitive, trustable, and context relevant than local alternatives. What capabilities must be in place, and then what management systems we need to build. Now, this is a conventional model. Now we are applying the design thinking on this. Empathy is. Reframe the strategy challenge. How might we make PayPal feel as trustworthy and tangible as cash without requiring tech literacy? Wow. See the change in the previous slide, step one and step two. With the empathy you are designing. Then continuation, ideate that one, then uh, and then do prototyping, testing, launch light MVP, A/B testing, observe the real behavior. Now, when you apply this thing into the your strategy, you are applying or you're doing it for 1 quarter. You are not writing for 12 months or 18 months or 24 months. So here the question could be, what can we achieve in this quarter? That's what prototyping is all about. Then integrate back into strategy loop. Again, where to play, how to win, the design thinking into that particular aspect. The final impact is this approach avoids launching a globalized UX in a marketplace where it would fail, accelerates adoption through context sensitive innovation, reinforces strategy through real world behavior, connects design thinking, human empathy with strategy, bold choice making. Okay. So the takeaway is strategy without empathy is blind. Never do that. Design without direction is scattered. So when you combine these two powerful things into your armory, it will help you choose boldly and design wisely. Okay. Final thoughts. Don't wait for the future to validate your plan. Design a strategy that discovers the future one decision at a time. I know this is very radical. I know this is very out of the box. This is very unconventional. I'm sure when you present for the first time, you will be thrown out of the window by your executives. Okay, but build your, gut feeling or believe in this model, and then go ahead and try to influence your leadership team and try to apply and see what is working, what isn't working. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much, audience, for listening to this. And if there are any
Yeah, there are a
questions,
couple of questions.
I'm happy to
A
chat.
fantastic session. First thing I would like to say, I really liked one thing. It is dangerous to look correct today and wrong tomorrow. I think that metaphor I really liked it. Okay, so people try to be right now, correct now, and then it end up as a wrong thing tomorrow. That is something very dangerous. And you explained that how to avoid that in a very nice way. So thank you. And we
Thank
have a
you.
couple of questions. Take up a minute. Okay.
Sure.
So Dr. Ajay Shankar Gupta. So he said how organizations know whether the strategy is complete or incomplete. Okay. So draw strategy map and see if there is a cause and effect linkage in core perspective. So if you can talk about, just answer it. Uh,
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, as I answered the first part of the thing, which is validating the assumptions, critical. First, list out, come up with a draft strategy, okay, with your current practices. Don't change anything up to that point. The change happens after that. Then list out the assumptions, then classify them into critical, moderate, and then low. Okay, and then pick the critical assumptions and start validating them. Okay, using the design thinking philosophy, and then slowly re reframe your strategy. Okay, in a continuous basis in your workshops with your executives. It is not one man show, it is a teamwork with executives, all the stakeholders involved. Okay, with empathy from the external ecosystem actors, because SCM is so complex. So you need to bring in that aspect
thank
as well. And then once you have validated, your strategy is
thank
complete. Now coming to the second point, strategy map and see if it has a cause and effect linkages. Yes, certainly, because some cases it has, some cases it hasn't. If you remember, I told come up with some idea which is totally delinked with the constraints. For those kind of things, you don't have the cause and effect. So it's purely based on the company's gut feeling, the leader's passion, this is thinking that this is the only way for the company to go to be successful, and we will make it happen. For those kind of things, there is no cause and impact, the mapping. For other traditional things, yes, certainly you can do as part of your design
you.
process.
Fantastic. I think Swati has asked a question. Can you explain design thinking in product management perspective? Oh, it's a long question. I think the whole session is about that. Okay. Anyway, you would like to just give one liner for this?
Yes, absolutely. This is about empathy. When you create a product, right? Yeah, so you need to think about empathy. Empathy is very, very important aspect of your design thinking whole aspect. Knowing about your customers, knowing about your end users, okay, knowing about your internal customers, okay, understanding being in their shoes. I'll give you many examples from PayPal. So when we started thinking of it, deploying PayPal payment system in Brazil. A team went there, and then we went to the end customers' houses. We sat there, we saw them, how they manage their money, where do they keep their money, and one shocking thing came out was they were keeping money under their mattress, not in bags. Okay, so now how can we help them easily without any technical background, technology background, for these low end customers to keep their money safely in PayPal wallet? So that was the discovery. So these kind of things will come out when you design a
Fantastic.
product.
And
So it's a
yeah,
big answer, the question.
fantastic.
To
Yeah,
answer it, maybe
yeah,
sometime else, Mr. Khadar will set up
yeah.
a
We have
session and I can
we
share
have
my.
an ongoing program. Okay, so every 6 months we conduct summits, and also
Sure,
we also
sure,
conduct some webinars or something. So thank
sure.
you, Sheikh,
What
for
next?
joining the session today. Happy to see you again. Very interesting session. I have
Absolutely.
I have many
Same. Thank
questions
you.
for myself, but due to time constraint, I'll reserve it. Maybe I'll write it down to you. Okay. So thank you.
Sure,
Thank you
sure,
very
absolutely.
much. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for two sessions today. Yeah, all the materials will be kept available after the event. The videos also will be posted in the portal, so everything is available. You don't have to worry about it. If you have already registered, you will get it by default. Otherwise, please share an email or something. So we will share the links. Okay. So fantastic sessions today: design thinking and then AI in strategy. So now I would like to introduce myself because it is my lecture, and then followed by from rest of the session today and tomorrow. All are international speakers. Okay, so don't miss them. And one more point is the YouTube channel link is shared. Please keep sharing to everybody because it's free to hear the experts. So having said that, I'll just start my session today. So brief introduction. I'm Sheikh Abdul Khadar, uh, the CEO of Data Labs India. So I'll just try to share my screen and then talk about it. It's better. Yeah. So let me share my full window so that. So let me know if you're able to see it. Yeah. Oh, I cannot see anything, so I'll just. I cannot see anything, so I'll just leave it. Praveen, if there is something, just you can poke me. Okay. So what we do is we have products and services. Full strategy is a comprehensive strategy management solution, and also we have services in strategy, manufacturing, and supply chain. And this is what we do. So this is a product suite, and this is a services part, and then we do have some implementation service. So we promote through strategy global strategy summit with an intent to connect business leaders and strategists to the organizations. Okay. So now let me. We have like around 40 minutes time now. I will try to. The topic is strategy analysis and formulation, a step-by-step approach. Okay, and then I will show you how it is to be done in flow strategy. So basically, let us start. A couple of our earlier speakers also gave a very nice perspective on strategy. I'll just continue that. So I'll take one step back. You're not able to see the screen? Sure. Okay. So let me try to share it. Sorry, gentlemen. This is a problem. Okay. I have to. How can I? Let me share my screen. I'm sharing entire window. Okay. So I'll try. Can you see now? Please tell me. Okay, okay, I'll try to juggle between these two. So, strategy is not a very standard. Strategy is one of the most non-standard management processes across the globe. Okay, whether you like it or not. So everybody have their own approach, their own definitions, and their own ideas how the strategy look like. But let me try to consolidate and standardize as much as possible. Okay, so strategies some top thought leaders like Michael Porter. So what he says is strategy is about being different. It means deliberately choosing a unique set of activities to deliver the value. So that is very important. So Mitzberg, what he's saying is strategy is a pattern in a stream of decisions, not just a plan. Rommel, my favorite author, I'll talk about that. So good strategy has a diagnosis, guiding policy, and coherent actions. We'll see more on that. Okay. So why strategy is more important, we all hear, is it will help you to clarify purpose and long-term goals, align the people and resources, and help navigate uncertainty and change, and make sure that the competitive advantage is built. So whether we like it or not, we have to think about strategy. Without strategy, we'll end up in a like a firefighting kind of thing and reactive mode. It will be very complex. Okay. So and strategy and planning and execution, these three things are different. So strategy is what we are going to do. Okay. And then planning is how we'll reach there. And then execution is so how to do it, to how we reach there, kind of thing. Okay. So my favorite author, uh, Richard Rumelt, so he has said very clearly. So there is something, maybe he has a couple of books like a good strategy, bad strategy, and crux. I'll start with that. So good strategy has a kernel, it's a diagnosis, guiding policy, and coherent actions. Forget of everything else in your organization, whether it is a larger or mid-size or smaller. There is some key problem for you which is objecting you for your growth or for your business expansion. What is that? Unless you identify that point, it will be difficult for you to identify what need to be done. Okay, so and the most important thing is what he says is template style planning, like defining vision, values, and sequence. It does not help. That's what he says, and I truly believe in that. So you identify what is the crux of your organization and then work on it. Okay, and then don't get lost. So bad strategy is very important to understand whether we have a bad strategy or not. So he says that fluff, there is no clarity and empty slogans kind of thing. Failure to face problem. So if you have an organization where management leadership would like to avoid things, okay, so that avoiding the bad things will cost your company. So that's what it says. So if somebody wants to read it, this is one of the recommended book, and this is really truly a masterpiece. So he wrote recently in 2022. So he extended that. So he said the problem is he called it as a crux. So you identify, and then he also explained how to do that. So strategist, if you are in an organization and you are a strategist, so you need to diagnose it clearly, isolate the crux, and use judgment and focus energy and be flexible. So you identify that and you solve it. So don't go with a general talk and then group discussion, group thinking kind of thing. Avoid that. So one more thought leader I just put as a thought leader. So if I have use a highlighter, thought leaders. Okay. So this is especially for the larger organizations. If somebody has read the innovator's dilemma, so what he says is something what exactly opposite what we all think in general. So what did he say is, if you are doing a good job of satisfying your existing customers in whatever way, okay, so you may end up in a problem. Okay, there may be something else coming up who are doing the cheaper, better, and products for the niche market, and they may go out of proportion to challenge you. So many organizations, which especially very larger ones, they go out of business because They think that existing customers revenues and all is something which is very important, keep them happy, and then forget about the disruptive part of the innovation. So it is very interesting topic. Very larger organizations, even mid-sized organizations, need to think about it always. So uh, I would like to tell that strategy is not something standard. So don't copy strategy from everywhere. So if somebody has used a nice framework, you don't have to copy it, but you need to think. Your strategy needs strategy is one of the book written by Martin Reeves from Boston Consulting Group. They have written this very simplified approach. So it has like a different five different environments. Usually you might belongs to one of them. So it will give an idea that where to start. You don't have to start from square zero. So you can start from at least identify what type of company you are and what kind of key variables your company has, and then you take it forward. Don't just start a classical approach by any consultant or any other things. You think about yourself. So this is one thing. And as my friend said, Mohammed, so play to win is one of the popular framework. What I like most about this is it's very simple, easy to understand. There is no complexity in understanding. Very simple. What is our winning aspiration? Where to play? How to win? Very simple jargon to understand. They have communicated very powerful message through their book in a very simpler way. Yes, they did not write much about the execution part. Before that execution, we have something called the balance scorecard kind of thing. We'll talk about it. And we talk about strategy, and we don't talk about Porter, then it is incomplete. Okay, so Porter is master of strategy domain. So his work is still valid, and it's going to be valid only with few add-ons on top of it. Like he talk about competitive advantage. So now we talk about cost leadership, differentiation, and focus. Now we talk about different model on top of it, extended by adding more dimensions to the competitive advantage, which we can see it later. Okay. So there is something called blue ocean strategies. Very interesting brainstorming session. You can do that, and then we have strategy in place. Let us say, and then you need to have an execution. So without execution, strategy does not work for you. So balance scorecard framework, which is called execution premium, is by far most popular, and it has a complete framework which touches everything in the organization. It is not complex, as people think. It is not complex, as people think. It is not that very theoretical kind of thing. It's very practical. It's very easy. So they have a six-step approach. They can use it very nicely. Okay. And they can adopt it very nicely. One of the question we are talk about, Dr. Arun has said that the strategy map will help you. So we talk about Fru strategy is built on top of this approach. We talk more about it. And just to give you an idea, that Mihai is a Romanian strategist. So he also formulated all these into one very nice methodology called strategy clockwise. So he actually combined all of them. So if somebody is wants to learn more, so he has a plenty of articles in web internet. So he combined all of them, what I just referred. So in one way or other, he put them. So it's very interesting, great, and he also trained people. So you may join that as well. Okay. So summary: strategy is about choices. There is no perfect framework. Use tools wisely. Adopt to the context. Keep it simple and actionable. That's it. Okay. So now we come to Fru strategy. How Fru strategy will help you is I'll just take you. So today's session we talk about these two part, and tomorrow's session we talk about aligning and execution part. So today's session we talk about strategy analysis. So where you have to do. So when you connect these two, Richard Rumel, the good strategy and bad strategy. So this is a diagnosis part, and this is a guiding policies part, and then this is a coherent actions part. Okay. So you need to do the external analysis and internal analysis. You can do organizational assessment whenever you want to do it. Usually, it's better to start in the beginning, and then you have a strategic choices, value proposition, and capabilities required. So, value proposition, to arrive at the value proposition, you need to do all these strategy analysis and choices and everything. Once you arrive at the strategy, you arrive at the value proposition, what are the capabilities required to execute this value proposition is your strategy. Okay, and how you close the gap. So you can close the gap in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. That is a strategy plan. So it's very simple. And then you align your organization, everything in the organization, every nook and corner in the organization have to be aligned. If it is not aligned, it will be a big problem for your strategy execution. Sometimes it may help you to go in a wrong direction or it's in the opposite direction. And then you use framework like balance scorecard, I prefer. And many people use OKR, but OKR by standalone, it does not help you. It has to be done through a proper strategy framework. OKR is an execution tool, it is an isolation. But without knowing objectives, it does not help you. But if you know the objectives very well with this formulation, you can have OKRs. Then you can have a transformation. It is not linear. I just put it in a linear format to make it easy. Okay, so let us do that. So I'll take another 2 minutes to brief this and then I'll jump into the solution. Okay, so external analysis is very critical. You have to do it like Pestel. You have to do it. By far, everybody do this, and we can do through AI part very nicely. We'll help you there. I'll tell you how to do that. Then you do that. Usually, once you do the assessments, you do the Pestel analysis. Then you do the Porter's five forces, connect with that, and then you look at actually it's an industry competition, competitiveness. So how what are the rivals? What are the new entrants? What are the substitutes? So what are the buying power of your customers and suppliers? So you will touch everything around the industry players. So be ready for that. Okay. Then you can do many other analysis, which is it's like industry life cycle. So it is not intended to do all, but it's up to you. You can do some market segmentation. So we can finally you have to convince yourself that your product market fit is there. Okay, if you don't get convinced, it's very difficult. Okay, so there are different ways to do it. Okay, so uh, okay, so scenario planning, actually, we can start scenario planning along with strategy analysis at the end, but it will end in the after completing your strategy formulation. So once you complete the strategy formulation, you can see that. Okay, so you can complete the rest of the actions, which I will talk about it. Okay, so of course, many people say SWOT, don't do SWOT. Yeah, yeah. So people are used to it. So at least you know what is it your strength. Putting down the most important value is writing it something as a SWOT. It will at least help you to write it. Okay. So that is in that way SWOT analysis. Still, many people use it. Many people don't like it, but it's up to you. Okay, how to use it. So at the department level, operational level, using SWOT is almost always better. Okay. So value chain analysis, and I just skip this here. So if you put everything together, so we need to have insights from strategy analysis, come up with the strategic options, you come up with the strategic choices, arrive at the value proposition, know your capabilities required to execute the value proposition, and then you execute it. Okay, so this is the presentation part of it. Okay, I'll just skip to demo part. If I'm not sure whether just let me know if you're able to see the screen. Jyoti, somebody just confirm. Okay, if you're able to see the screen, how can I know that? Because this is completely. Okay. Are you able to see the screen? Can anybody confirm? Okay. Okay. So I'll just try to brief about the solution. Jyoti, Praveen, are you able to hear me? Can you confirm if you're able to see the screen? Hmm? Then you should tell me. Okay, so I'll just try to share once again the screen. Okay, I try to share the whole window. Can you see me now? Can you see? Huh? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So, another 15 minutes, I will take you through enterprise strategy management. Through strategy, enterprise strategy management is a very comprehensive tool to address all your strategy management needs. Okay. So, here we talk about strategy analysis. Okay. So, in the strategy analysis, whatever we talk about, organization structure, the strategy analysis, positioning, value proposition, capability gaps. Just confirm. You can stop by, please. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Tell me. You can connect. Not a చెప్పు. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Now I can see that. Okay. So hope you are able to see my screen. Yeah. So we are here in the strategy analysis. So we talk about organization structure, strategy analysis, positioning. It may, I think I have some problem here. Yeah. Okay. Sorry for the interruption. Okay. So we have, like, when we do organization structure, so there is something called, we can create the structure, then we can have a mission, vision, values. But mission, vision, values usually, we create at the end, not in the beginning. Even if you create in the beginning, there will be revised later. Okay. So in the strategy analysis, so we talk about do strategy analysis, whatever you want to do it, okay, like pestle kind of thing. And then here we can also do organizational assessments, okay, which I'll talk about it. So in the organizational assessments, you can test it, like a ESG, SFO assessment, OH, organizational health index kind of thing. So you can do that. For example, if you want to do ESG analysis, okay, let us say, so you can do that. So you can find out, so what is your scores. The system has a features to do the complete assessment with multiple users automatically. So you define for industry and kind of thing. So likewise, a strategy focused organization, so you can do the assessments. Okay, this is based on the Kaplan and Norton framework. And organizational health index, so it's a customizable questionnaires. So you can post it, the link will be shared to all your participants. They can do that. And then once they complete the setup, the interviews, so you can directly get it, get the scores here. And then you can communicate. You can also know, as an administrator, you can also know individual speakers, individual users who do that. So once we do that assessment, so in the strategy analysis, okay, so so you can do a pestle or any other strategy formulation tools. Okay, so you can do any other strategy formulation tools. So the system has capabilities to do the strategy formulation. So it will help you to do the pestle analysis both manually, and also you can you can have more information, put your competitors also in place. Okay, so likewise you can do that, and then you can have a dashboards also in that. So in that dashboards, okay, so I'm not sure whether you can see this or not. Okay, so because it's a screen, I have to, because it will open in another window. Okay, so I will show you that. So it will go to a dashboard. You can do that. Okay, uh, so you can do pestle porters kind of thing, and then you can also have a AI explorer. How to do it artificial? I know this is not going to be. Yeah, here we have option. Good, 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 good. Yes, thank you. Okay. So now, if you do a strategy pestle analysis, you can see a dashboard, complete dashboard, how it is visible. Okay. So likewise, you can do AI level, because now we talk about everybody is AI. So if you don't talk about AI, it's not going to help you. Okay. So in AI strategy analysis, okay, so you can do pestle. So this is very interesting. So you can give. So there are two ways. So we have built AI layer. It's a private chatbot layer. Okay, so you can create it on your own and host it on your server, and nothing will be shared. One option. The second option is, if you want to really get insights from outside the world for any company, so you can use Gen AI tools. Like you give the details here and you generate, and then you can select model whatever, it's a chat GPT or DeepSeek or whatever. I'll give one example. So I have done just yesterday just to showcase. Okay, so now let us say I took one company and then try to do this analysis. So likewise, the system does complete pestle analysis. Complete pestle analysis. You can't believe it is much closer than what we think. Instead of doing a lot of research, it gets. Okay, so then you can save it, you can update it, and then you can also transfer to the system. You can edit it. So this is so what it does is it gives you all the options how to do it, and then from here you can do the porters also. Okay, so likewise, so in porter also you can do that same. Okay, so you can do a portals analysis by AI. It will give you complete indicators, competitor indicators for your company. Okay, so how it does, and then other. So very interesting. We added a new cognitive model, so you can define it. So like Potter's strategy, competitive advantage. You can have more like strategic choices. You can have more, and then system will give you hypothesis, and then it will give you some validation score also. But you can always override what system does. Okay, so this way it will help you, even if you can do SWOT for, but for SWOT you need to give your data. Okay, by default it will take the whole strategy management data into consideration, but you can also feed it from the any external files kind of thing. Likewise you can do the strategy analysis. Okay, so now let me go back to the strategy analysis. Okay, so far we have done strategy analysis. Now we talk about the real strategy formulation part. In the strategy formulation, we have like a cognitive model where this is, you identify your competitive advantage. So how you do that is, what is your problems? So like problems to solve and solutions to deliver is something which you can build. Okay, so it's segmentation, customer convenience, integration, alternatives, and expansion. And then in the product solution to deliver, you have a best product, your customer bonding. It's a much more elaborated version of Porter's, but this is actually inspired by Mihai. So he has a fantastic model called Delta. So we are using it. Of course, you can define all of them. So it's a human manual. You can define them. So what is it you require? You can add it more. You can remove whatever. You can do it. You can export it to Excel files, kind of thing. So the step is you define cognitive model. Okay. So what you do basically here is, what are your problems for your company? and what are your solutions. This could be similar to where you want to play and how to win, kind of thing. Okay. So once you do that, so you come up with the strategic choices. This is very important step. Okay. So you can take whatever business unit or whatever organization you would like to have it. Where is it? Okay. So this will is the next step. So now all the problems and solutions, whatever you have defined, may not be useful for you. So you can you can ignore some of the problems. You can keep the main problems for you. It's your, that is where the human judgment plays. So what is it your company does for your clients? So you can select. So here you can give the strength, and I mean like weightage. So you define what are the problems and solutions. So this will be complete list of your strategic choices. Now in these strategic choices, what you have to do is you need to combine it into a positioning. Now this is where we talk about strategic positioning. Okay, so now you just link them one to one to others. Okay, so you link this problem will be solved by this solution. Likewise, you link that, then you have some summary. I would like to just skip that. So we have a value proposition. This is the strategy part. Okay, so you come up with your all activity types. Okay, and then your strategic choices. So you come up with a complete value proposition, and you also identify some trade-offs. That means you don't worry about it. Okay, so you can say priority, you can set, and you can also see what is the start date, end date, and who is the owner for this kind of thing. So you define complete value proposition. For this value proposition, you need to identify capabilities required. Okay, this is very important exercise. No AI will do it. AI will help you to do this, but this is something which you need to do it. Because, for example, okay, so you need to really identify what is it you are going to do for you. Okay, so this is the capability required for you to deliver this value proposition, and then who is the owner, how you link this to the execution. That's fair. Now let us go to the capability gaps. Okay, so now you have all the gaps identified, and then how you want to close it. So in a what way you want to close them. Okay, so you by strategic object here, this is where even if you are using OKR or balanced scorecard, it does not matter. Primarily we suggest go for balanced scorecard, and then come up with a design, uh, design of a strategy map. So your strategy map is just did not come just like that. So it's not a white paper. You just come up and do it. So it can all the way from analysis, assessments, and come up with a strategy, and it can be done very easily, very fast. Any user can do it. So this is the capability cap, and this is how the strategy map or strategy plan can be made. Hope it is clear. I'm not able to see the questions kind of thing, but once I remove the share, I'll look into it. So we have revenue gap model. So revenue gap model is a pure Kaplan and Norton based model. So for a given revenues for next 3 to 5 years, if you want to close the gap, so what are the capabilities required, and what are the strategic objectives, initiatives are linked. So that can be given. So you identify the what is your projections first. So what is your business projections? This is again an outcome of your strategy planning part. Then what are the gaps and how you close it. So both ways you can do it. In the capability gaps, it's more like a complete strategy map. So here it will give you what are the key initiatives which help you to close. Okay, so both are they are mutually exclusive. So you don't have to. You can do both, or you can do alone. Whatever you can do it. Okay, but capability gap closure is a mandatory. Revenue gap closure is an optional, and it will really give a good idea while the execution. So instead of keeping it open, so you can do that. Okay, and then I think that's a more important. One of the most important is the scenario planning part. Okay, so scenario planning part you can do it. Okay, so this is a complete. You can define all scenarios. Okay, so you can create story also. So you can it will tell you how which scenario planning is very important nowadays, because there are so many variables, uncertainties are around the globe. So you need to see which is the scenario which is active. So define combination of things which can happen, and then at any given point of time you need to validate it, which is active, which scenario is active, and what is it action you need to take. We have to at least a monthly exercise. This has to be done formally. Okay, otherwise you will end up in a problem. You will be thinking something and you get lost. But as with as Mr. my earlier speaker said, you need to keep watch on the market. Okay, so this is one way how the scenario planning is done. Okay, so now I'll just skip back to our AI part. Okay, so I would like to take you, if you want to do a large organization assessments, so there is something called interview chartboard. All this, what I'm you are talking about, everything you get in a true strategy. With one license, I mean, with the licensing, you get it all. Okay, and it is all based on the best practices. We did not reinvent the wheel. It's a most, at least 20, 25 strategy experts have contributed to this. Okay, so there is something called, if you want to conduct a huge interview and people don't want to write something, so they want to speak. So how to do that? AI is helpful there. So you can conduct an interview by sharing a link. Okay, so give a record some questions from your side. My CEO or COO can put a
What
questions.
is your
So
assessment on mobilized change through executive leadership? Please
so
explain.
you ask so you ask 5 6 questions or 10 questions, not more than that, and then the link can be open and everybody can record their answer. Then the voice will be converted into text. Okay, and then you can also review your answers, so you can see all your answers how it is done. Okay, now what AI do here is, that's a trick part. So that's a trick part. So what as an administrator, what it is done is, oh, okay, this is also not administrator. Okay, so I just missed it. Okay, so I have to come back. I have to go back and come back. Okay, so let me try this. This is the one important point I would like to talk about. Okay, so you can create who are the stakeholders who want to take the interview. So you can create all back office steps. Okay, then you can configure who are the users want to take it, and then finally, you get the assessment. Finally, so you whatever interviews you have conducted with 1,000 people or whatever, so the system will help you to consolidate all and bring the insights in a very shorter using the NLP of the AI based. I hope it works. I did not try it for some time. So it also stores in the data format in a different way, and it will give you an answer. Okay, so I think this is the main part of things. I will try to. I'll just keep it open. There are many reports and dashboards. Execution part. So there is a complete balance scorecard, people performance, and things are there. The modules, so which can help you to do what is required for the aligning the organization and also execution. So with that, I think it came. Yeah, share this tab. So in the assessment, so even if you have 1,000 questions, you can get the answer. So this will give you the some kind of summary. Okay, it will give you some summary. This will help you. Okay, instead of you do interviews manually, conduct it and do all those stuff of things. So you can do that. So I have another 5 minutes, I guess. Okay. So I would like to brief that this is something which is, there is something called tomorrow we will be talking about all other things how to do. Very quick introduction is, we have aligning the people, processes, the projects, risk and compliance, budgeting. Okay, and then of course Office of Strategy Management to manage all your strategy office, integrations with the systems to get the data, and then AI Explorer. So this is tomorrow's session. I believe it is the third or fourth session. Okay, please watch. You can see all of that. So with that, I take an opportunity to tell you thank, and if I have any questions, I will take it up. I'll stop screen share. Okay, if there is any question, I would like to take it up. Okay, so we have 5 more minutes in the session. So hope you got some ideas what true strategy will do. Basically, if until since I have another 4 5 minutes, so what is the most important thing is since AI has come and then technology is there, so it is very easy to convert. It's very simple, easy to technology can be enabled to help you. Okay. So you don't have to start from the scratch for everything. So what Full Strategy does is it builds you a nice platform, best practices, okay, and then on top of it, if you hire any consultant or any other expert or your internal, they can use it, okay, uh, readily, faster, and all the templates are available, so you don't have to use it separately and keep it in Excel files kind of thing. So everything is available, and including you can store all your strategy files into that, so it can be available handy for whatever the decisions you have taken. So in the tomorrow's session, I will tell more about strategy execution part, which is project management. We talk about the people performance. We talk about budgets and how the whole transformation take place, how to measure the whole transformation. We'll talk about tomorrow, and then we are open for any questions, kind of thing. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. So I hope we don't have much questions, and then we have around 3 minutes left. If there is any question, I would like to remind that please share a YouTube link to all. As you have, uh, yeah. So it's just that link you need to use it. So please, maybe after some time, um, the LinkedIn channel may stop because it has a restriction of 4 hours for any outside broadcasting. So use this link, but uh, uh, we are using Restream for streaming the event, so it is uninterrupted for YouTube until 6 p.m. IST today. So, yeah. So, thank you very much, and I wish you good luck for all the strategy management process. So, if you have Mostafa available, please let Mustafa join the session. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for watching the session. So, any question related to Fru strategy? So, we also give an offer those who show interest in the strategy summit. So we give them like a 3 months subscription free for their organization. So those who wants to try through strategy, if they uh, show you the kind of intent, so today tomorrow, so you will get a 3 months licensing free. So this is something as part of the event organization, what we do. Okay. So yeah, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, organizers. Who can who are in the back office. So Mustafa,
Yes, I
you are
am. I
available?
don't know whether you hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I
Okay,
cannot
let
see
me
you
try
as
and
such.
I have no clue how this works. Let me put this and then I see the green light here, but I don't see myself in the.
Ah,
Oh, okay,
yeah. Oh, okay. We see you
twice.
twice.
Let me remove
Okay.
one. Let me
Lovely.
remove.
Fantastic. So thank you, Mr. Mustafa, for joining the session today. Okay, so thank you all viewers, participants, and experts. Very nice to um, see you all here. So let me give a quick round of introduction to Mr. Mustafa. So we are going to talk another very interesting topic: business transformation. Is it going to stick? That is the topic. I would like to personally see what is it content, Mr. Mustafa. So Mostafa Hebbassi is a seasoned executive and leadership coach with over 30 years of experience across FMCG, telecom, retail, and construction. He has held senior roles in top firms like P&G, PepsiCo, Mars, Kraft, Mondelez, and Lafarge Holcim. His expertise spans broad advisory, strategy consulting, and executive coaching, supporting organizations in growth, transformation, and leadership development across the global markets. So, thank you, Mr. Mustafa, to join the session today. So, I welcome you. So, you have all the time, okay, 45 minutes, 50 minutes for the questions and the lecture. Thank you very much. We are unable to hear you. Earlier, we were able to hear. Now, maybe you need to try the other one. He's joining in a moment. He just Mostafa will join. Just he's trying to, yeah. Not yet. Voice is not audible. Can you try? No, not yet. You are able to hear us? No, we cannot hear you. Please try your mic once again. No problem. No, not yet. Not yet. No, not yet. Not yet. Earlier you logged in, right? So we were able to hear in that. Okay, can you just try once again if you don't mind? Ravin, you have something to help Mr. Mostafa? I think when you rejoin, you need to give permission for the audio and video to share. Just try once again. So you had logged in twice. Uh, okay, you tried, right? So why don't you try? Last time we were able to hear you. Just try again. So you logged in two. Maybe the other one was having a voice. Can you try, sir? We can see your screen.
What about now? Do you hear me now? No?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
have a weird.
Please.
Okay. No.
No problem. Just share it. It's a little tricky. You need to share the active because I got
What
confused
about now?
myself. Okay, but it has a very nice feature. You need to use it.
Do you have? Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, screen is visible, but not your
I'm
presentation.
talking about the
Maybe it's
presentation. That's
coming
what
up.
I'm talking about. No.
Not
Okay.
yet.
Well,
No, not yet. So why you select the screen, share button, and then you get no. I think you need to reshare it once again.
okay.
Select the share button, then you get
Share
a
screen.
window.
Okay.
Maybe you need to
Allow.
get the first one. You need to select the
Allow
which
to
window you want
share
to share.
screen. Okay.
To share the window,
What about
whatever you
now?
want to
Share the
share it.
screen. Yes. Can you see it?
No, not yet. Yeah,
Okay.
we got it.
Okay.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Please
Okay.
go ahead.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you, Sheikh, for the introduction. I mean, I always say this. You know, I've worked for over 30 years in different geographies with different companies from blue chip companies to local companies. But I always like to introduce myself as Mostafa, the father of Sarah, Rita, and Miriam. These are my three daughters, and that's my um, biggest achievement in life. So that's how I like to introduce myself. Anyways, hello, do you hear me? Okay, great.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So
Yep.
today, the session I'm gonna share with you today is basically around business transformation and how can we make it last. And
Oh, there is some issue with the audio now.
Okay, maybe because somebody else is connected and his mic is on.
No, 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 no. You and me only. And yeah, you
Okay.
can hear now. Yeah,
Okay,
please.
so what I'll be talking about today is business transformation and how we can make it last. Okay, the background sound is gone now. You still hear me? Yeah. Hello. Okay.
I can hear
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
I can
Okay.
hear you. Very good.
Great.
Now it
Great.
is
Great.
perfect. Please continue.
So, it's not about complex framework, but it's more about a process that I tried, with a lot of companies here in Morocco and elsewhere, and it's a very simple framework that I'll be talking about at the end. But before I get to that, let me just, as an introduction, share with you basically the outline. So, as you know, the era we live in is full of disruptions. The word that's been used to qualify this era is VUCA, volatile, a word that's uncertain, a word that's complex and ambiguous. So every organization has to deal with this and has to transform or adapt. You can call it whatever you want, but the real issue is how can the company make this transformation or this adaptation last, and how can she or the organization, how can it build it into its DNA. I will start by defining business transformation. We'll move on to understanding why transformation fail, and with a big proportion. We'll move on to what are the pillars that make a transformation or a change resilient and sustainable and stand the test of time. And I'll end up with sharing with you the company transformation process, which is a facilitation process that we develop, and we'll have a few conclusions at the end. So let me start by defining what we consider as business transformation. Um, Business transformation is not only an upgrade. Business transformation is a fundamental rethinking of how the value is created within the organization. It involves deep change across processes, technology, business models, and most importantly, the culture of the company. It is about reimagining or rethinking both strategic and operational models and beyond. Several things or drivers can basically cause or make the transformation necessary. It could be shifts in the market dynamic. It could be breakthrough in the technology that you're using. It could be disruption in the supply chain. It could be changes or evolution or major shifts in customer demands. And obviously, in the recent years, all the pressure the companies feel about or sustainability, in a word, that is volatile. 70%, as I started off saying, 70% of transformation fail. And if you ignore the signals and the warnings, this could lead to significant investment losses and obviously a major competitive disadvantage. So, what are the reasons behind failure in transforming? I grouped them into 3 buckets. First one is misalignment strategically. The second bucket is around people and culture challenges. And the last one is about execution deficiencies. So it could be, for the first bucket, lack of clear vision and strategy, misalignment of the leadership of the company, lack of shareholder buy-in in the early stages of the transformation process, and obviously short-term focus versus really focusing on long-term impact. These might sound simple, but these are extremely important, and that's what we actually encounter whenever we work with companies and try to understand why they are not progressing with their transformation project, and why basically they need sometimes they need external help with their transformation projects. Obviously, the people and the culture, the cultural challenges are also an important bucket. The resistance and the aversion to risk is a natural feeling that you have to manage and to get over. As you'll see on the next graphic, lack of customer focus is one of the key things that basically make the transformation to fail. And the last bucket is about execution deficiencies. Poor execution can ruin the best plans. Shaik, you've talked about the importance of building and bridging the capabilities gaps, talent shortages, fatigue that the employee develop over time if basically the process takes too long, or the transformation takes too long and puts the pressure on the organization for too long, and fatigue of the employees basically kill momentum. You're still hearing me, yeah? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. But because I have no way to
I got you.
know,
I got you.
yeah.
You can hear you. No
Okay.
problem. I'm watching. Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. I wanted to share with you basically some of the most famous failure in terms of transformation. The first example is Kodak. Kodak used to be the pioneer of photography. They invented digital photography. But unfortunately for them, they basically disregarded it as they considered that it's a major disruption of their existing paper and film business. So they disregarded it. And basically the fear of disrupting their core model led to them to become irrelevant in the business. The second example is Blockbuster. Again, they dismissed the streaming wave, sticking to their physical rentals and the late fees they were enjoying, while at the same time, Netflix embraced the change and their streaming surge. Third example is Sears, again, a retail giant who used to have so many stores and their catalog was so famous. But unfortunately, they didn't pick up the change in and the shifts in their customer base that preferred the e-commerce. So they kept their outdated models while Amazon at the same time soared. And the last example is Nokia, and this example is something that I have lived because I worked for a while for one of the major retailer and wholesaler of mobile phone and operator services in the Middle East. For the ones who know, a company called Axiom Telecom, and we used to distribute all brands of mobile phone. And Nokia was basically the best seller, and I still remember me in I think in the Jitex of Riyadh, basically selling the N95 like baguettes. Nokia was dominant, and nobody thought at that time that anything could happen to Nokia. But underestimating the smartphone revolution and sticking the Symbian software basically killed them. And the famous saying of their CEO, "We did nothing wrong," is very relevant. Apple and Android units innovated and took to the market. So now that we've talked about what is business transformation and what makes it fail and few examples, let's move on to the blueprint of business transformation success. And here again, I have some 8 points that I clubbed into 3 buckets. One around vision and alignment, people and culture, and execution and adaptability. So securing unanimous stakeholder buy-in to a clear vision and to a clear strategy in the very early stages of any transformation project is paramount. And you wouldn't believe the number of cases that we encounter in the field of board members that not fully embarked or not aware or not fully aware of transformation. So that's obviously a clear must-have for a successful transformation. In terms of XCOM and leadership of the company, the alignment and the commitment and playing an active sponsorship role for the transformation. So there is in this, you cannot have the usual competition between sales and marketing, or between sales and production, or legal, or the whole XCOM and leadership of the company have to be acting as one and clearly displaying full commitment and alignment and sponsorship of the transformation project. The no transformation can happen only with board members and ExCom members. All levels of employees have to feel owning the transformation, engaged to realize and to make the change. They need to be trained, receive the training and upskilled and trained to avoid fatigue for whatever gap that has been identified, and the program has to entail for rewards for innovation and risk taking, obviously calculated risk taking. One of the elements that is extremely important as well is to balance short-term return on investment and long-term vision. You cannot just focus on one alone. You have to balance and be basically maneuvering between the two. Avoid obviously short terms and expecting that a major transformation produces results immediately is unrealistic. And you need to build adaptability of the organization for future disruptions. The execution, any plan that is rigid and doesn't allow for adaptability, agility, last-minute change is a plan that's doomed for failure. You have to have agility. You have to have flexibility within your plan. Adjust, adapt, and move on. That's what you basically need to do. You need obviously clear metrics. Whatever you measure, you can track. If you don't measure it, you cannot track it, and you cannot basically count on being successful at the end. The approach is obviously iterative. You try, you succeed, or you fail, and you try again. I mean, the subcomponents of your transformation project. So the whole approach should be iterative, and whenever, and that's what we keep on telling our clients, is change is now. You cannot, if you're working with them and they identify a change in their operations or the change in the way they conduct their meetings, for example, or the number of meetings, they cannot wait. Oh, let's wait until, let's put it on a piece of paper and in a presentation, and we'll get back to it once we finish the whole process. This doesn't work. What we tell our client is change is now. Whenever you identify an improvement, a change to a process, any kind of change, you basically implement it right away. And that helps with basically having quick wins and showing momentum for the organization. One of the elements of a successful business transformation is basically how to embed change in the organization DNA through communication, and communication is paramount. Having a transparent, continuous communication within the organization, the updates, what's happening, what are the changes that are happening, where are we in the transformation. All this is extremely important to keep it live, and so that the whole organization and all levels of the organization basically absorb it and adopt it. And obviously, a picture for ourselves, leadership team should also accept an outside facilitation, and obviously work, as I'm gonna show in the framework that we propose, work not only transversely but also vertically. So leadership is the bedrock of any successful transformation. So effective leaders and strong leaders enable their people rather than direct. So they give them the tools, the means, the skills, the competencies, so that they can change. And obviously, transformation is a risky business. So they have, as leaders, the obligation to foster safety and allow for adaptability. So what are the key traits of leadership in a successful transformation? Leaders provide clear vision and a pragmatic approach as well. They reinforce the acceptance of transformation, so that it's embedded in the culture. And the famous saying of culture eats strategy for breakfast. Balance out, as I said earlier, quick wins, so that we can build momentum with long-term impact. Walk the talk, so demonstrate their willingness to adapt. This is not about a rigid plan, as I said earlier. This is an iterative process. Okay, empower and enable the team. We cannot emphasize it strong enough. Celebrate small successes so that you reinforce the momentum. Maintain, as I said, continuous and transparent communication with the different stakeholders, and be open for external help and facilitation. Here are a few examples, again, of successful transformation. I mentioned it earlier, Netflix facing blockbuster dominance anticipated the shift in the physical rental to digital streaming. So they leverage technology, and leverage as well the data they had, and built on customer-centric, data-driven approaches to build their content and deliver a beautiful experience for their customers. Second example is Coca-Cola, that used social media analytics on their Share a Coke campaign to basically personalize their bottle and drive customer engagement and brand loyalty. Under Armour, a sports brand, they expanded beyond the physical sportswear, acquiring fitness tech applications and companies so that they can integrate both physical product and the digital experience, so that they can amplify the brand loyalty through connected ecosystem. So, for the interest of time, I'm going to move to the common traits of these successes is that these companies, the 4 companies, listened to their customers. They were vigilant and attentive to the customer's need, anticipating them at sometimes. They leveraged data, embraced technology breakthrough, and obviously reinvented their business model. What you can't measure, you can sustain, obviously. So the adage has all its meaning. So for transformation to last, you need clear metrics and accountability. This means looking beyond financial performance and its sustainability. That's what measures the health of your overall business and profitability. You need to track your revenues, your market shares, streaming from new initiatives and transformation ideas and initiatives. Your operational resilience and efficiency need to be measured. One of the measures could be the savings that you generate, or the productivities, or any of these elements. Employee engagement scores, all the 360 surveys to check the adoption and the buy-in indicators of the employees, and the customer, obviously, customer retention, satisfaction, the NPS measure that help you measure the external value creation. And last but not least, your innovation funnel strength, so that you see how many initiatives are in the pipeline and what level of development they are, or their readiness, so that they can be a good indicator of your capability to face future disruption and growth. Let me move now that we've talked about defining transformation, why it fails, few examples, the pillars of success, what was the threat of effective leaders, and some example of successes. The metrics. Let's move now to the framework that we propose. And as I said, it's a very, very, very simple process, and but its aim is extremely important, and what it wants is unlocking collective potential of the organization. The facilitation harnesses internal intelligence and collective intelligence to drive shared and meaningful transformation journey. It's about giving a meaning to the whole organization of the transformation and future challenges. It creates a mobilization around the company transformation project that's supported by all and supported by the new vision. The objectives of the process that we propose is to mobilize the executive committee around the transformation project, so that they can collectively champion it across the organization, create a synchronized and collective drive at all levels of the company, fostering a new internal mood inspired by the company challenges and the company objectives, formalize the internal leadership culture. and as we said, the leadership, the culture in general of the company is paramount, but the leadership, the way you lead within the company, is also extremely important, so that you can manage the current and the future challenges. And basically, one of the objectives is also to identify improvements in the internal operational mode. It's about harnessing collective intelligence within your organization. There are 6 principles for conducting a successful company transformation project. The process is as important as the content. So the journey extremely important as the destination. And what we keep telling the people or the companies we work with is, please trust the process. It will deliver. So that's of extreme importance. The feedback loop is another principle. So the content of each step basically adjust on the output of the previous step. So it's a build-up, as we say, so that we ensure agility and continuous refinement. It's a living process. It's not a rigid plan. It's the group. You have to account for the group dynamics and their evolving needs, so that you can adjust the process. You cannot just impose a process and be rigid about it, while the dynamic when you're coaching and facilitating, you feel different dynamic. If you're in the process of deploying a step or a stage, and you feel there is a disconnect or there is a misalignment, so you stop right there and you try to build the alignment and build the ownership before you move on. So the process is lively. Okay. As we said earlier, the change is now, so immediate outputs are implemented whenever they are reached. Capitalize on the effect of each stage helps build momentum and demonstrate tangible progress. We keep on telling the organization we work with that the expertise is within the organization, and basically all the consultants of this world basically build on this expertise. They obviously complement it with other stuff, but that's the key components of any plan, is the expertise that you have within your organization. And our role as facilitators, as coaches, as leaders in strategy, is to help this internal expertise to emerge and to promote its deployment. And this obviously empowers the teams and fosters their ownership. Transversality, in all the steps, and you'll see all the workshops that we conduct, big part of it is done transversally. You'll have in the same team, sometimes we were with 20, 30, 40 people from different departments. So you have different BUs, different geographies, different departments represented and working together, so that you can build transversality. Okay, so that you can build on what's common and make sense to everyone. But at the same time, we have a series of vertical, we call them vertical workshops, that basically caters for and works with specific BUs, specific departments. The finance department, for example, we work with them so that they can identify the specific contribution to the transformation. So it fosters unity while accounting for diversity of perspectives within an organization. So the process, as it is outlined here, basically works on building engagement and alignment. We start with individual interviews of key stakeholders, board members, XCOM members, so that we can get their perspectives. Once we've done all the interviews, we work with them to nominate a steering committee that will guide and manage, the logistics, but also everything around the project. Excuse me. Then through a series of interconnected workshop, for the XCOM, and then we extend it from the XCOM to the lead team. Sometimes we go to the top 100 leaders of the company, and then and then we have specific thematics or themes that we constitute transversal workshop around. And then you have the vertical workshops, and that's specific to a BU, specific to a geography, or specific to a department. And the aim of all, we don't do it often, but we also had a few instances where we actually invited customers into workshops. And basically, the idea is to synchronize the vision, emphasize the new dynamic, and obviously capture the input of the different people participating into those workshops. And the aim is to touch all level and 70% of the people of the company whenever it's feasible. We also use ambassadors at different stages so that they can help consolidate. You do a workshop of 1 day, 2 days, and the ambassadors that are nominated by the group basically consolidate the work of the workshop and share it with the people so that we have instant alignment. And the whole process culminates with a major roadshow that encompasses internal, external communication plan of the transformation project. So this is not a rigid process. It's a dynamic, interactive process designed to build collective ownership of the transformation. I still have 15 minutes. I'll conclude and take questions, if any.
Yeah, sure.
Nope.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So while I compile the questions, please can you just touch up the whole topic once again? So you have another few more minutes to go. Yeah. So while we go, we'll look up the questions.
Okay. Fine. So I basically put this takeouts from what I just said. Mobilization of the XCOM and the stakeholders, the key stakeholders around the vision and the strategies is paramount to collectively drive the change. Embed the transformation into the company DNA through the different cycles, strategy cycles, and the culture and the mindset. Invest in resilience and build modular change system. This is not a one-time off project, but a continuous cycle that basically it's an evolution, in the process. Cultivate agile, resilient, and regenerative and customer co-creating organization. Empower leaders to enable rather than the empower the leaders so that they can enable the rest of the organization rather than direct and provide the safety net for the rest of the organization and ensure adaptability. And last but not least, take account of the early warning of transformation failure, which could be turnover, major turnover in leadership, budget cuts, plateaued metrics. These are all indicators that the transformation is not working. Obviously, if you have major changes in the leadership team while you're in a transformation, then there is a problem. And account for adaptability and foresight, as we've seen with the Kodak resisting change while Netflix embracing reinvention. Okay, so that's it. So I'll use the next 10 minutes to take
Yep.
or 7 minutes to take questions if any.
Yeah, we have around 10 minutes. Okay. Uh, so it's very interesting topic. So there are so many things you have very clearly explained, Mr. Mostafa. Okay. So what I like most is the take into account early warning signs. Okay. So that is the most important part. People try to ignore early warning signs. Let it be a technology, let it be the people related ones, or any other regulatory things or whatever. So,
Yeah.
how does that organizations, the best practice, how do they do that?
Sorry, come again, just so that I can get you right.
No, I'm talking about take into account early warning signs
Of yeah.
of transformation failures. Uh, what is the best practice? How the successful companies do that?
I mean, there is not a single formula, but I mean, it's because these early signs could be market shifts. As we've seen between in the blockbuster example with Netflix. There is a shift. People like convenience, so you have to identify these major trends. Within the customer base. Convenience, connectivity, all these signs, you cannot just ignore them. You have to, as a company, be, aware of them. and integrate them and ask yourself the question every day, how is this impacting me? How can I account for this in my in my strategy? You cannot, you know, no company, for example, in the consumer goods could ignore, convenience, or could ignore the sensitivity now of customers to the artificial components of food or addition to the food. So all these elements are extremely important, and you have to account for them. Uh, uh, you cannot just ignore them. When it's technology breakthrough, if you're in the technical field and the technology field, and technology is a major basis for your business model. If there is a breakthrough, if there is a change, if there is you have to keep your eyes wide open, so that how is it going to impact me? There is this new thing. How is it going to impact my business model? How can I integrate it? How can I leverage it? All these questions have to be continuously bothering you as a leader of an organization. If I take disruption in supply chain, what's happening currently with you know, or what has happened, sorry, during or after the COVID pandemic, the disruption in supply chain. How is this going to impact me? How can I go around it? How can I integrate it? How can I become resilient to this? How can I work on new routes to get my exports or my deliveries on times and stuff like that?
So, Mr. Mustafa, there is one question from Mr. Yahya. Okay, so which department should lead the whole process? Are they the strategy department or any other organizational excellence department? What is your experience in this? Because it's almost always the question. Yeah, it is the responsibility of the senior leaders, but somebody has to take the ownership to drive this transformation. So, what do you advise?
I'll tell you what I've seen, what I have seen that worked. Yes, you can have the strategy people if the company has a strategy officer. Yes, sometimes it's the finance. Uh, but the only thing for me that worked is when I saw um, an XCOM team fully aligned and fully owning the project. A steering committee could have the strategy, representative from strategy, sometimes from HR, sometimes from finance. But in my view, the end responsibility is within the XCOM, and they have to act. Every single member of the XCOM has to act as an active sponsor of the change or of the transformation project. Steering committee can work the nitty-gritties, can work the logistics, can work when the workshops are done, or how we are progressing, and the progress meetings and all that stuff. But the XCOM is the ultimate leader, and the responsibility ends with them. That's my takeout from the the
Fantastic.
different companies I worked with.
Fantastic. So, how long is the duration? Like when you talk about strategy transformations of different organizations have their own time periods. What is the best time to start the, the business transformations? When is it? Like I know you have already mentioned it in the presentation. So when is the right time to launch? the business transformation initiative?
You're talking about not the facilitation, you're talking about the business transformation itself. The business transformation basically starts whenever you identify a major disruption to your business, or you identify a major opportunity for your business. It doesn't depend, for me, frankly, I've seen it, falling within when you start your strategic plan, to make it coincide with it, and that's the start. But I also saw it in instances where there is a major thing happening, and the whole organization basically gears up towards starting a change. And frankly, the most frequent timing I've seen is a change in a CEO of the company. A CEO comes, he wants to have an impact, so and he wants to mobilize the whole organization and embark them with his project. So that's when he starts a transformation project,
So
and
new
he
leadership
brands it.
or any other dynamics in the industry, okay, the change in the key competitive advantage, and also key change in the trends, new technology or new processes. Okay, so when the right time comes, of course, when a new leader comes, he would like to make an impact and look into that. Okay, yeah, but
Yeah,
that's not almost always successful. So it's not that a new leader will make impact almost always, but sometimes you may create a problem also. We have seen quite few
yeah,
organizations where, yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's clear, but I mean, it's but at the same time, you see a new leader that comes to an organization with an existing excom. Obviously, there are people he can work. I mean, he's gonna take the first 2 months or 3 months to evaluate, the people he can continue working with and the people he cannot work with, or if there is a major discrepancies of view, he's gonna share his vision, what he wants to do, and obviously identify also the people that will work with him. And I don't think if if you have to make a breakthrough within the organization, a major transformation, you cannot just do it as they say in French, catimini. It has to have. It has to be clearly spelled out for the rest of the organization. We are transforming, and this is why we are transforming, and here is how we are transforming, and we are gonna put a process in place to transform. So that's the communication again. Communication is extremely important to make it successful. Uh, I don't know whether
Fantastic.
I answered the question or not, but
Yeah, fantastic, fantastic.
okay.
So it was a pleasure hearing you, Mr. Mostafa. So
Same
it's
here.
important topic. If there is any questions to the audience, if you have any questions unanswered, please post it. We'll make sure that they get answered offline, okay, at any time. And if you want to talk to Mostafa, so we can just organize any call or whatever, share the contact details, whatever we want to
Yeah,
do it.
yeah, we can do that.
Okay,
We can do that.
so we will do that. So I take this as an opportunity to thank Mr. Mostafa Hebbassi. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for joining and giving such a wonderful lecture. So I truly
My
appreciate
pleasure.
your time and effort and
My
insights.
pleasure.
So thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much.
Thank
Excuse me, Sheikh. Is this was this recorded?
Yeah, yeah, all sessions are recorded. It will be published, and the link will be shared to you, along with
Okay,
the
great.
presentations. Whatever
Okay,
with the
beautiful.
permission of the speaker,
Obviously,
all the
obviously.
presentations also will be kept available in the portal and shared
Okay,
posted in the links. So
I'll.
nothing to worry about it. Okay.
Okay,
So
Okay, great.
everything. So before, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So I
My
would like to
pleasure.
welcome the new speaker. So before that, before Brian join, so I would like to announce that. So please use YouTube channel. It's a free. Okay, so YouTube channel, and then post your questions, anything you want to get answered. No need to worry. So please share this link to everybody, because LinkedIn has only 4 hours limited streaming facility with the rest of the programs. So it is streaming, but it may disconnect maybe after 30 minutes or so. So YouTube channel is open until the end of the day, and then there will be another link for tomorrow. So please make sure you do that. Okay. So thank you. So hi, Brian. Good morning to you. I think it is around 11
Yes,
o'clock there.
it
Yeah,
is.
11.
It is early morning or late night here. It's 1 a.m. in California.
Wow. Thank you for joining too late. It's fantastic uh, to see you here, Brian. Uh,
Thank
so
you.
let me give a quick round of introduction to Brian. So Brian Gladden he's talking about business model refresh today. It's a very important topic. And Brian Gladden is a global strategy and innovation expert with 30 plus years of experience across startups and Fortune 50 companies. As a CEO of Strategy and Innovation Institute, he helps companies build competitive advantage through business model innovation, OKRs, and cultural transformation. He also serves as a senior coach with Strategizer, Lean Stack, and OKRs. Okay, so we would like to hear you and enjoy your lecture, Brian. Thank you very much for joining the late night today. Okay, from USA. Thank you very much. Over to
Yeah,
you.
you're
Yeah.
welcome, Shaik. Thanks for having me, and I'm looking forward to some great questions here at the end. We'll make sure we have time. So let me share my screen, and we will get moving here.
We can see the presentation in a normal mode.
Yep, I'm putting it into here. Hopefully,
Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
and
You can
great.
see
I
it.
think. All right, you've got it full screen.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
yeah. Yeah, full screen, yes.
All right, wonderful, wonderful. So, all right, thanks for having me, and I'm looking forward to talking tonight about today, your time, early morning my time, about business model refresh and why we need to refresh our business models. And I'm hoping today that the big takeaways that you all walk away with from today are three things. And the first is, if you don't refresh your business model, you will become obsolete. That's for all of us. The second is, I want you to shift your mindset to view your business model as core to your strategic decisions. And third, that there are tools, frameworks, and coaches to help you refresh your business model. And I'm one of those. This process we're going to talk through today, this kind of continuum here of what are our visions and aspirations of the company, we'll start with. Then, where do you compete and play now? We'll then talk about how you win now. We'll move into what changing conditions need to be adapted to in your environment, and then what capabilities must be in place. And from these 5 areas, we can then refresh our business model. But the first question we need to ask ourselves is, why do you need to refresh your business model in the first place? And the answer there is, first, we need to figure out, well, what is the definition of a business model so that we're all on the same page? And that is really important because that sets the stage for all of us. Your business model is how you create, deliver, and capture value. And that's a really important definition because historically, most of us think of business models as how you monetize something. And that is not the correct definition of a business model. So if we're all in agreement and on the same page of what a business model is, then we can start to document it. And then we have a place to refresh from versus just this theoretical idea in our head of some business model. The second thing is what's going on with business models that is unique that we need to look at to refresh them. Well, McKinsey study looked at recently that 80% of our business models are at risk. This is really, really important to think about, that the speed of innovation, globalization of commerce, new entrants, startups, disruptive innovation are causing business models to actually accelerate their timeline as well. And Boston Consulting Group actually created a study that in the past 50 years, the average business model lifespan has fallen from 15 years to 5 years. So this is significant. So if you haven't refreshed your business model in the last 5 years, you're out of date, you're stagnant, you're starting to probably die, even if you don't know it. There are entrants trying to disrupt you. There are adjacent and substitute products probably trying to enter your market, and your customer needs have probably changed. So what is causing this? Some of the things we just mentioned already. We need to refresh due to our changing environment, market conditions, COVID, wars, inflation, stagnant growth in your industry. We mentioned disruptive risks from new entrants and startups, staying ahead of your competition, as well, and most importantly is the last one, changing customer needs. This is the focus of most of our conversation tonight. And if you don't believe me, here is a great visual that proves that we all need to refresh our business model. In the last 20 years, more than half of the Fortune 500 companies have gone extinct. They don't exist. They've either been acquired or they've gone out of business. And most of these logos we're probably familiar with, and there's many, many more. So we need to make sure that we are focused on refreshing our model. So the first question we need to ask ourselves is, what are our aspirations and visions as a company? And this is really important because my favorite quote in any business, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there, right? From Alice in Wonderland. This is critical because you as a company, whether you're a single person or an extra large multinational, we need to know what our vision, our purpose is. What are we trying to accomplish? Where are we going so that everybody is going in the same direction and we have goals to achieve? And in light of that, business models are a key part of this because we can identify our business model shortcomings in supporting our strategic direction and aspirations. Historically, the business model was just thought of again as this theoretical thing, usually wasn't put on paper, but we can actually document it and then start to understand how is our model helping us achieve our vision and our purpose and our aspirations. To do this, I'm actually hoping that we change our mindset. I want one of the things to come out of today is for you listeners to change your mindset about business models and actually how we can look at exploring and exploiting at the same time. Most of us work in the exploitation area. We're trying to exploit our own current market, right? Our industry, where we play. We try and beat the competition. We try and get more market share of our current industry and market. We are trying to exploit the known group of customers we serve. Exploring, finding new markets, new customer segments, new offerings is really difficult because that's much more innovative. There's higher risk. There's a lot of unknowns and uncertainty. And so most of us focus on the exploitation where we have Excel sheets and budgets and plans and strategies that we can execute that are very known. But we need to also look at exploring in the future. Today, we're going to think about refreshing our model just in terms of exploiting. And once we do this, understanding the tools we can use, the processes we can use, and the shift in mindset, we'll then start to embed some of these tools and processes in our organization, which will let you then start to explore and innovate in the future, which is much riskier and much harder to do. So most of our time will be on exploiting our current stuff and refreshing our model as we know it today. The next question after our aspirations and where we want to go is, where do you compete and play now? What space do you compete in? Your market, your industry, geography. Who do you compete against? And to do this, we really want to document our business model, not just this theoretical idea of something in our head. And again, the business model tells the story of how we create, deliver, and capture value for your organization. And that's important because we're going to talk about the customer in the next section. But the business model shows how you create value for the organization. The tool that is most prevalent that I use and that I would recommend you use if you don't already to document your business model is the business model canvas from Strategizer. This is a phenomenal tool, one of the most important tools in the last 20 years in business, in my view, as well as those business leaders on Thinkers 50 that kind of rate the who's who in business every year. I actually coach for Strategizer and for Alex Osterwalder and team who created the business model canvas. And it is a very, very powerful tool, if nothing else, to get you and your executive team onto the same page of how you create, how you deliver, and how you capture value. Because without documenting it, then we're making decisions on our own assumptions and usually going in different directions, and thus making decision making much less aligned. One of the things that we want to talk about here on the business model canvas is the 9 elements. So many of you might have used the business model canvas, but we'll talk through hopefully how to use it in a more optimum way. The 9 elements really look at it from a demand side view as well as a supply side. So if you've noticed, the right-hand side here of the business model canvas is actually the customer segments, the customer relationships, and the channels, how we get things to our customers, who they are, how we get and grow them, as well as our revenue streams. So the customer segments in this right-hand side is the demand side. The left-hand side over here is actually the key partners, the key activities, the key resources, the things from our supply side as a vendor. And then right in the middle is our offering, the unique value proposition, the thing that we are bringing to market to help satisfy those customer needs. Here's an example of Uber. We all are familiar with Uber and rideshare of some degree. And one of the things, we won't spend too much time on this, but that I want you to take away from this is that you can use both pictures and words to describe your business model currently. We don't want to put too much information in here. What will happen normally when you first do it for the first time is you'll have lots and lots of data written on your business model canvas, and then you'll start to simplify it over time, and you'll start to be able to tell your story much more succinctly, hopefully in about a minute at the most. But as we can see from Uber, we start with our customer segment. Who is it? This is a multi-sided model where we have riders, people in need of transportation, as well as car owners who want to make money. And you can see in the value prop, that's reliable transportation is the need. That's the value prop, as well as additional income for drivers. And how they do that is with a convenient mobile app. It also talks about our key partners, the resources they have, the technology platform, the network of drivers, the things they do, their activities. And we're going to come back to this, creating the platform of technology, customer support, and then all of the things around revenue and cost. So this tells your story, if you're Uber, of how you do business. And we're going to use this as we go through today and show how we can start to refresh this by looking at these different elements. The key mindsets that I'm hoping you take away from this section is that the canvas helps you document and visualize your strategic choices. And strategy is about choices, where we play, how we win, what we do and don't do. Do we play at the low end, the high end, all of these things. And our model can help us document and visualize that. The canvas also aligns you and your leadership team on how you operate now, thus improving your decision-making and focus. I guarantee you that if you take that canvas and with your entire leadership team, ask them to fill it out on their own, you're going to have very different answers when you compare them. Creating that single version of the truth, if nothing else, is a significant step forward for your organization to document how you create, deliver, and capture value now. And the last one is I'm hoping that you shift your mindset, moving from product and service innovation, where we think of features, to a business model innovation mindset, that the thing that you offer is only one element of your entire business model. An example and a quote on that I really like is here from MasterCard, the chief product officer, talking about, we are using the canvas to move beyond features towards more integrated thinking and value creation. And that's exactly what the business model does, is help us think broader of all the things that might be affecting us. The next question we want to ask ourselves once we document our business model on the canvas is, how do we win now? And this is really probably one of the most important questions. How are we creating value for the customer? And how can we refresh that value? When we think about our business model, we already talked about how it creates value for the organization. But one of the things, if you've used the business model canvas before, that you'll notice is that it talks about the customer segment and it talks about our offering, but it doesn't talk about the customer's problems or needs or wants and exactly how we fulfill those. And there is another sheet that we can use to do that, a layer underneath the business model canvas. And it's called the value proposition canvas. And it tells the story of how you create and deliver value for your customers. And this is much more important than how you do it for your organization. Because honestly, the customer doesn't care how you create value for yourselves. They only care about how you create value for them. And this is where we want to spend most of our time, is understanding how the customer needs have changed. What has caused them to shift and need something better and different than what maybe you're offering or the market's offering. And this layer underneath of this value prop canvas, is a very similar tool, as you can see by the looks of it. We have on the right-hand side the important area, the customer profile, we call it. And you probably, if you have not used this before, one of the statements I'll make that I hope resonates with you, you cannot use the business model canvas unless you use the value proposition canvas as well. One of the biggest problems that we see around the world with people using the business model canvas is that they use it as a checklist, a to-do thing. You fill it out and that's it. It goes in a drawer. It's not something that's dynamic that you keep to change. And people don't use the value proposition canvas with it. And the goal is for all companies to use this tool as a more dynamic tool to really understand your customers and to start using this to innovate from. This idea of customer jobs is a really important one that we could spend the entire session on, but you could Google jobs to be done. Jobs to be done is a really, really important concept that I hope you note down and write to Google on. We think about customer issues in terms of problems or wants, needs, desires, all these great adjectives that we're used to. But if we think about customer needs or problems in terms of what's the customer's job they're trying to get done, this is a much more impactful statement, because now they might not have a problem that they know of. We might think we can solve what they're trying to do better. And if we ask them, well, what job are they trying to do? Then we can understand how they do that now, the competitive products, and what we think might be gaps or issues that we could fulfill better. And if we just ask about problems, we're probably not going to get the insights we need. When people try and get jobs done, those are those big high-level jobs they're trying to accomplish. If they get them done, they also want more things, right? What are the positive things that a customer wants to get done if they get a job done correctly, right? Solve a pain of some sort. They're also really worried about their fears and pains. Well, what if I don't get this job done correctly or better than it's done now? What's at risk? And on the left-hand side is you, the vendor. We call this the value map. And literally you can just list your to your customer's needs, as well as these pain reliever features that will map over to the pains that they're trying to get rid of or that they're fearful that they will have. I'm going to show you an example, and then we'll talk through how we can create this together. So here's an example of Hilti, the power tool manufacturer, drills and saws and everything else for construction. And they talked to CEOs of construction companies and said, what are the big jobs that you're trying to get done? And they found that it was these big three things here: find and execute contracts, respect deadlines of their customers, and plan their schedule for building and fleets and so forth. And to get these things done, they would have loved to have healthier margins, right? That's a positive thing. They'd like to get better margins than they have now. They'd love to have access to the newest tools, and they love their tools to be always working, which is usually not the case. Their fears and pains they're worried about if they don't get these done are their upfront investment on all the tools they have to buy for these construction projects, people stealing their tools or their tools breaking, and then delays and penalties because of their tools being broke. They're not going to be on schedule now to meet the customer's needs. So Hilti literally created a new service, online fleet management, where they have a system to pick up tools, to deliver them to the job site, to fix them when they're broke, to create a subscription that now there is a consistent monthly cost instead of the upfront millions of dollars of investment at one time. And now the CEO construction company knows his consistent costs. He knows that if something's broke, it will get fixed and replaced, and the tools will be at the job when they need to be because Hilti will do that for them. So when we think about this, the CEO now can literally draw a line from his subscription, which is a pain reliever, to his upfront investment, which was his fear. A dual line of this no-cost replacement feature from Hilti now is going to solve his problem and fear of broken tools and penalties. His guarantee of, there'll be less downtime because of the tools being delivered solves two problems and a gain. And then the sound cost management, because it's a consistent subscription, and access to newest tools over a period of time, Hilti will replace them. So we can now draw lines to the customer's biggest issues, which guarantees that we have what we call problem solution fit. And this is what we're all looking for. And what happens many times is the customer needs, these jobs, pains, and gains change. Think of COVID. Overnight, we had to change, and the customer needs changed. Or now with inflation, or war, or gas prices, or your industry. How have these customer jobs, pains, and gains changed? And how are you still creating gains or relieving pains for them, and their most important ones? And this is what we need to understand. So let's pretend that you've done that, and we've identified some maybe new jobs, pains, and gains that you need to update and create some new solutions for on your business model. The next question we have is, well, how much better are we at doing that and offering these new features than our competitors? And to do that, we really want to visualize how we compete against our competitors. And many times we think that we are this lion when we're actually this little kitty cat. We think we're great and we have the best products and services ever and no one can beat us. But usually the customer has a very different perspective of us. And so we want to make this much more factual based. And to do that, there's a tool that's a really powerful tool I recommend you use. And it's called the Strategy Canvas. And it's part of the Blue Ocean Strategy Toolkit if you've never used it. And many of you have probably heard of Blue Ocean, and I'm an expert in Blue Ocean as well as coach for them as well. And so combining some of these great tools together is a way that we can start to document and visualize and create repeatable processes to help us refresh and stay ahead of the competition. One of my friends, Andrew Constable, is going to be speaking to you in about an hour and a half or 2 hours on Blue Ocean strategy. And so he can get into this much more in depth than we have time for today. But for you all to refresh your model, we first want to figure out, how do we look to our customer right now? And the first thing you want to do is take this sheet, and it's just an XY axis, and right on the bottom, what are the factors that you think you compete on right now? We all say price, so price is always there. And this is just a made-up example that I put here for a made-up software as a service company. Product availability, ease of use, number of engineers, retail stores, service, all these things. So yours will be very different. But what are the factors you think that are most important to your customers you're competing on right now? We need to document those. And hopefully, if you've done it right, those should be the same things for the most part as the jobs, pains, and gains that you just mapped and said your customers are most worried about. But I would bet a lot of money that most of these are probably not exactly what your customer thinks are their most important issues. And if so, we're probably not competing on the right variables right now. After we list those things, at least what our current visualization is of how we compete, we then want to plot on this kind of a 10 points here, Excel sheet. How good are we? We compete low on this, or our offering is very high. So, and it's virtual, or it's literal. So your price would be low if it's low. If it's a high price, put it as high. But product availability, maybe it's we're right in the middle. We're delivery mobile service, maybe we're not so good. Maybe the ease of use is very high, so we're really good up here. And then what you do is just connect the dots and do that for one or two of your competitors. And this is what it looks like. You will normally see these kind of converging lines where you might be better somewhere, they might be better somewhere else. And the customer really looks at this and says, you kind of look the same to me, right? You might think, well, oh, we have better product availability and we have more engineers, but maybe the customer really doesn't care about those things. Maybe they really care about customer service and the ease of use, and your competitor might be a little bit better. So do that with your leadership team. And I guarantee you that you will be surprised that if you do it alone and then come together, most of your leadership team will have a different perspective on what these factors are you compete on. Finance will have a different perspective than research and engineering, or operations, or human resources, or sales. And one of the most important things you can do as a leadership team is to get on the same page, at least agreeing on what are the factors right now we think are the most important as a leadership team. And then how do we think we stack up and compete? Once we do that, then the data that we gather from talking to customers, understanding these jobs, pains, and gains, what has changed, we can go out and validate with evidence, are these really the most important factors right now that we are competing on or should compete on? What you will usually find, and I've done this hundreds of times with companies, mid-sized, large companies, as well as startups, is that what you think are the most important factors down here to compete on are usually not the right ones. You might have 50 to 70% right, but that other percentage is really important. And the second question is, well, of these 10 items down here that we think we're competing on, what are the most important items to the customer? Because not all things can be equal. What are the most important 1, 2, or 3 things of these 10 things to customers? Those are the ones we want to really focus on, put our money, our resources, our time and effort to, and not worry about the other ones as much. Let our competitors worry about the ones that aren't as important to our customers. And when you do that, we can literally look at these as levers that we can start to focus our time, maybe increase our customer service better and our product features, and not worry about so much about the other things. And then we get to this. This is our future state. Once we understand the customer's really important factors, we can now change our blue line to compete less on the ones that aren't quite as critical to our customers, but really compete better on the ones they're telling us that they want better, either service or better features or better availability. And now we have a significant separation between us and our customers from the customer's perspective. And now we've really refreshed our model to focus and add value to the customer. The next area, we're about halfway through our journey here, is what are we adapting to on changing conditions? What are these things that we need to look at to stay ahead of our competition? What are trends and things going on in our world that are affecting our business model that we really, really need to act upon? To look at that, we can we want to think about our business model as being pushed on by all sides from different things, from market forces, macroeconomic forces like we've mentioned already, COVID or war, inflation, key trends like AI, cybersecurity, mobility, cloud, industry forces, supply chain, new entrants. And when we start to think about this, every day there are new things affecting and pushing on our business model that are going to either need to be looked at as a threat or an opportunity we need to be aware of. So, one of the exercises you can do as your team is to do a brainstorming session on mapping these business model forces, we call them. One of the tools that many of you have probably used, which is a great tool, is the SWOT analysis. And SWOT analysis is great because it's been around for decades and everybody knows that you probably used it. Our strengths, our weaknesses, right? Our opportunities and threats. But the problem with just using a SWOT analysis is that human nature is we need to be have more defined areas of focus. So many times someone will say, well, I'm not that creative. I'm not really sure, what our weaknesses or strengths or threats are. But if we give somebody a specific topic or element, then they're much more apt to come up with creative ideas. And so what I mean by that is adding pestle, which is another way to look at what's going on in the world with SWOT. So the pestle analysis, many of you might have heard of or used. It's been around for a long time. It means political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and legal areas. And so now you can literally take each of these 6 elements and one by one say political. Okay, what's going on with tariffs or with regulation? What's going on with stability, corruption policies in our space, our segment, our country? And then use those sticky notes to put onto the SWOT boxes. Is it a strength? Is it a weakness? Is it an opportunity or a threat? And do that for each one, the economics, the social, technology. AI obviously is everywhere. And it could be both a weakness and an opportunity. And from that, you'll start to get much more pointed and impactful, specific ideas for you to act on, whether it's a threat or an opportunity. We can then take those and figure out, well, what do we need to do with some of these really important ones to evolve our business model? Is it something immediate that is affecting us right now, or is it something that we need to start looking into and researching? The last thing we really need to look at is what capabilities do we have in place to take advantage of all of these new value add features, these new competing factors, these new trends, all of these things that we might uncover talking to customers, gathering data. Can we actually act upon them with the capabilities we have in our organization? And there are many more capabilities than what I've listed here on the screen. But one of the things that you can do is just at least start with these 4 and think about your organization. What key resources do we have? What key activities do we do, right? What things do we put together? Do we assemble? Do we make? What specific configurations do we do, maybe that someone else doesn't? It could be a technology, that could be literal products. And what specific knowledge and skills do we have that make us unique, right? And what are the applications that all of these things that we can do that can apply maybe to other segments as well? And one of the things you can do is bring back your business model canvas, and literally on your canvas, now if you think about it, you already have our key activities and our key resources listed here. So what are those? And do we need new resources or activities to take advantage of new changes in customer needs, trends in the market? Do we need to maybe expand our partnerships to take advantage of AI, e-commerce, logistics, all these things? So now we have a place, the canvas, to document these changes, to visualize it, to actually pull up in our meetings and our strategic planning sessions so that all of you on the executive team are on the same page. and using it as a dynamic tool, not just as a checklist that we say, oh yeah, we filled it out, we put it in a drawer, because it is a living document that helps us with our strategic choices. Once we do that, we can now refresh our business model. What we've just gone through is this journey. We just looked at our visions and aspirations and how our models help with our achieving these goals, where we compete now and documenting our business model, how we win now, looking at the customer's value and how they perceive us, and are we competing on the right factors? What are the conditions out there and trends happening we need to be aware of that affect our model? And then what capabilities must we really either hone in on, enhance, or actually go out and gather so that we can actually enact and launch these new potential offerings? You can now refresh your business models literally on your canvas, your value proposition canvas, and your strategy canvas, and start to use these as dynamic tools for you and your executive team. And so no longer it's this theoretical business model, but are real tools that you can start to refresh from. And one of the things you want to think about this is zooming in and zooming out. So here our business model canvas, our value prop canvas below it. We zoom into our customers' needs. We then zoom out to our organizational, how we create and capture value. And it's kind of this always back and forth. And it should be continuous. This is not a one-time thing, which is historically how many companies use the business model canvas or other tools. If you want to be significantly better than your competitors, start to use this continually, right? At least once, twice a year to understand the changing needs of your customers and the landscape you're in. So what's next? What would you do next? Well, some actions that I would recommend you take. The first right now is that everything we've talked about tonight, the business model, documentation, the value prop, pains, gains, and needs, your competing factors on your strategy canvas, these are all of your own assumptions. Most of you probably don't have significant evidence that those are true. They're your gut reactions. You probably have some data, but not 100%. You need to go out and interview customers and prospects and validate your assumptions to reduce your risk. The other thing you need to do right now is start using these tools in your planning sessions at least once a year so that you and your leadership team are all on the same page as to how you create value and where you're going and how you actually compete. In the near term, I would start also looking at how you can execute strategy better, implementing these changes by proven methods like OKRs, balanced scorecard, OGSM. And then in the future, once you start getting a good handle on how to use these tools, you can start to build innovation capabilities into your organization. Better leadership directions, better resources, more incentives for innovation, actually getting your people trained and using skills like how to use these tools, as well as start trying to explore new markets, blue oceans, new models for growth. That's much more difficult. So start with some of these things, looking at your market, how you exploit them, just doing things better. And then soon you'll be able to start to use them to even explore. So what did we do today? Well, we started with reviewing the need to refresh your business model so you don't become obsolete. We then stated how your business model supports your vision and aspirations. We discussed the need to change your mindset to both explore and exploit. And right now we're focusing on the exploit part just to make sure you're refreshing what you're currently doing. We examined your business model canvas and thinking in terms of business models to create value, not your products and services. We mapped how you solve the customer's jobs to be done with the value prop canvas, and that's really important. We visualized your value curve and how you compete now, how customers see you. We brainstormed on what changing conditions we might need to adapt to. We explored what capabilities must be in place to succeed, and we refreshed your business model using all of these new findings. And then we talked about some potential next steps to help you with future actions as well as executing now. So with that, we've got plenty of time for questions, and hopefully we've got some good ones ready to go. So Shaik, I'll leave it to you to see what we have going on here.
Yep. Yeah. So there are some quite good questions. So let us take how much time we have. We have still some time.
Yeah, we should have a good at least 10, 15 minutes, I'm hoping. So
Yeah, we do
wonderful.
have. So let me.
All right, Shaik, what questions do we have in the chat?
Yeah. So let us do that. So let us see it. So basically, there is a question for Pestel and SWOT. Okay. So SWOT analysis is the internal is a part of internal analysis usually. So how does that? You said it works nice. So can you just elaborate a little
Sure.
to clarify the?
Yeah, sure. So if you Google, SWOT analysis, images, what you'll see is the S&W, strengths and weaknesses, those are internal, like you said. The opportunities and threats, those are external. Those have nothing to do with you internally. And so most of the images you'll see will show that right on the outside of the boxes. But human nature, I've done, hundreds of those. Most people struggle with, well, okay, I'm just thinking about us internally. And if you give them a specific topic, AI is an example, right? AI is everywhere. Okay, well, how is AI affecting us? Is it a strength? You might say, no, we have no AI, technology. We don't have any training on it. So it's a weakness. Okay. Well, is it also an opportunity or a threat? Do we have competitors using it? Oh yeah. Okay. Let's put a sticky note there. We've got competitors, doing that. So it's a threat to us, but it's also an opportunity. Right. So you're obviously going to have stickies in different places. Once you start to see themes emerge, you can then put those, different places, and then you start to vet them out. And usually what happens in brainstorming is then you come up with 3, 4, 5 of your most important prioritized things you want to work on, right? It's like, okay, we know we got to do AI. But if you just do it with just SWOT, I've seen that most people struggle with enough specificity that you miss a lot of things. You miss the social issues, you miss the trends, you miss the market issues, right? So Pestle at least gives you a framework to make sure you hit everything: political, social, economic, environmental, all those things. Good question.
So I just note few points. I think there are some questions. Pestle or okay, that's how it is taken. Uh, okay. So I have few questions. You shared one image, mental image of cat versus lion. That is something which is
Which one?
striking. Okay, cat versus lion in the seeing the mirror. So expecting our individual.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is something. So how do you do that? That is actually true. That many organizations thinks that what they do is correct, their strategy is the best one, and how to make them be
Yeah,
realistic.
great.
So model you are talking very nicely. Can you?
Yeah,
repeat
great
it, please?
question. And what happens, at least what I've seen over many years, is that all of us in our companies, we compare ourselves to our competitors, and we drink our own Kool-Aid. That's the kind of the American slang, is like we think we're the greatest, right? So we're the best thing since sliced bread is another American saying, right? Like we're just awesome.
Yeah.
But because you're only looking at your stuff and you're comparing yourself to what you think the competitors do. The customer could care less about how you compare to your competitors, what you think you're doing better. The customer only cares about their problems and how they're getting solved. And if you can solve them better, great. If your competitor can solve them better, great. So we really need to understand the the customer's perspective of us and what we're competing on. And usually what happens is we start comparing ourselves to the factors that our competition is putting out in the market. And so we're just trying to match them. But then usually some new entrant comes into our market and disrupts us and takes the whole market share. And both of us and the competitors going, well, how did that happen? Well, because none of you were looking at the customer's needs. You're only comparing yourself to each other, and the customer could care less.
That's true. That's true. Very nice. So one more point, Brian, is the strategy canvas, the as is and to be model. So one question is now as is perfect. Okay, so we understand, we map for the competitive advantage points, we just map it. For the future to be, we map our competitors based on our understanding. Okay, so our competitor also might be doing something else. Okay, so it has to be more frequently updated. What is your
Yeah,
experience?
absolutely. And the strategy canvas to me is one of the most important tools, period, in business, because I look at it from two lenses. One is the current. What's our as is state from what we think it is to then can we actually validate and get, the customer's feedback and insights from us. Just doing that is significant because now all of you are pulling in the same direction, right? HR, finance, sales, operations. You all agree on what you compete on. You all agree how you look to your competitors. Right now, whether you innovate or not is beside the point. At least you all are making better decisions. Now you have a place to refresh and go from, right? To innovate from. Blue ocean strategy, which is where the strategy canvas comes from, is all about innovation, right? Finding new markets, creating new markets, new blue oceans. That journey is a little bit harder, right? To get to the blue line and separate those things. But we're talking about the first step. The first step is realizing it, getting customer feedback. Now you can start to say, okay, I need to go back to my customers after the first interview and say, all right, Shaik, you told me these are your 10 biggest, most important things that you're worried about. Prioritize those for me. Rank them from 1 to 10. Okay, and now you're going to see new insights and say, okay, these are still important. We got to compete on them. But these are less important. These are more important. Now I can start to put my resources to change my value curve real time, so the customer's literally experiencing better service or more features, right? If they're telling you that. Now you're literally changing your value curve. It's not this theoretical curve, it's literal now. And it doesn't mean you're creating a new blue ocean, which is kind of what the blue ocean strategy canvases can help you do. But even in your current market, you can now start to separate yourself. We call these different levers that you're pulling. You can reduce, because if you're trying to be the best at everything, well, your costs are going to be too high, right? So, right, it's like,
Absolutely.
okay, some things are table stakes if you're a poker player, right? We got to do certain things, but it doesn't mean we have to do them amazingly, right? What's the most important to the customer?
Fantastic answer. Yeah. So there is a couple of questions. Can you explain the nested SWOT? I'm not sure whether. Yeah.
I'm not sure what the nested means.
SWOT. Okay. So any other questions?
I'm not sure if they might have heard.
So Kumunu, there are some questions. We can take this offline because there are so many points you put it. Okay.
But great.
So finally, yeah. So you have a couple of minutes, Brian. Very interesting. So you talk about the value proposition and then the customer profile. So that is fantastic way to actually describe the whole strategy of the organization. Yeah. Mhm. So
Go ahead.
so can you just explain some key takeaways on that?
And I think if I heard you right, Shaik, you were talking about the value proposition canvas. Okay.
Exactly.
I would love to know in the chat, if it's raise people's hands or, put in there, how many people have actually used the value proposition canvas? My hypothesis is a low percentage.
Very low.
And this is one of the fallacies, the biggest thing I see from Fortune 500 companies to startups that I've worked with is you can't.
So we lost you, Brian. Praveen, can you check? Is it from my side?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Okay. So we lost you. I thought it's from our side.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
I can hear you.
So what specifically on the value proposition canvas would you like me to talk a little bit more about?
No, just to explain a little, because it's a very important topic and it's a new, so people are trying to understand more.
Yeah.
About it.
And this, so honestly, the book's behind me, if you see there, the Strategizer tool set, the value proposition canvas is one of the books. Business model generation's a book, testing business ideas. I really recommend you get those. But the value prop canvas is really, really important because it's all about the customer, right, and their needs. And we don't want to make it too complex. If you have all these different charts and tabs, it's too complex, right? So one simple canvas, what are the customer's jobs, pains, gains are worried about? And if you can't draw a line with validation from the customer that those are solving their biggest issues, then you've literally created a product that the customer doesn't care about, right? And sometimes we'll see these, we call them orphan objects. Like, yeah, we've got this great set of all these jobs, pains, and gains. We have stuff over here that customers told us about, but the companies then created this stuff over here, and none of the features that we've created on these great new products we can draw lines to. So you've created stuff that you think's great, but the customer has told you, well, that's not what I most care about. And so that's where we have to start refreshing. Well, what is it they care about? Which is why Hilti created the new offerings, right? Maybe think about COVID, right? It was all about delivery. It was contactless. That happened overnight. So simple ideas. What are the customers' changing needs? How do we continue to keep them in the forefront of our minds? It's not about product R&D only after we gather insights from the customer, and that helps us literally just document them. So bring R&D into the room, bring sales into the room. What do they hear? Bring engineering into the room. And now then you have to go out of the room and go talk to customers, which is the hard part, because most of us are used to sitting around the boardroom and we come up with these ideas and then we go do them. That's now only the starting point. That used to be the end point of planning. It's now the starting point, that now we have to go out and validate our assumptions.
Fantastic. Yeah, so we have some questions. Maybe you can offline answer them. So Kumunu, yeah. So pestle are only inputs to opportunities and threats. Also can use Porter 5 forces, but nothing come from flows from strength. And
all
weaknesses.
great. Yeah, 5 forces, all those things are wonderful. Absolutely. And whatever you like, use those. To me, the other tools are more important, or however you want to look at trends and things. It's just an example.
Okay. So great, Dr. Brian. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
It has been very nice. And thank you for joining all the way from US. And it's so early morning for you. So thank you very much. And it's a wonderful lecture.
Well, I'm
Thank you
happy
very
to
much.
provide all the information so you can give people the slides if you'd like to. And, my goal is I'm here if people have questions, free discovery call. I'm happy to help you talk through the tools, how to use them. And, so that's what I do.
Perfect.
Thank you, Shaik.
Excellent. We'll just connect if somebody wants to meet. Yes. So thank you, Dr.
You guys have a
thank
great
you very
rest
much.
of the day. Good luck on the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Brian. Wonderful lecture. Okay, so yeah, we are 5 minutes late. Alex, we can compensate. It's not a problem. Welcome, Alex. Hope all is good. So nice to see you again. Okay, so let me introduce you. So the topic today we talk about formulating winning strategies in VUCA world, an integrated and adequate, adaptable approach. Okay, I think you wrote a very nice article also on this topic. Okay, Alex Milovanvich is a board level strategy advisor with 30 years of experience, over 30 years of experience, international experience across Africa, the Balkans, the emerging markets. As founder of business strategy in the Balkans, he guides boards, executive teams in navigating complex, risky, and transformations. His expertise spans strategy planning, change management, operational turnarounds, supported by leadership roles in consulting, engineering, and market risk analysis. So, thank you, Alex, for joining all the way. So, maybe you can do a quick round of introduction if I miss something, and then over to you.
Thank you very much. First, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. From early morning in Americas to evening in Australia. Here where I sit now in Belgrade, Serbia, is late morning. And I believe it's early afternoon there where you sit. Thank you all, and thank you Free Strategy for this opportunity. Okay, I believe technically everything is in order. Can you see my slide? Okay.
Yeah, we can see.
Now it's a full slide. Okay, you see it.
I can see the slide, but not in the slideshow.
Can I start?
Not in the slideshow. Not in the slideshow format. It is in the open format. Yeah, normal format.
Okay, can I carry on?
Can you just try again to make it presentation mode?
Can you see this?
I can see only the PPT without presentation mode, normal mode.
Okay, can you see this?
No, not yet. Maybe you need to reshare it once again if you don't mind.
Okay, I'll stop sharing.
Yeah.
And then reshare. I can't find it. There is a problem. But
no, just when you click
yeah,
share.
but the problem is when I click share. First, for example, I don't see you anymore, and when when I click share, it doesn't give me the other window. The other just gives me this window.
Yeah, that is true.
That's the problem. We have a spare solution. Praveen has my presentation. He can put it on the deck.
Praveen, can you do that? So you can join it and then share it.
Yeah, I don't need to share. He can put it, and I will just say, move on. Next slide, next slide.
Yeah.
That's because I something is wrong here. It doesn't.
Yeah, 1 minute.
It was there, but suddenly disappeared.
No worries. Praveen, do you need help? Praveen, you can share me the presentation if you want.
Yes, sir. It is loading now.
Yeah, okay.
I really don't know. It was on the screen and suddenly disappeared. Why? Nobody knows.
You cannot see still, Praveen.
Okay, maybe you can try now.
Now is able to use, sir.
Okay, can you see this my screen now?
No, not yet. No.
Okay, then you have because it is on the screen. I actually see my screen under my image.
Yeah, just if you want to share the screen, okay, and then you will get a window.
Yeah, I see a small window.
What happened? Yeah.
It says
No,
the
something
studio
coming up.
restream says I don't know. Okay, now you see. I see it.
We can see
This is my screen.
screen is okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Open the PPT.
Okay. Do you see this?
Yeah. We are seeing the folder. So Praveen, can you share me the PPT? I can share it from my side if you want.
But you
Share me on the
have a look. I think I'm sharing screen because it's on your screen. I see a small screen, my screen.
No, sir.
It is there, just on the RAM stream on the rest stream window. I see my screen actually.
Okay. So let me do that. I got it.
Okay, it's underneath of my window, my image. Here it is. It's in the middle now. It's on the main screen.
Yeah. Now we can see it, but it is not in the presentation mode.
Okay, that's the start. Okay, I'll move it to the presentation. That's no problem. Are you happy now?
No, that is a problem. Yeah.
Then I don't know. Okay. That's the only thing. You see my screen. I move it into a slideshow, and you should see the slideshow.
Okay. Now, if you want me to share, I can do that. Yeah. Let me share it.
Just wait a little bit. And it says it's sharing.
Let me try to share it. Can you see it?
I see. It's in the middle on your screen. It is on your screen. I think everybody can see it.
Yeah, if you can see, I can change the slides. If you instruct me.
Okay, but this is from Praveen. This slide is from Praveen because I changed.
No,
Okay, can we carry on now?
No. Now it is changed.
Go to the back to the first slide, please. Okay.
Yeah.
I will say when you need to change to move on slide by slide. Is it okay?
No problem.
Okay.
Please carry on.
Okay, sorry for this inconvenience, technical problems, but I don't know what to do. Okay. Anyway, I'll go to my screen now. Okay. Formulating winning strategies in the VUCA world, integrated and adaptable approach. We all know that strategy formulation is essential to organizational success, of course, and execution as well. Yet, how many businesses truly feel they have a practical and effective approach? Often, while numerous strategy frameworks offer valuable insights, They tend to focus on isolated aspects or introduce theoretical complexity that actually hinders progress toward generating sound, clear, and actionable strategy. Unfortunately, many strategy workshops, and I've done really many of them, still get overloaded with theoretical lecturing and are dominated by reports using various analytical concepts. Instead, this method I'm presenting today is structured, logical, questions driven, far more engaging for all participants, and strictly outcome oriented. The promise is simple. By answering all the right questions, which I'm going to present you today, you will generate your strategy. So with this, let's move to next slide. The title is Understanding the VUCA World, is right? Okay, let me first explain what that VUCA means. V is for volatility. It is rapid, unpredictable, and often dramatic changes in market conditions, technology, or global events. For example, sudden shifts in consumer demand or disruptive technological breakthroughs. Remember what happened to Kodak some years, a long time ago, but okay, they were leader and suddenly digital appeared and they lost it. U from the VUCA is for uncertainty. It's lack of predictability, the inability to forecast future events or outcomes with confidence, despite having information. For example, unclear market direction or the long-term impact of new regulations. Just think of tariffs. C is for complexity. It's a multitude of interconnected factors and variables. It's tariffs, trade, and geopolitics, and technological breakthrough. Really, you have to put all those factors into your strategy, and it is very complex and really challenging. And A stands for ambiguity. It's lack of clarity, with situations being vague, open to multiple interpretations, and information often incomplete or contradictory. For example, emerging business models or new market spaces with undefined rules. Okay, we are ready to move to next slide. The title of the slide is VUCA Impact on Strategy Formulation. Okay, yep. So how does this VUCA impact our work? It forces us to move from predict and plan to adapt and learn. Long-term fixed plans quickly became obsolete. Strategy must be an ongoing iterative process. There is increased need for agility. Organizations must rapidly respond to changing conditions and pivot strategic direction with speed. Emphasis must be on continuous sensing. You have to open your eyes and look around all the time, constantly. So constant monitoring for internal and external environments is crucial to identify shifts and inform decisions. Those who react first will have the advantage. If you miss some change in your environment, it's at your cost. Focus on resilience and responsiveness. Strategies must be robust enough to withstand shocks and flexible enough to capitalize on new opportunities. And then transparency and clear logic. In uncertainty, transparent decision-making processes build trust and facilitate buy-in. So this is what I'm going to present you. This methodology is designed to be transparent and logical. Then you can understand it. That is the most important thing, because if you don't understand, if you don't see and you don't understand the logic behind your strategy, then strategy is probably wrong. Move to the next slide, please. the title is Why This Method Wins in a VUCA World, right? Okay, have you changed this slide? Okay.
Yes.
So, as I said, it is I'm integrating in this model more than 10 different theoretical concepts. From Porter, 5 forces, blue ocean, VRIO. By the way, it's VRIO is value, rarity, imitability, and organization, and down to playing to win. I will share the link to my article after this presentation, and the article is far more theoretical, 4,000 words. You will find all those theories and alignment of my methodology with other theories, but I won't bother you more here with theory in this presentation today. Next is my methodology gives you structured clarity, breaks down complexity into 9 logical objective-driven steps, each anchored by powerful questions that clarify intent and promote disciplined analysis. Adaptability is built in, encourages iterative refinement at each step, making it responsive to fast-changing environments without losing strategic direction. The methodology is opportunity focused, surfaces latent demand, unmet needs, and non-customers. It is actually coming from blue ocean strategy. By the way, for those who understand, who learned before the blue ocean, helping organizations convert ambiguity into first mover advantage. Ambiguity, sorry. It is AI ready. For those ambitious who want to automate it, it is designed to integrate data, forecasts, and AI tools throughout the process, enhancing predictive power and reducing cognitive overload. And it is practical and theoretical. Okay, we can move to the next slide. It's a slide of it's an image of the methodology, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Do you see the image?
I can see the step 1. Yeah, the image is there. You want the
Okay,
image?
okay. The title of the slide is Strategy in Motion, the Evolving Spiral of Dynamic Formulation. Okay, you see here 9 steps. They are all in a logical sequence. I'll explain it to you. It's starting for our current context, which is dynamic and uncertain. Starting with knowing yourself. That's what I call know-how. Then you learn external environment, external analysis, and carry on through those next steps down to continuous refinement. So strategy has to learn and refine itself all the time. And we are going into a future context with even more uncertainty and probably even more complexity tomorrow. So we can move to the next slide, please. It's step 1, know-how.
Yeah.
Okay. The objective is to define the organization's core strengths and unique expertise, ensuring that all strategic choices build upon a solid foundation of sustainable competitive advantage and value creation. So remember, questions in the strategy session, in the strategy workshops are driving your activity. So those key questions you need to ask your audience are, what is our know-how, and do we possess any competitive advantages out of our know-how? Are these advantages sustainable? How can we create value for both our customers and ourselves, including innovative value? So the weight is on our core capabilities. We are starting Our core capabilities serve as a strategic anchor for developing our future strategy. So I look for examples of this. For this first step, I will start from one example from India. It is Reliance Jio, India's telecom disruptor. Their know-how lies in cost-optimized digital infrastructure and scalable platform ecosystems. Their competitive advantage, what is it? Building a nationwide 4G network from scratch. It's now already 5G with ultra-low data prices bundled with free voice calls. Is it sustainable? Oh, yes, by vertically integrating fiber optic networks, partnering with local content creators, for example, GeoSound, and leveraging parent company Reliance's retail empire, GeoMart. Their innovative value, what was it? Pivoting from telecom to a digital services hub, using their brand GeoMoney and GeoHealth. This actually, their move, mirrors Apple's ecosystem play but rooted in emerging market affordability. Okay, that was my first step. Now, moving to the second step. It's next slide, please. Step 2. Is it slide on? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Please, I need to hear your voice. I can't move on.
Yeah. 1 second.
Okay, it's step
Can you
2,
hear me?
right?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Okay, I can hear you. Okay. So let's move.
Step 2.
Let's move. Yes, step 2, external analysis. So after we learned what is our strength, our know-how, we have to learn our environment. So objective of this step is to assess external forces that influence the organization's success, identify emerging opportunities and potential threats to align the strategy with broader market dynamics, and uncover new market spaces by recognizing non-customers and latent demand. The questions we are going to use are: what trends, forces, or disruptions are shaping the external environment? What opportunities can we proactively seize before competitors do? What risks or threats are emerging, and how can we prepare or respond? Are there adjacent or entirely new markets we can explore? When we keep sensing and looking around all the time, it enables our early detection of volatility and market shifts. It fosters our proactive mindset. So the example here is take Jumia Technologies from Nigeria. It's Africa's e-commerce pioneer. Their external analysis revealed 2 game-changing opportunities. First, Africa youth-driven digital boom, and second, the lack of formal retail infrastructure. What were their threats? Logistics chaos and cash-dependent customers vary of online scams. Jumia breakthrough, what was it? Building its own logistics network and payment solutions. Jumia Pay, that's a brand. Turning these constraints into advantages. By targeting non-customers, millions excluded by traditional retail, they unlock a $500 million market, even more than that. It's like Netflix, but for Africa's unique challenges, proving volatility can be tamed with proactive analysis. Okay, now when we know ourself, inner self and external, we can move to find to decide on our competitive approach. It's the slide step 3, generic strategy.
Yes.
Objective, it is to define the organization's competitive approach to guide the organization's resource allocation and market positioning, whether through low-cost leadership, differentiation, focus strategy, or an innovative alternative. Our key questions are: what type of value will we deliver, and how will it stand out from our competitors? Will we lead through cost efficiency, differentiation, niche focus, or a new strategic logic? So I'm fully open, and you must be fully open. If you invent some new strategic logic, please carry on with that. How does this approach align with our capabilities and market dynamics? In this complex environment, choosing a clear competitive approach upfront provides a vital anchor, reducing ambiguity in decision making later. We'll come back to later to this order, why this step 3 generic strategy is here. So a strong example for this is coming from Middle East. Almaray, it's a Saudi-based food and beverage giant. By addressing the question, what will our generic strategy be, we see that Almaray has adopted a differentiation strategy within the highly competitive dairy and food sector. Rather than competing on price alone, Almaray focuses on premium quality, freshness, and trust, supported by full vertical integration from farm to shelf. This strategic choice allows it to control quality at every stage, reinforcing its brand promise. Will it adopt an industry-wide or niche approach? Almaray competes industry-wide, targeting a broad consumer base across the Middle East with a diverse product portfolio that includes dairy, juices, bakery, and poultry. Its differentiation is sustained through continuous investment in technology, logistics, and marketing, positioning it as one of the most trusted and recognizable food brands in the region. With this, I'll move to next slide. Step 4, target customers.
Yeah.
Objective of this step is to identify customer segments and their specific needs to ensure alignment with the organization's strategy, maximizing market impact and positioning. Our key questions are: who are our most strategically relevant current and potential customer segments? What unmet needs or pain points do they face? How do our capabilities align with the needs of these segments? By focusing on identifying specific customers' needs, we are actually clarifying who the strategy is for and what matters to them. Coming back, who are our intended market segments, and main thing, what are their unmet needs, what we can meet that our customers couldn't do. So my example is compelling one of Lego, iconic Danish toy manufacturer. When asking which customers should we target, Lego expanded beyond its traditional focus on children to identify 3 underserved customer segments. First one, adult collectors seeking nostalgia and creative display pieces. Second, educators looking for STEM learning tools. STEM is coming from science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, by the way. And the third segment is corporate teams interested in creative problem solving through hands-on methods. By examining behavioral patterns, not just demographics, Lego uncovered that many adults crave stress relief, creativity, and screen-free engagement in a digital world. What specific needs will we aim to fulfill? Lego responded with offerings like Lego Art for adult collectors, Lego Education for classrooms, and Lego Serious Play for corporate innovation workshops. This redefinition of target customers helped Lego navigate industry volatility, for example, shifting retail channels, changing play habits, and reduce market ambiguity, ensuring continued growth in a maturing and disrupted toy market. Okay, we can move to next slide.
Yeah.
Step 5, offerings. The objective of this step is to define the products and services that effectively meet customer needs, ensuring customer satisfaction, value creation, and sustainable growth. Key questions for this step. What are we offering to our target segments? And how does this align with and reinforce our chosen generic strategy? How do our products and services align with identified customer needs? Are our offerings scalable, adaptable, or positioned for long-term relevance? This step drives adaptability by focusing on solutions that are flexible and responsive to evolving customer needs. So product design today probably won't be the same design tomorrow, even for the very same market customer segment. Why? Because customer needs are evolving with the environment, with the new age. So for this fifth step, my example is one company from Nigeria. By asking what are we offering to our target segments and how does this align and reinforce our chosen generic strategy. Flutterwave, a leading Nigerian fintech company, defined its offerings to address fragmented payment infrastructure across Africa. Initially targeting SMEs and large enterprises needing just efficient cross-border transactions, it offered a unified payment API that simplifies processing across currencies and platforms. This offering aligns with Flutterwave's differentiation strategy, standing out through ease of integration, reliability, and scale. Over time, it expanded to launch products like Barter, it's about consumer wallets, and Send, it's remittance services, to address evolving needs in business to consumer segments. By focusing on customer-centric modular services rather than just payment processing, Flutterwave adapted to shifting digital finance trends, built their resilience amid regulatory and currency volatility, and reinforced the value proposition in a dynamic ecosystem. By the way, that API stands for Application Programming Interface. Now I'll come back to the order of this step number 3, 4, and 5. Why is decision about generic strategy in step 3 made before identifying customer segments in step 4 and then only then offering step 5? This question touches the core logic of my methodology. Step 3 defines the organization's competitive approach, e.g. low-cost leadership, differentiation, focus, or some innovative alternative. So this competitive approach, which serves as a strategic lens through which all subsequent decisions are made. It doesn't prescribe tactics or specific customer solutions, but instead frames how the organization intends to win in the market. Once this high-level approach is clear, it becomes more coherent to identify which customer segments best fit that strategy in step 4, and then what offerings will deliver the intended value in step 5. For example, a company pursuing a low-cost strategy would target cost-sensitive segments and design lean offerings. It's very different from the one pursuing premium differentiation. Placing step 3 before steps 4 and 5 ensures that customer choices and product decisions are not made in isolation, but are strategically aligned with the broader competitive positioning of the organization. With explaining this, we can now move to our next slide.
Yeah.
Step 6, markets. The objective of this step number 6 is to identify the most strategic locations and markets for operations and competition, ensuring optimal resource allocation and value capture. So at the strategy workshop, you will use the following question. What geographic markets offer the best strategic fit for our offerings and target customers? What are the early entry barriers and regulatory landscapes in these markets? What is the competitive intensity and growth potential within these markets? And how can we tailor our approach to each selected market? So hidden behind a lot of it is Porter's 5 forces. But again, I'm not. My intention is not to overload with the participants of the strategy workshop with too much theory. The theory is in these questions. So this step supports the diversification and adaptability, but by anchoring operations in environments with the highest potential. That's what we are looking for. The environment with the highest potential, both for the highest rewards and with the least risk. So the example here is when asking in which location or markets do we want to operate, Walmart, it's a United States company, made a strategic decision to enter and expand in markets where its cost leadership model could thrive. While it scaled back in less compatible markets like Germany and the UK, it successfully grew in Mexico, Chile, and Central America, regions with strong demand for affordable goods and operational alignment with Walmart's logistics capabilities. How does this optimize market impact? Walmart tailors its approach to each region through partnerships, acquisitions, or localized formats, while leveraging its global logistics and procurement strengths. This strategic market selection and adaptation allow Walmart to mitigate risk, allocate resources efficiently, and maintain resilience in volatile economic environments. So now when we decided with the decision about markets, we have to decide on our strategic goals, and that is our next slide, step 7, strategic goals.
Yeah.
The objective of this step is to establish clear, measurable goals that provide direction, create accountability throughout the organization, and not just at the top, and ensure progress towards strategic success. Key questions to be asked. What specific and measurable goals will define our success? Are our goals achievable? Very important. And do they accurately reflect the intent of our overall strategy? This step promotes clarity and focus by defining concrete targets, yet retains adaptability by allowing for periodic re-evaluation. Let me give you an example. Answering what measurable strategic goals will guide our efforts. Etihad Airways from UAE set a bold target to achieve a net zero carbon emissions by 2050, with interim goals such as reducing 20% of emissions intensity by 2025 and 50% by 2035. These goals are not aspirational slogans. They are backed by measurable initiatives like operating eco-demonstrator flights, investing in sustainable aviation fuel, and launching a green loyalty program that rewards carbon-conscious behavior. How does this drive strategic success? These goals align Etihad's brand with global sustainability expectation, attract environmentally aware travelers and partners, and position the airline as a regional leader in green aviation. In a VUCA world, such clarity and commitment provide both direction and adaptability, allowing Etiquette to innovate while staying anchored to long-term value creation. Now, only now, when we know what our goals are, we can, with that, we can decide on our resources, and that is the next slide, step 8, key resources. The objective is to identify, align, and allocate efficiently the necessary assets, human resources, knowledge, and technology, and management systems, all that comes with the knowledge, and to successfully execute the strategy. So, key questions we are going to use. What resources and capabilities are essential for delivering on our strategic goals? Which assets should we build, acquire, partner for, or divest? How do we ensure that our resources remain flexible, scalable, and aligned with evolving priorities? This step ensures strategic execution remains resilient by aligning assets with shifting conditions. Through dynamic resource allocation, whether resizing, relocating, or reconfiguring, it promotes agility in volatile environments. So the example here, a strong example of strategic resource alignment is Tata, back to India, Tata Electronics. And there over $11 billion investment in 23-24 in semiconductor manufacturing, positioning India as a credible player in the global chip ecosystem. To address volatility, Tata partnered with Taiwan Powerchip Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, bringing in advanced technology while simultaneously training 20,000 local engineers, building domestic capability and avoiding talent bottlenecks seen in other markets. To manage complexity, Tata chose to build plants in both Gujarat and Assam, spreading geopolitical and infrastructural risk. It is unlike Intel from United States, concentrating the investment in Ohio. To navigate ambiguity, Tata allocated a significant portion of its capital expenditure to R&D for both legacy and AI chips, hedging against rapid shifts in demand and technological disruption. With this, now we have our strategy formulated. However, in this constantly changing environment, we move to step 9. It's the next slide. Step 9, final continuous refinement. And our strategy needs to be continuously refined. So the objective of this step, establish a process.
So is it slide 9, step 9?
Step 9, yes.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay, establish a process for ongoing monitoring, evaluation, and adaptation of the strategy, ensuring continuing relevance and responsiveness to evolving market dynamics. So the questions you are going to use: how will we continuously evaluate the performance and validity of our strategy? The emphasis is on the word continuously. It's not once off. Just now to evaluate your strategy, I'm going to show you later how to do that, but continuously. Next question: what mechanisms do we have in place for learning and rapid adjustments? If you don't have, you have to build. And the third one: how do we integrate new information, insights, or disruptions into our strategic process? You have to establish dynamic iterative approach to strategy that replaces static planning with continuous monitoring, evaluation, and adjustments. A standout example of continuous refinement is US company Adobe, decade-long transformation into a digital experience powerhouse. Facing disruption from the mobile and software as a service revolutions, much of it happened in 2010, 2012, Adobe began tracking real-time signals, including cloud adoption rates and shifts in creative workflows using AI-driven analytics. It set predefined strategic triggers, such as committing to a full cloud transition once mobile creative app usage surpassed 35%. And it's a milestone they actually reached in 2015. Adobe then pivoted decisively. It phased out their product Flash, called Flash, in 2017, despite it was generating over $400 million in annual revenue, because it didn't fit with their new strategy. So that got rid of it. Adobe acquired a new company, Marketo, for $4.75 billion to lead in digital marketing, and attempted to acquire another company, Figma, for $20 billion to enhance collaborative design. By the way, they actually failed to do that because of the regulatory obstacles later. The result, Adobe recurring revenue surged from just 5% in 2011 to 95% by 2023, demonstrating how structured monitoring, clear decision thresholds, and bold execution can turn disruption into strategic advantage. And with that, this is all 9 steps. I presented all 9 steps of my methodology, and the step 9 is still carrying on on and on as long as you have that strategy. Move to the next slide, please. Is the strategy sound? Key criteria for evaluation. So it is your bonus slide today. This slide actually originally doesn't belong here, but I added it because I believe it's very important to evaluate. When you finish this process in your strategy room, you have to evaluate your strategy before starting to plan to create a strategy execution plan and later executing it. So first, strategy that you just formulated needs to have clarity and consciousness. Is the strategy easy to understand and communicate? A strong strategy avoids ambiguity and can be succinctly articulated. Logical coherence. Does the strategy follow a clear logical structure? Remember, I told you that at the beginning. It must be logical. If you don't understand the logic behind your strategy, then the strategy is wrong. It should connect objectives, actions, and expected outcomes in a way that makes sense. It must be assumption-driven. Every strategy rests on assumptions about market trends, customer behavior, competitive dynamics, and etc. Are these assumptions explicitly stated, and are they valid? Any assumptions you pull during formulation, you must write it down and keep it for future reference. Next check is adaptability. What happens if key assumptions prove wrong? A robust strategy has built-in flexibility, contingencies, feedback loops, or pivots to adjust when reality diverges from expectations. So you have to build that. You must prepare your contingency strategies, feedback loops, or pivot points where it's called tripwires. Actually, when you check if something should happen, has it happened or not? Whether you need to move to plan B or you can carry on with the plan A. Next one, the strategy must have clear goals and success metrics. Does the strategy define what success looks like? Measurable outcomes and milestones help track progress and validate effectiveness. I highly recommend to use milestones. I always use that. Visibility and resource alignment. Even the best strategy fails if execution isn't realistic. Are resources, budget, talent, time properly allocated to support it? And you must ensure shareholder buy-in. First, you must ensure that all key shareholders understand the strategy, and then that they buy into that strategy. And with this, I finish my presentation. We can move to questions and discussions. I know we are late, but we are started late due to
Yeah, yeah.
technical
So we
problems. And I just want to add one thing. I strongly advise to read my original article, as it provides theoretical alignments with my methodology, as well as another set of examples. So these examples I find new for today. Link will be on a comment, or I'll try to post it. If any of you decide to go with this methodology, I will appreciate feedback, please. Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah. So let me see it because I was hiding. Okay. So how can you have start to define any generic strategy before defining your target customer or offerings?
That I explained that. I can come back to that, but the generic strategy is my competitive approach. It touches the core logic of the methodology. It defines organization competitive approach, which serves as a strategic lens through which subsequent decisions on customer segments and offerings come. So let me go back from the beginning. We are starting with inner self, know-how, expanding to learn the environment, external analysis, deciding on our competitive approach that rests on our strength, on our know-how. That's why I have a competitive approach sitting on our strength. And then, based on that approach, competitive approach, what is, for example, differentiation strategy, generic strategy, we are looking for customer segments and product services to offer them, and markets. Okay, that's how I understand. It is, I am not saying that you don't expand your capability, your strength, but at least at the beginning, you must understand what you know, and what more, even more important, what you don't know, and don't make mistake with trying to compete with something that you actually don't know, that competitors know much better. If you, for example, going to compete with the cost advantage when you don't have cost advantage. So if I have a differentiated products before, I'll start with differentiated products. And if I learn that the external environment is losing buying power, for example, the number of potential customers that who can't afford high prices is growing enormously, and my market of premium customers is shrinking. Okay, I can move to low cost strategy, but I have to build capability. It is a huge shift. I have to build a complete, for example, production process that and the supply chain, that everything changed. You have to change your inner self, yourself, your capability. So that's why I'm going with the generic strategy first, based on that what I can do, and not on that what I can't do. Okay.
Yeah. So the question is, so you have the strategy you build based on assumptions. Okay. So now almost always these assumptions you need to validate continuously. So in real time, how these assumptions are validated and who do this? Because it's is it like a team or office of strategy management, or did the companies review the assumptions periodically as part of strategy reviews? So how do they do that, Alex?
Okay. Remember, I told you, when you make assumption, write it down and you have to keep it for future reference. And then in the step 9, if you recall, continuous refinement, I said in those questions, build your systems. How are we going to validate, to keep seeing and noticing all those changes? Okay, let me just go back one slide. So, okay, I'll do it. So, how will we continuously evaluate the performance and validity of our strategy? What mechanisms? So, this is the key. What mechanisms do we have in place for learning and rapid adjustments? Okay, if you don't have mechanisms, we have to build that. We can use AI for external, let's say for pastel. A lot of points of pastel can be found through AI. They are generally publicly available information. For the information of our customers, we can build this. So we have to build information, our own information, and information seeking systems and internal analysis and distribution to those who decide on strategy, that they can early triggers, and they can react early. So the systems we have to build,
Perfect.
and the AI can help a lot.
Yeah. So that's a great session, Alex. So we
Thank
had
you
some
very
initial
much.
features. So wonderful process of 9 steps. So it's very happy to see that again. Please share
Okay.
your article link. So any of
Yeah,
our
I'm going to try to paste these links. If not, I will send it to Praveen and he can paste in the comments.
sure, definitely.
Okay, just
So thank
now.
you. Yeah, perfect. So thank you. And if there is any questions, we'll post it to you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
So
Good
thank you,
luck.
Alex. Thank you, and have a good time. It's
Thank you
fantastic
very much.
session. Thank you very
Oh.
much, Alex. Thank you. Wow, it's a wonderful session from Alex Milovanvich. It's a wonderful session. Thank you, Alex. So now, yeah, it has been a long day now. So let us welcome our guest speaker, Alan Fell. So thank you, Alan, for keeping you waiting for 10 minutes. So we run late. So hope all is good. So nice to see you again, Alan. Okay.
Okay, Abdul, thank you so much. You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Very
Let me do some quick round of introduction. So let me just give a quick round of introduction. Alan Fell's topic is executive leadership in strategy management. It's very important topic. You can, with Alan Fell's experience, I think it will be great to hear what is the leadership role. Okay. So Alan Fell is a UK-based management consultant and trainer, specialized in strategy execution and balance scorecard with over 30 years of experience, maybe 40 years of experience since inception of balance scorecard. So as a director of Alan Fell Consultancy Limited, he delivers training and advisory services across Middle East, Southeast Asia, and Africa across the globe. Okay, so he emphasizes practical implementation of balance scorecard to drive real organizational transformation. So thank you, Alan, for joining the session today. So over to you. Yeah.
Okay, Abdul, thank you so much. Pleasure to be with you again. So before I switch to slides, can I just say the general subject of leadership in strategy management? What I want to avoid, and we've only got a short time, I don't want to get into leadership as a whole, as a defined subject. It's a massive subject. I'm specifically focused on the practicalities of leadership roles within the context of strategy management. So just to kind of place that. So let's see if I can press the right buttons and get the right screen. What have we got here? Okay, I hope you can see that. Could someone just say yes? Okay. Can you see this? Can you see the slide?
Not yet, not yet. So
Oh.
did you try to select the screen?
I've selected the screen.
Yeah, now it is visible.
You can see it. Very good.
Yeah. Presentation mode, normal mode. Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Well, thank you. So the first page, no need to.
Can you
say
go to the
any more.
next? Yeah, visible. Perfect.
Yeah. We okay?
Yeah. We can
Yeah,
see the
fine.
second page. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So just brief background beyond what Abdul said. My background is commercial banking, but most of my time in that large UK bank was actually in the field of corporate performance management, both operational and strategic planning, execution, and lots of supporting tools and techniques, particularly with the finance perspective, as you might imagine. And then the last 29 years as an independent consultant, focused around the world. So again, I don't think I need to say any more about that. What I did want to start with is what I find a sort of dichotomy, a difference of perspective between two groups of people on this subject. I have run literally hundreds of training programs and workshops across the world. I mean, also in Australia, New Zealand, USA, Canada, Europe. So it really has been pretty global. The only area I haven't covered, so my personal strategies failed in this so far, is South America, but that's still an ambition. But when I run a typical training program, I always get the delegates to keep a sort of an action plan of things which they believe require attention within their organization, and to build that up during the period of the course. And at the end of the course, then, I ask them to summarize what are the top 3 issues that you think your organization needs to address to improve its management of its strategy. And almost without exception, better leadership is the number 1 area for improvement. And the sort of feedback I hear from people constantly, whether I'm just running a training program or whether I'm actually inside an organization in consulting, is senior management, it's all words but no actions. They say things, but they behave differently. And I often get the comment, I wish the leaders would come on this course. Well, most leaders are not going to give up 4 or 5 days for a strategy management course. But nonetheless, the thought is there. However, when I talk to typical executive leadership, and the sort of work I do naturally brings me into direct contact with boards of directors, chief executives, and the C-suite, and so on, you get a very different reaction. Kind of, oh, we know all about this. Yes, you know, we studied strategy management years ago at university, or we picked it up as we've gone along. There are many demands on our time. And when it comes to execution, and the fact that most organizations fail to execute successfully, the sort of lie back is to say, well, we've got a good plan. It's external challenges. And they blame changes in government policy, or Donald Trump and his tariffs, or commodity prices, or whatever. But it's always external. And so, you know, this difference of perspective to me is worrying. And it's something which, when I'm working with clients as a consultant, we spend a lot of time on in trying to start to bridge that. And so much of this is about communication and also perception in how people behave. I remember talking to the chief executive of a very large UK bank. I was a consultant there. And I remember saying to him, look, we know, we're a team of people, we know you are very keen, very committed to the whole idea of developing and executing a strategy. but your behavior doesn't communicate that. The perception your people have is that it's all about operations. It's all about short-term results at the end of the quarter. And, you know, it's sort of getting him to make those visible signs that he was committed, that he was engaged, and that it was important. And things like that can be really significant. So just a starting thought. A reminder, a very famous article from Fortune magazine many, many years ago now, but I think the message is still relevant. In 70% of the cases why chief executives were actually sacked, not retired or what have you, but sacked, dismissed, is a failure to execute strategy. It's not a failure of, do we have a plan? Do we have a strategic plan? It's a failure to execute that strategy successfully. So just a reminder on that. If I think about the generic strategic roles of both board of directors and chief executive, or the public sector equivalent, if you're in the public sector, what's the role of the chief executive? To lead the management team in formulating and successfully executing the chosen strategy, and thereby achieving the vision and the goals. And the board is essentially an overseeing role. And you ask yourself, how much time does a typical chief executive, or indeed a C-suite member, spend on this topic compared to all the other demands, legitimate demands on their time? Have they got the balance right? And I think in many cases the answer is no. And this point follows what Alex was just saying, and I was fascinated by his presentation, and you know, thank him for the opportunity to hear it. If you haven't got a clear vision and goals, which essentially represent the destination, how can you choose a strategy? Just think in real life, if you don't know where you want to get to, you can't choose a route to get there. It's blatantly simple. And yet so many organizations are unclear on their overall goals. And I just want to expand on that point a minute, if I may. If I take a good example, I think here of a Middle East business that I worked with, and they had two goals, simply described as 550, 500/50. Double the sales in the next 5 years to the equivalent of US 500 million per year, and a significant improvement in profit margin to reach 10% per year on sales. So $500 million sales, $50 million in net profit. Very simple. And what was interesting was that the chief executive in this case constantly referred to this. And if you looked at the balanced scorecard report, which they reviewed very robustly every month, the front sheet basically had those numbers, 500/50. It was emblazoned everywhere. Everyone knew the measurable goals of the organization. They knew it represented a doubling of sales. They knew it represented a significant improvement in overall profitability. Within that context, things could be done. But another example, this is an Asian airline with a vision statement to be the most preferred airline in Asia. Now, I think they've recently changed it, and I won't name the company to protect the guilty. But it was crazy. This particular airline, at the time that they came out with this, I did a check. They were number 67 in Asia in terms of passengers, or passenger miles, or passenger kilometers, as they measure it. And a small, niche, boutique, state-owned airline. But they wanted to be the most preferred airline in Asia. And this is a company which, in terms of business performance, had negative equity in the balance sheet. Not many companies survive with negative equity, but they had an indulgent government behind them. And they just didn't have, if I may be blunt, a hope in hell of achieving this vision. And everyone knew it. And it didn't make sense at all. And when I talked to, because I used to use this airline from time to time, when I talk to people within the company and you ask them about this, they sort of roll their eyes up to heaven and say, well, this is just management. And forget it. So an example of very poor leadership, when you set a vision with no goals, and that vision has no credibility whatsoever. And unfortunately, there are lots and lots of vision statements that we see which sound nice, but are pretty meaningless or just unrealistic. Obviously, some again are good. That's great. But there are quite a lot, I find, you just look at it and you think, who are you kidding? So I think that's an issue. And just on this subject to finish off about clear destination, the clear goals. I was working with a mid-sized commercial bank, and I had a few-day workshop with the board of directors themselves, not with even senior management, but the actual board of directors. All the directors knew the vision statement. They could repeat it, fine. When I asked them, but what are the measurable goals? How do we translate that vision, which is nice sounding words, into smart, specific goals? The point that Alex was emphasizing a few minutes ago. They started guessing. And I got them to write it down individually. And then I went round the room and you get comments like, well, I think it could be X, Y, Z, or maybe it's ABC. Or we think perhaps it's, WRZ or something. And I have to say, I wiped the floor with them. I mean, I can be I'm very quiet socially, but I can get pretty aggressive business-wise. I wiped the floor, and these are my clients and the board directors, but I wiped the floor with them because I said, if you as directors don't know the goals, how can you possibly expect management and staff to have, one, any confidence in you, and two, to understand what the business is really seeking to achieve? Not how it achieves it, but what it ultimately wants to achieve, what I call the destination or the goals. And I could tell similar stories endlessly for the rest of the day. Of examples like this. So for me, it is a very significant common weak link in leadership, which is that the vision may sound nice, doesn't do any harm to anyone, but when you actually ask what are the goals, either they are unrealistic or they simply don't exist. This is especially the case in the public sector, I have to say. And just to conclude this point, leadership involves understanding the tipping point in setting goals. And it's the tipping point between inspiring and motivating people and just switching people off. So as you sort of increase your ambition, there's a certain point where people say, yes, this is challenging, but we can do it. And the leadership is all about the communication and the ability to lead people, to believe in, to inspire them, so that they really do believe that collectively they can achieve the ambition of the organization. But you go beyond a certain point, and the reaction of people is, this is crazy. And what were they smoking when they came up with this? And I think one of the leadership requirements is understanding the tipping point. Not going too far, but stretching people sufficiently. That is not easy to do. It requires judgment. This does not come out of AI or any fancy analysis or anything else. It ultimately comes into the judgment of top people. And it's very important that they get this right. We, if we come from a strategy management background, can support this as much as possible. And we should be supporting it as much as possible. But ultimately, the decision-making is at the top. I hope that point is clear. I'll pick it up in questioning if necessary. Just a definition of strategic leadership. I won't read it out. You can see it on the screen. This one comes from Warwick Business School, which is pretty well regarded university in the UK. But it is about both the planning and the execution, reaching the goals, and the whole point about leading. It's a way of leading. And the underlying skills and attributes I'll cover later in the presentation. I just say, Abdul, by the way, I'm going fairly quickly to maybe make up a little bit of time to get back on schedule.
No problem. No problem. Take your
And I think one of the aspects which is so important is to have senior people who are comfortable with the big picture rather than, or as well as, operational detail. And some people are, and some are not. And my view is that if you're not comfortable with looking at the big picture, you should not be in a senior leadership role. You may have great technical skills, may have great operational technical capability, but you should not be in a role which is essentially strategic, which is senior leadership. And I've met some fantastic CEOs and C-suite people over my very long career, some of them absolutely fantastic. And every time I meet someone like that, I learn. They give off, and you pick up what they do, and you think that this is good, the way that I do it. I wish I could do some of that. But some of them are simply over-promoted line managers, and who get involved in analysis paralysis. They're not comfortable to make the big decision, so they just want more and more and more analysis, putting the day off when they actually have to make a decision, when hopefully either they will have retired or they've moved on to another role. Now, the way I look at strategic management is to think about four main components. Strategic analysis and thinking, the formulation of the big picture, the actual strategic planning itself, not to be confused with formulating the plan, formulating the strategy, and then finally the execution. And if I just talk briefly about each, so strategic analysis and thinking, I mean, again, Alex's presentation gave a lot of food for thought on that. There are other more traditional tools. We talk about Porter's 5 forces, competitive analysis, market analysis. SWOT and PEST, of course, are I guess, the ground floor in this. Lots of good techniques around. And what I generally find is that companies put a lot of effort into that. Stage 2 is formulating the strategy. This is what I would describe as the vision and mission, the overall organizational goals, and the key themes or pillars or priorities in the strategy itself. It's where we can say the overall strategy has perhaps 3 themes, 3 pillars, A, B, and C, and describe them briefly. They give the very big picture of what are the strategic choices we're making. The third component is the actual strategic planning itself, where we take that strategy and goals, vision that we've decided, and we build it into a proper strategic plan. You've got KPIs, accountability, supporting projects, alignment and cascading, and so on and so on. It's the full planning thing, which includes resourcing, both financial resourcing, manpower resourcing. And then the bit that we often don't give sufficient emphasis to, actually implementing the plan, the strategy execution side. If I think of a typical profile from just based on my long experience, this is not based on textbook stuff, this is based on my personal experience and observations. out of 10, analysis and thinking, probably 8 out of 10. Most organizations do that pretty well, pretty thoroughly, often spend too much time on it to the detriment of the other components. Strategy formulation, again, generally pretty well done. Debate at the senior level, agreement on vision, goals if they exist, sometimes not quantified, but sort of wordy goals, which I don't like, and the key themes of the strategy. When it comes to the planning, score is much less. Excuse me, let me just grab some coffee. I'm going to give it only 5 out of 10. And the reason is that although we may have a comprehensive plan, and although consultants may have been involved, there are often lots of gaps or inconsistencies. I mean, if I had $1 for every time I've seen initiative overload built into a plan, I'd be a very, very rich man. KPIs which may be relevant, but targets which are not, either obviously too high or too low. No effective alignment, either horizontally or vertically, and so on and so on. Lots of problems. And I put at the bottom many, but obviously not all, but many of the challenges of execution are actually built into the plan by poor planning. And yet, as I said at the beginning, most top managers will tell you any execution problems are due to external factors. Now, again, Alex covered some of those, the need for agility, the need to update your assumptions, and so on and so on. Absolutely, totally agree. But nonetheless, so many of the problems I've seen when I'm evaluating strategy execution are caused by limitations in the planning in the first place. And then I think we all know that the execution side, lots and lots of problems, many of them relating to culture. How many times do I see a plan which talks about, or a strategy which talks about a change the culture? But when I look at the plan, there's very little, if anything, about work to be done to change the culture. The plan is much more focused on tangible comfort zone issues that people understand. Culture is all a little bit difficult. So, oh, please excuse me. So that would be my scoring that I have typically seen over my 30, 40 years of work on this subject. I saw a strategic plan recently, what they called a strategic plan, from an organization, it was in the Caribbean. 20 pages, fine. 16 of those 20 pages were strategic analysis. You had a 1-page strategy formulation summary, and you had 3 pages of strategic planning, which were mainly just a list of projects. This is doomed to failure because they'd put all of their effort into the analysis and thinking. And by the time it came to planning, it was really a very poor show. And the inevitable consequence is poor execution. Now, what I'm going to do for just the next couple of minutes is go through 3 mini cases, if you like, and just describe what I see. And in each case, what are the leadership issues which arise from it? So my first example, it's taken from the Middle East, an organization in the food and beverage. I mean, it was virtually all food, I have to say, part of a multinational chain, and very high scores, 9,998. And what were the features? There was an outstanding chief executive, genuinely strategically focused. One of the most outstanding CEOs I've met in my, in total, 50 years of business. The second thing they had was a best practice culture. And it was fascinating just to work with them on site, as I did many times, and just to see how that worked through the organization. Didn't matter what they were doing, they were looking for sensible best practice. It was a meritocracy. As many organizations in the Middle East, they have a lot of expats, not just the nationals of the country concerned. In this particular case, they had 41 different nationalities, but they had one corporate culture. And I used to hear some of the senior people say, when the employee comes through the door in the morning, he or she leaves behind their national culture and embraces the corporate culture. And that's not being critical of any national cultures. Let me be 100% clear on that. It's just saying within the business, we have a way of doing things, which is our own corporate culture. It may be the same or different to the sort of culture that you're used to in your originating society, but this is how we do things. And I say it was a good practice, best practice approach. So it kind of worked well. And they had rigorous performance management, and that was what I was particularly there to help them to do. If I think about the leadership attributes that came out, the leader, as I say, one of the I think most outstanding leaders I've met in my very long career. He was clear, he was very calm, logical thinking, analysis and communication. Great communicator, very logical in his thinking. Calm. I don't think I ever heard him raise his voice. He didn't need to. When he spoke, people listened, and you could see them absorbing his clear thinking, his clear analysis, understanding the direction he was leading in. He was a true leader, highly respected, and had an ability to motivate and encourage. Wasn't driven by fear, despite there being a high performance culture. I can remember my first meeting with him. So I'm a potential consultant to help the business, and I met with this chief. And I left that meeting fired up. You know, I was going to do my absolute best for this company. He had motivated me just in our maybe half-hour conversation. That's a rare ability, but it's very important, I think. And is one of the reasons why I think I would give this high scores under strategy management. Second one, a little bit more mixed. This is an Asian company. It's a diverse trading and manufacturing business, a number of strategic business units. You had a strong chief executive, a dominant personality, and genuinely focused long-term strategically. Within the company, there was the ambition of good practice, but it was compromised by the fact that within the wider society, and everyone came from the same national society, there was a massive excuse culture. It's just the way that particular country is. And so that was a real battle to put the excuse culture to one side. The business units, the strategic business unit heads, they were operationally very competent, but they lacked a sort of strategic ambition. That was very marked. There were strong performance management disciplines, which was something of a battle with the excuse culture sort of environment that I mentioned. But anyway, I'm going to give it fairly high marks. But again, you see it tails off a bit. Execution, almost always worse than the strategic analysis in my experience. The leadership attributes. A strong, dominant chief executive. He was, well, he still is, a big, imposing man. If he walked in a room, he would command attention. But he dominated conversation. He was not necessarily calm all the time. And so others would sit and listen. They wouldn't question, they'd kind of listen. And so it became more of a one-man show, and that was a danger. There was a need for people change. And in many of the organizations that I work with as a consultant, I often find that whilst you may have a very impressive chief executive or dominant or capable chief executive, the people immediately below, the direct reports, what today we often call the C-suite, in quite a few cases, clearly not up to the job and the need for either people development or people change. And the final thing, which was relevant in this case, a chairman who was very supportive of the chief and of this strategic focus. He had been the former chief executive 20 years ago, so quite an elderly guy, but knew the business very well and very supportive of the chief, and people knew it, and that was important. The third one, I'm afraid this is not so good. This is a public sector healthcare unit. Quite a big organization, I think 7,000 or 8,000 people, if I recall. Poor scores, again, a high score for the analysis, but then it tailed off very badly. And you had a chief executive who was basically out of his depth as far as leadership in strategy management was concerned. And that's what we're talking about today. There was no accountability in the organization. And you may cynically say, well, that's the public sector, isn't it? Well, no, it isn't. It was very noticeable in this particular organization. Poor alignment. Healthcare, you find a lot of very professional people, the physicians, the nurses, and other people who support them, personally committed, but they're committed to healthcare and the patients. But there was ineffective management. If you like, the governance framework was very poor. There was a command and control culture, which was don't really challenge leadership. So if you went to someone more senior, you went to your boss and said, boss, I think we can do something a different way round. I think it would be more efficient or whatever, or faster. Rather than saying, thank you, that's a good idea, let's discuss it, the response was, are you trying to tell me how to do my job? So
Hello. Hello. Hello, Alan. Lost you. Alan. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are.
Alan? No, wait, Alan. Maybe he's joining back. I'm unable to message him also. Yeah.
Sir, it is, I think, a technical glitch or something. Can we start with another speaker?
Wait for a minute. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, he's joining back. Let us take 2-3 minutes more.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, Alan Phil has he's trying to join back in a couple of minutes. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So please stay tuned for 2 more sessions to go today. Uh, so we have a wonderful session from Alan Phil. He's talking about leadership. So if you have any questions, yeah, Andrew. Okay, so hi, Andrew.
Hi, Shaik. How are you?
Doing good.
Good.
So,
You threw me then. I wasn't expecting to be on stage straight away then.
actually, Alan Phil got disconnected. He had 5 minutes. If he joins, then he can conclude. No problem. Yeah.
Of course. No, I
Understand with
know Alan very well anyway. I've worked with Alan quite a lot in the last
you.
year personally. So, yes.
Okay. So yeah. So let us, Praveen, if Alan Phil join, please just bring him to the stage. Okay. So meanwhile, let us do a quick round of introduction to Andrew. Okay. So thank you, Andrew. Hope all is good. Nice to see you again.
You too?
So we talk about blue ocean strategy, open up new market spaces from Andrew Constable. Okay, so it's Andrew is a seasoned strategy and innovation expert, servicing as managing partner at Visualize Solutions. With over 25 years of experience, he supports global firms in strategy formulation, execution, and innovation, using frameworks like Balance Scorecard, OKRs, XPP, Blue Ocean Strategy. His consulting work has helped companies like IBM, Roche achieve measurable results and business impact. Yeah, very fast. Okay. So, over to you, Andrew. So you can do a quick round of introduction. So all is set for you.
Okay. Shall I share my screen? Get going?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a second. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's coming up. Yeah, perfect.
Okay. I'll get going then. Okay, so thanks first of all for inviting me to speak about the subject blue ocean strategy, and I think it's an interesting topic. It's also something which is heard about, but not that many people actually understand what blue ocean strategy is. We hear a lot of things like blue ocean thinking and blue sky thinking and this, that, and the other. But blue ocean strategy is really what this image on the screen is showing, how you got competition in the red circle and you are the blue business, and you're going out there into the market and you're looking for new opportunity. And when we think about this whole thing about this red and the blue circle, we need to think about it in these two sort of areas. So if you think on the right hand side, that is a blue ocean. It's full of fish, and fish could be customers. Okay. And what we're trying to think about here is there's plenty of opportunity in this space. But on the left hand side, we have the bloody red water with the sharks in it. We've taken all the food, i.e. taken all your customers, and the competition is really, really brutal in this environment. So I just want you to keep in your mind those two areas, first of all, the blue ocean with plenty of opportunity and the red ocean, which is full of sharks fighting over food, basically, in the ocean. And this is where this term blue and red ocean comes from, okay? And when we think about these two sides, we can think about it like this. So if we look at the red circles on the screen, that's our known market space. That's our known industries. So maybe you're in the steel industry, as an example. That could be industry A. So it's very much known. We have boundaries in this, and we understand the market. We understand the customer. We understand everything we normally would understand. It's pretty well known. But we need to also think about how can we look at other market space, which is not inside those industries and allows us to grow. And this is where the blue ocean strategy theory and method can work. And for this, we start looking at areas which are potentially outside our industry, maybe adjacent to our industries, or maybe completely miles away from where we currently are. And the whole purpose of it is really to start thinking about how can we find growth, how can we find new markets, and how can we break the issue that we always see in business strategy between being a cost leader and being a differentiator. And this is what blue ocean strategy can do, because what blue ocean strategy is really doing is creating new markets. And it focuses on a number of things. It focuses on the innovation. Okay, so we have to think differently about how we're going to do something. We also target non-customers. So these are customers who don't currently trade with you, okay, who potentially don't even think about your industry, your products, your services. But can we find a way of engaging them? And it allows us to also start thinking about it from three angles. So the first method we think about, or the first theory we think about, is something called value innovation. And that's where we create new values for customers and also reducing cost at the same time. The second principle we think about is this reconstruction of boundaries. And for this, we start thinking about the industry, and then we start thinking about how can we compete on different factors to address or to service certain types of customers. And this allows us also then to start thinking about how can we expand our market to focus on the wider market of non-customers where there's plenty of opportunity. And if you think about it, if you look at the drawing on the top right-hand corner of the screen, you can see there, the blue side, plenty of fish, plenty in there. The red side, very little in the way of customers. Okay, it's all the competitors have got their hooks in the water, and they're all trying to find your customers. So that's the first thing we want to think about is this two sides, the red and the blue ocean. And when we think about this as well, we need to also think about a couple of different points. So if we look at the red ocean, where the competition is there, where you have everyone's fighting over the same scraps in the ocean, that is really called a market competing strategy. Okay, like I said, you're fighting over the same customers. It's it's the same market, the same customers, the same industries, the same geographic areas, the same demographics, could be lots of different things. On the blue side, we actually call this market creating strategy, because you are creating something which wasn't there before. And I have some good examples to show you how this can be done as we go through the session. The other point we need to think about when we start thinking about these two different sides of the ocean, the red and the blue, red being the market competing and blue being the market creating strategy, is when we look at the traditional literature out there in the market, on the red side, which is the market competing side, a lot of people will say structure shapes strategy. And if we think about going back years and years ago now, Michael Porter came out with this, and he said that a strategy is shaped by its industry structure. Okay, and we start thinking about the 5 forces framework, which Michael Porter developed, where we looked at competition, we looked at supplier power, buyer power, substitutes, and barriers to entry. Whereas with the blue ocean strategy, we're now thinking about strategy shapes the structure of how we're going to try and approach this customer base or this part of the market. So there's a fundamental shift in how we have to think about this, and as we develop our services and our products and our businesses into the market. It's also very interesting when we start thinking about this, is that we can't just do this without some core fundamental principles that we need to think about when we're developing our strategy structure construct. Oops. So if we just break this down further, so if we look at the red and the blue ocean, on the left, as I've already said, the red ocean competes in existing market space, where the blue ocean is creating the uncontested market space. The red's all about competition. The blue is about making competition irrelevant. The red ocean is about exploiting demand, and the blue is about creating and capturing new demand. And remember, that's all about attracting potential non-customers to what you do. When we look at the red ocean, we have to make this trade-off between a value and a cost. And that's normally called cost leadership and differentiation. Okay, and a business will compete on one of those as they start addressing their strategy to the market. With the blue ocean, we break that cost value trade-off. So these are some fundamental things to think about as we start developing it. Now, blue ocean strategy has been around for quite a few years now. It's been around probably pushing 30 years, I would think, or 20 years, sorry, I should say 20 years. And it's really been released through 3 main books. The one on the right-hand side, Blue Ocean Strategy, that was the one that started it all. And you can see from here, it's sold over 4.5 million copies worldwide. And it really fundamentally changed how we looked at strategy in organizations. It also was supplemented a few years later by another book called Blue Ocean Shift, which is very much more practical. It says, how do you actually complete this thing called a blue ocean shift? How do you actually move from where you are today to where do you want to go in the future? So it's more of a step-by-step process about how you could do this. And the third book, which they released last year, is about innovating and achieving growth without displacing industries, companies, and jobs. Okay, it's a slightly different slant on how they do this. But these 3 books are really fundamental to the blue ocean strategy concept. And as we start thinking about taking this forward in our own businesses. So if you haven't read them already, I definitely recommend to check them out because they are fantastic books. So when we think about some of the principles for blue ocean strategy, on top of what I've already said, we think about, the first thing we can think about is this theory is grounded in data. So the researchers analyzed over 150 strategic moves across 30 industries over 100 years. And then since then, there's been lots of case studies out there from various industries and various companies which have implemented blue ocean strategy to allow them to go and fish in an area where there's plenty of customers. It also provides that step-by-step approach, which can be a challenge for some businesses who find strategy quite abstract, quite difficult to try and think implementing. And I'm a great believer that I like processes and frameworks to be fairly simple, because to me, frameworks and methods are there to help with our thinking and to help with our dialogue and how we actually engage in strategy. It also creates a win-win as well, potentially for the business, because it aligns the value that they can bring to the market with the profit they can actually achieve as well, because they can lower their costs. So it's really some really important parts we have to think about when we're developing a blue ocean approach. But at this stage, if you just think about those different areas, we think about the red ocean as a market competing area where the structure shapes the strategy, and the blue ocean is very much where there's plenty of fish. We can go out, we can find new markets, find new customers, and our strategy will shape our structure. But behind all this, we also have key principles, okay? And the first one we have to talk about is, as I've just mentioned, is this term called value innovation. And like I said, traditionally, businesses would think about competing on two ways. They would think about differentiation, where you offer superior and unique value, and low cost, reducing cost by eliminating and reducing various parts or elements in your business. But what the authors of Blue Ocean Strategy came out and backed this with data was they said, what we could do, we could balance both sides here. We could look at reducing cost, to become a cost leader, and then we could increase the buyer value, okay, by creating factors and raising factors that the industry has potentially never offered. So this is a really important thing to think about. We also need to think about, when we do this, is we need to think about focusing on that, creating that leap in value for customers and the business. So we're not just trying to make incremental changes here. We're trying to make a significant shift in how we actually do something and who we target in our business. And this will also allow us to challenge our industry assumptions, because we all know businesses are built on assumptions. Businesses don't always question things they should question. So part of this is challenging our assumptions and thinking about how can we do things differently? How can we focus on those non-customers? And how can we make something called a blue ocean shift as we move forward? And a good way of showing this, I think Brian Gladden, who was talking about earlier, maybe showing you an example of this. But we can use this tool. This is an example of a tool. This is only one tool in the whole portfolio of products and tools which Blue Ocean Strategy uses. But we can use something called the strategy canvas. And the strategy canvas is a really powerful tool to use that allows us to, first of all, capture the current state of play within the market. And then secondly, we can use it to start thinking about how can we change the mix of how we compete in the market. So if I look at this screen now for you now, what we've done here is we've consolidated the industry on competing factors, which would be at the bottom of the screen here. And that could be things like cost, it could be speed, it could be technology, it could be whatever you would want, okay? And we find these competing factors out by speaking to customers, doing some research, and really understanding the specific customers you are going to look for. And we would plot them along the bottom of the screen. Then on the left-hand side, we would then think about the offering. Is this something which is a high factor or a low factor on our offering? And the best way to do this is to take the industry competitors that you have currently and think about consolidating them into one red curve, okay? And we can clearly plot this on the screen. Then in time, you can start developing this thing called a blue ocean strategic move. And from that, we can then make decisions on, okay, how are we going to compete in the market? Okay, are we going to raise or lower our offering around certain competing factors? And what this should allow us to do, it should allow us to stand out in the market, but it should also be very, very easy to communicate this to customers, to investors, to employees, whoever you want to communicate with, because as you can see on the screen now, you can clearly see there's a difference between the blue and the red line. Okay, so this is another really important part of this blue ocean strategy canvas, is about communication, because as I'm sure Alan mentioned in his previous speech, you know, communication, dialogue is usually very poor in organizations, especially around strategy. So if we can actually find a way of actually showing to our employees, to our business, that how we compete differently in the market, that's going to make it much more stronger. So let's bring a tangible example for this, show you how this would actually work. So I'm sure everyone's heard or watched the Indian Premier League. And the Indian Premier League started in 2008. And it really started because, well, a number of reasons. But one of those reasons was that 2020 cricket was becoming very popular across the world. And they thought, okay, how can we bring that to the Indian market? They also had competition from other T20 cricket leagues in the world, where they would offer maybe more money, better TV rights and other things. They thought, how can we do this in India? They also thought about how could we engage cricket fans in a new modern way of doing things? Because I'm a cricket fan. I've been a cricket fan for 30 years. And I still love the test cricket, the white clothing and the red ball. I still love the traditional cricket. But a lot of people don't want to spend 5 days watching cricket. A lot of people find it quite slow and quite boring now. So they were thinking, how can we look at the younger market potentially who would find cricket really interesting, how we compete with other areas in the market? They also thought about how could we take cricket away from being individual clubs to being more city-based. Okay, so cities compete against each other in the league. And that turns cricket to more of a community event, you could call it, because they got ties to the city and how they actually work. And then lastly, they brought in business icons of the world, famous ex-players like Sachin Tendulkar to be part of the process. But they also importantly brought in Bollywood stars as well. And I'm sure there's some Indian people on the call. You know, Bollywood is a huge part of India. So they brought Bollywood stars into the market as well. And if we plot that on our strategy canvas of how they built this value proposition for their strategy, we could see at the bottom here, we have the competing factors that they thought about. So it'd be anywhere from price to spectators' time invested to the fast-paced game. And as you can see here, they looked at domestic cricket leagues, not just the Indian League, but other leagues. And they thought, okay, how are we going to be on the spectators' time invested? Well, 2020 cricket can be finished in maybe 4 hours. Okay, that's completely different for other types of cricket. They also thought, how can we glamorize the players? Okay, how can we potentially change them into almost superstars? Now, in India, I know cricket is like a religion, but in some parts of the world, it's not. So how can we start thinking about that and also attract rights, TV rights, overseas deals and such like to really raise the profile of those players? And also, domestic cricket, one-day cricket or test cricket is a lot slower compared to the fast-paced game of 2020. So where that blue circle is, that's really where 2020 and domestic cricket leagues kind of were matched. But what Indian Premier League did is they thought about, okay, how else can we enhance our league to attract more people, more spectators, better players and such like to the market, and ultimately bigger crowds. So what they did, they brought entertainment in. So they had things like concerts at the events, and they had stars at the events, and they had big TV deals, and they had fireworks going off, and they had all of this kind of thing. So that was something. They raised that. They created this new area for cricket. They also brought in those Bollywood stars, like I said. So they raised that high in what they were doing. They wanted to be connected to people out there who really were well respected in the Indian market and also potentially known worldwide as well. And then they looked at the club culture. And like I said, they went away from small clubs to more city-based franchise, you could say, cricket teams. And you can see they created that as well. And then from that, really since 2008, the Indian Premier League is become a very, very strong and very important league in the world. TV deals are very good. The publicity across the world is very good. The crowds are very good. And you have a lot of top players who try to go there because obviously money is a big part of that, but also the fact that it's everything else was built with this. Obviously better TV deals and such like increase the revenue they make, which means they can actually start paying players for what they're potentially worth. So that's an example of how you can actually start just mapping out the different areas when you're building out your strategy canvas. Okay, but behind this is obviously a lot of analysis you would do first. This is just the front end. And when we start thinking about on the left-hand side, are we going to reduce something? So we're not going to invest so much time in it potentially or money, or are we going to create it like they did with the entertainment and the Bollywood stars? Or are we going to reduce this? Okay. And for this, we can use a technique or a framework called the 4 actions framework. And as you can see here, it's based around those 4 main actions. So the first one we can think about is, can we eliminate certain factors that we've taken for granted or an industry has taken for granted? Okay, can we eliminate it completely? Can we take it out? Another example, there's a famous circus in the world called Cirque du Soleil. Cirque du Soleil is one of the main case studies that Blue Ocean Strategy uses. Well, they eliminated from the circus animals, okay, lions, tigers, elephants, and such like, because the market changed. Consumers weren't interested in seeing animals in circuses anymore. They eliminated it completely and they replaced it with other factors, okay, and that's exactly what they used to do. But you can also, what factors can you reduce? So do you need to keep everything to the way it's always been in industry, or can you reduce it because customers don't value it the same way that you think they do? Also, can you raise certain factors? Can you start thinking about how you can enhance it better and try to make something really stand out in what you're offering? And then lastly, how can you create those factors? Think about what I said about Bollywood, bringing Bollywood in for the cricket. Think about how they could bring in city-based franchises and how they brought in entertainment at the Indian Premier League. So this is a couple of frameworks that you could actually use to start doing your Blue Ocean or using some of the Blue Ocean tools around strategy canvas, plotting where you are in the market in competition compared to competition, and how can you make that change by potentially using something like the 4 actions framework to help you with this. But these are only 2 tools. There's about 14 different tools which can be used within a Blue Ocean shift, as we call it. And this is where you kind of start. So what we need to think about is we need to think about how we can expand that curve on the left-hand side from the fierce competition where there's potentially no differentiation of value, which basically means that everyone's fighting over cost, where we can actually shift from the red curve to the blue curve, creating this Blue Ocean shift, where we increase the value, the differentiation we provide customers, and we also reduce or provide better cost leadership and reduce our costs. And that will help us create this Blue Ocean shift as we start moving forward. And like I said, there's around, I think there's more tools than this now, but this is just an example of some of the tools you could use. Value innovation, I've already spoken about and shown you what that means. Strategy canvas, I've shown you, but it allows you to plot how you compete in the market And do you see if you are competing against everyone else in the same way? If you are, you're probably in the red ocean and you need to move out of that ocean at some point. We also use a tool called the Bio-Utility Map, and this is where you can actually go out and you can start thinking about what's important to a customer. Okay, so you interview customers, you start talking to customers, you start observing customers, and you can start thinking about how you can use this framework. We also think about tiers of customers, from customers who are pretty much about to leave us or leave the industry, to non-customers, and to customers who completely never thought about using our services or products in the future. We can also start thinking about how we're going to map our portfolio in the business as well of products or services. So we use that thing called a PMS map at the bottom, and that allows us to say, are these business units or these businesses, if you're doing it at a corporate level, are they in the red ocean? Are they in the blue ocean currently? If they're in the red ocean, that could be a good place for you to start thinking about how can we be different? How can we make ourselves completely different in the market so customers can actually see the value about what we're bringing to them, and we're not just becoming a me too business or service or product like a lot of companies out there. And then lastly, another part we think about is this thing called fair process at the end. Okay, and this is called a blue ocean fair. So in this, we start displaying everything we've done to the business. We start looking at how we're going to compete differently, and we get people to walk around and start talking about all of this in the business to start allowing us to start thinking about how we can make that potential shift. So these are just some tools. Check out Blue Ocean Strategy's website and you'll see loads of tools and case studies on there. So just at a very high level, just some of the, again, very simplified version of the process. But you could, first of all, at the bottom, you get started with this. And with this, we start plotting our business, our portfolio on this Pioneer, Migrator, and Settler or PMS map. This allows us to understand which businesses are potentially in the red ocean and where do we want to focus. Then we can go to number 2 and we can understand where we are today. How do we compete against everyone else in the market? And I guarantee if you did this, it would be an interesting exercise for you to do, because you may find across your team that you actually are exactly the same as everyone else in the market. But it gives you a good way of trying to differentiate yourself and start thinking about how we can differentiate ourselves. Once you've kind of baselined it, you can then go out into number 3 and you can imagine where you could be. For this, we could start looking at customer needs. We could start talking to customers, interviewing, doing research, observation. We could then think about the different bands of customers we would talk to, and also non-customers, people who don't use our products or services or not even our industry. Once you've done that, that's when you would then bring in that 4 actions framework and something called a 6-path framework as well. And that would allow you to start reducing and raising and creating and eliminating certain factors. And then from that, you go to stage 5, which is your to-be canvas. How are you going to compete in the market? How are you going to make better returns? How are you going to differentiate? And how are you going to be a cost leader in the market? So that's a quick example of the process and how we would follow this if we were doing it in a business. Again, behind this, there's lots more detail. This is just a very high-level view of everything I'm talking about here. So let's bring another example in. So Apple, everyone knows Apple, okay? So very old logo on the screen from 1990s, I think, with the traditional Apple colors. But if we look at Apple and we look at the mobile phone industry in the early 2000s, there was lots of different phones out there. You know, BlackBerry was a main player. I was a big fan of BlackBerry. I used to love BlackBerry phones, and they were a fantastic player in the market. But there was really an arms race in the early 2000s about making products more technologically advanced, okay, making them much more advanced and more focused on selling the handsets and add-ons. And there was 2 types of real phones. There was a feature phone and there was a smartphone. And what happened is that the carriers which is still happening today to a lot of extent, face pressure, okay, to reduce their pricing, and also they were making smaller margins on voice calls. And this really dictated how handset makers built, how they built it, what they built, and at what cost. So the market was flooded with lots of Me Too handsets and services. As you can see on the screen, they all look fairly similar, but they're all different, 3 different makes: Palm on the left, Motorola, I think, in the middle, and BlackBerry on the right. And if we look at how the value curve looked at the time for this, we can see here that there was a slight difference, as you can see. The smartphone on the PC-like performance at the time, it was so different. It also focused much more heavily on business applications. It also had less buttons, potentially. Okay, some didn't, like BlackBerry, but as a general rule. But there was less models out there in the market. Okay, and a feature phone was considerably cheaper to use and to buy. So if we look at this, how did Apple start thinking about applying these frameworks to develop the iPhone? So if we look at this example here, this is the 4 paths framework that I shown you a second ago. The first thing they did for iPhone is they eliminated models. They developed really one model at the time. So they weren't going out, they developed lots and lots of different ones under the same brand. They were releasing just one model. Now that's changed now slightly. They've released different versions of the same phone, different sizes and such like, but fundamentally they're all pretty similar. They raised the mobile internet access on the phone. They made it much better to use the internet. It was almost, at the time, was almost like using your PC. The iPhone had better style and entertainment features. It could connect to YouTube. It was very, very good as soon as it came out. Also, it was very intuitive as a product, had much better usage and simplicity. They reduced the number of physical buttons, and they embedded business applications into this. And they also created the App Store, which was a very important part of their whole business model and how they really grew their business, because that produced lots of different apps which customers would find useful, and also allowed people to monetize their apps they developed, and lots of businesses have been built off the back of that. So that's an example of how Apple did this and how they sort of used the 4 actions framework. And again, this is a very much a high level view of how they did it. You go into much more detail in real life. And if we plot it of how they did things, you can clearly see here, we've got the 2 colors, the red and the orange, which was the feature phone and the smartphone. And you can see there what they actually did. They actually, first of all, they increased the price of the phone. Okay, well, we know Apple's not a low cost provider. They are very much a high priced, they produce high priced items. But they also reduced their models. As you can see at the bottom, they put the dots right to the floor. Okay, so 1 product was released. Number of physical buttons was released. They also had, at the time, they weren't quite as powerful as some of the other smartphones on the market, but they were focusing much more on other things. They also had better capabilities around mobile internet access, but where they really changed was on the right-hand side. So they raised the style and fun. It used to be the case that an iPhone was very much part of your own personal branding, that you had an iPhone and people thought you were into fashion and such like, and they were fun compared to standard BlackBerries, which was known as boring at the time. They also, once the learning curve had gone, as far as having no buttons, they were much easier to use. So that allowed us to think about, okay, they massively changed that. And then lastly, the big one really was the creation of the App Store. Now, other phones like BlackBerry had a store as well, but it was nowhere near the same as the App Store when it was developed. And that was developed in mind with this whole ecosystem approach to how they were going to develop their business. So that's an example of how you can use the strategy canvas, how you can use the four paths framework to actually think about how you can eliminate, reduce, raise, and create on products, and how you can apply this to your business. One area to think about, though, is a blue ocean is not blue forever. Other competitors are going to come out in the market. We only have to think about other competitors out there in the market. People like Uber. When Uber started, there wasn't much ride apps out there to get taxis. What happened? There's now hundreds. Okay, so again, you have to reinvent as you go forward, and you have to continually look at your strategy and develop it and assess it and how you're performing. And it's the same with most products and services out there. Failure to reinvent yourselves, as like Brian would have said earlier on his business model refresh, failure to reinvent yourself will generally mean that you probably won't be here in 5, 10, 15 years as a business. So always think about how you can compete differently and how you can start focusing on different factors which customers value. And that's the important part. It's not what you think, it's what the customers think, because they're the ones who are going to be buying your products. So last slide for me. So again, just a very high level. Blue Ocean strategy creates new market space. You're focusing on non-customers a lot of the time, customers who wouldn't even consider using your products or services, or a variation of your products or services, which allows you then to tap into this value innovation curve, where we start thinking about how we can be different, i.e. how can we differentiate in the market, but also how can we lower cost. And we do that by using things like the 4-path framework, where we start eliminating, reducing, raising, and creating factors. Also, there's lots of tools in the Blue Ocean toolbox. Okay, you can use. The most famous ones is probably the strategy canvas and the 4 actions framework. But it's not to say if you did start using some of this, you would have to use all 14 tools. Okay, it's very much a toolbox. You open it, you find the tools which are relevant for you at a certain period. It may be that the strategy canvas is something you could use pretty quickly in your business. And I use it a lot as a standalone tool with clients when I'm working with them. And lastly, again, I've mentioned it already, but targeting non-customers allows you to explore those new opportunities, drive growth, and ultimately profitability, which we know is the lifeblood of a business. So if you found that interesting, or if you wanted to connect with me, just send me a message on LinkedIn. I'm on there pretty much every day. So I usually talk about similar things to do with business strategy and business innovation. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Yep. Yep. So you have 5 more minutes. So let me look for questions.
Yeah, any questions or anything you want me to talk about, just let me know, Shaik.
I'm just trying to see any questions. Yeah. So actually, you have explained very nicely about the concept and also strategy canvas. That is very important. So we also hear from Brian that strategy canvas can be done for the current situation as is, and also can be done for to be.
Yeah.
So that will give us a focus. So it will be, all the leadership team can stay on the same page. So that is something which is very, very useful. Yeah. So any final takeaways, Andrew?
Yeah, I think you're totally right about the strategy canvas. It's very much, it's a great way of, remember, some people in businesses are very much, they like to see things. They're very visual. And I think if you use something like a strategy canvas as a starting point and understanding your competing factors in your industry, and then you start plotting it, it's very clear straight away that you can see if you're the same or you're different in the market. And I think that's a real, we call that a light bulb moment or an aha moment, where customers think, wow, okay, we are the same as everyone else. Now I see why we're not making money. Now I see why we're fighting over customers all the time. So that's why we do that. So no, for me, don't worry. And again, lastly, for me, don't worry about following the full process. You can pull tools out of the toolbox, and you can use them like the strategy canvas or other tools as you move forward.
Fantastic. Now, this blue ocean strategy is definitely helpful for people to focus on strategy formulation. Still, it does not have to be in conflict with any balance scorecard or OKR. So you do the strategy formulation, and maybe for execution you can do the balance scorecard or any other
Yeah,
framework.
100%. The different stages. Yeah, about the scorecard and OKRs are more about execution, whereas this is more about where you're going to play in the market, where you're going to play, and how you're going to compete, what you're going to compete with, what factors you're going to use in the market. And then once you've done that, you build your strategic plan and you go forward and you implement it. So yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah. So anything else you would like to brief quick about? You gave very nice examples. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think again, I think go to the, I didn't invent blue ocean strategy, as I said in that, it's not my theory, it's something I use. I think if you're interested in reading more about it, go to Blue Ocean Strategy's website and look at the case studies on the website. They have case studies from Disney, from Nintendo, from Microsoft, of how they've used it. So you may find that your industry, you may think, well, we can never use this. We're an industry that never changes. Well, first of all, every industry changes, but it also, you could find industries where there's a case study which will help you.
So there is a new book from them, the Blue Ocean Shift.
Yes.
I recently had it. Yeah. So that's excellent add-on
Yes,
for them. Yeah. So great. So we have 4 more minutes, Andrew. So would you like to give any insights and advice for the managers how to use Blue Ocean methodology for their specific cases, and how to, if somebody is not doing any strategy analysis or strategy formulation, what is your advice, especially for
Yeah.
mid-size segment?
Yeah, I think the first thing to say is that these are frameworks. These are ways of getting your thinking going. They're not. I'm not a great believer in saying you have to use a certain framework all the time to do something. So I prefer to understand what the business wants to do. Does it want to create new market demand? Does it want to go out there and increase its profits? Does it want to have a better, stronger financial strategy? Does it want to do this? Does it want to do that? And then I think about the framework I'm going to use. But ultimately, for me, it comes down to don't assume what customers want. Spend time and the effort going out there and speaking to customers and understanding those contributing factors which they value. Okay. And actually spend time physically speaking to them, seeing them in their buildings, their offices, how they shop, whatever you're doing in your work, and then apply that. And also have a mind of a 5-year-old child as well. Always be inquisitive when you're doing this. Always be inquisitive, always thinking about, just because something's been done in an industry for so long doesn't mean you always have to compete on that. Maybe there's things which customers really can't stand, but you feel that you have to do that because everyone else does it. Or about removing certain things, as we go through this. So, like I said, it's a very nice tool, but it's also a starting point, mapping out how you compete in the market, which allows that dialogue. And believe me, you will get more out of that session than actually someone just presenting a PowerPoint slide with loads of bullet points on. You will get much more from mapping it.
Okay, so in their website, you have the case studies, which is very useful. That's what
they have loads. They have loads on the Blue Ocean's website. Yeah,
because it looks obvious. Yeah, the concept is very good. So how to apply? Because there are different things. Okay, so mid-size startups is different. Mid-size companies are different. Large organizations are different. Okay, so you can explore blue oceans for any industry, for any company, whatever.
Yeah. If you're a smaller company, you could apply it across the whole business. If you're a small company, maybe one product or service offering, or one main product service offering. But if you're a company with multiple business units and multiple different products and services, you could actually pick a product or services that you can use, and you would just trial it in an area where the business department, maybe a service or product, has been struggling. Maybe it's losing market share every year. Maybe profitability is dropping all the time. So they're just thinking about doing everything what competitors are in the market. Can we think about how we can change this to make it stickier and better for customers, but also reduce our costs and hopefully increase our profit?
So did you try to apply this blue ocean strategy to any company on your own? So how did you?
Yeah, definitely. So, so it really depends. I mean, so I've done full blue ocean shifts right from start to finish with companies, and it takes a management team to be in a position that they are willing to try. That's the first thing, okay? Because it's different. It's so different to how you would normally do a strategic plan or strategy formulation. So for me, it's about the first of all, the organization's got to be brought into it. So when it's a large organization, you know, you need someone like the CEO obviously involved in that, and they need to be brought into this process and see value from it. But I've also done it where I've just brought the tools in. So I've worked with clients where I've just ran sessions on, okay, let's map out where you are currently in the business and let's hold a workshop around that. Let's look at your portfolio and figure out where you need to think about focusing on a business strategy, not a corporate strategy. And this is how I use it. So yeah, it's again, I've used it across organizations with only 30 people in it, and I've used organizations that have got thousands of people in it. But it's a toolkit for me. It's a toolkit. It's like anything. I just put in my bag and I pull out what's important, what's relevant to the client.
Fantastic. So I like one slide from your presentation. So you said you can eliminate or reduce some of the features or some of the offerings you do from the standard industry. I think that's fantastic point. Can you just elaborate a little on that?
Yeah, because you could eliminate it or reduce something because we make this preconceived assumption because something's always been done that way or customers have always, you know, if you take Netflix, okay, very basic example, but we take Netflix and Blockbuster videos. Well, an example of that, what did Netflix eliminate? They eliminated late delivery fees. They eliminated in time, anyway, not at the start, but they eliminated when they went to a digital offering, having to actually go and take the DVD back and post it. That was eliminated. So that was another one. And then also, there's other things to think about. I'm just seeing a question on there. How one question, one at a time. Tesla. Yes, so Tesla was in the blue ocean. Now it's in the red. Okay, yes, it's true. It's exactly what I said on the talk. With the question that you've put there, a blue ocean is no longer blue after a while.
Yeah, after a while.
Competitors are always going to take it. So for me, how you sustain that is constantly monitoring what's happening in the market and the world and with customers, and you do all this and you monitor it, a bit like you would if anyone's familiar with scenarios and how you monitor signals. And you do the same thing and you start looking around and then you review your blue ocean strategy every, you know, whatever the timeline is and what you're trying to do.
That is very important. Yeah.
Hugely important to monitor weak signals.
Yeah, so everybody jump into that once it is not a red ocean. Okay, so people start looking at it and then maybe they just the blue become red again. Okay, so you have to, it's like an ongoing process. It is not required that you can completely change. It is not required. So you can change some part of it and make it attractive for one segment of customers.
Yeah, I mean, think of you know, airlines is a good example, which is always used in blue ocean literature. But if you think of airlines, you think of low cost airlines. Think of as Indigo in India. Indigo, I think, is an airline, isn't it, or Indigo or something? Well, they're very similar to Southwest Airlines in the United States. Yeah. So you know, they're totally different to Air India as an example, because Air India probably focuses on all the different factors where they don't. You know, they have quicker turnaround times. They don't serve meals on the plane. They don't do this. They don't do that. Ryanair in the UK, which is obviously a big airline in the UK, you know, you don't have seats. We have seats, but you don't have seat allocation. Sorry, I should say, put it like that. You don't have seat allocations. You just first on, first served. Okay. These are things they've reduced, okay, because customers weren't that interested in certain things. They're looking more for price potentially or more availability of flights. So again, another example of how airline use it, and you can do it for anything.
Fantastic. So I think there is one question for you. Yeah, I think you can read it. So one question.
I've answered that one already. So yeah, one question, one at a time. Tesla in blue ocean, now Tesla's in the red ocean. How do you sustain the blue ocean? Yeah, so exactly what I said. You've got to monitor your signals You've got to review that on maybe a quarterly basis and see what's happening in the market, what's going on. A bit like indicators. Like if you're working risk, you have risk indicators where you start looking at different areas. And then, yeah, you start thinking, okay, maybe our ocean is becoming redder. If it is, we do another blue ocean shift and we start thinking about how we can compete on certain factors. And those factors depends on the brand and what you're trying to do.
Yeah, perfect. So even though the thinking about blue oceans and how it helps for your business is an ongoing process, but usually organizations try to do a strategy refresh and the third quarter or the second quarter or third quarter or the fourth quarter of the year, right? So at that time, do you think it is advisable to even look for this kind of a blue ocean strategy analysis, or what do you think? So
It
how do you
depends.
usually companies do?
Yeah, it depends on where they are in that. Because one of the problems with strategies is that although we know a 5-year strategy is no longer around anymore, you have to refresh it. But one of the problems businesses have is they do a strategy, but they don't give it enough time to actually succeed. They change all the time. So I think with Blue Ocean, I think for me, Blue Ocean is about, you need to ask yourself a question in that strategy review. You know, is the strategy working? Is it heading in the right direction? Is our hypothesis, is our cause and effect actually working? And is our market still there, or is it a market we want to work in still there? And if it's not, maybe we start thinking about using a tool like Blue Ocean to start exploring the market or markets. Or maybe we pick certain businesses out of our portfolio, which are going to help us do this. And we do that. We call them sprints. We do sprint process. Inside that, we have multiple business units, and we run Blue Ocean shifts events. That's how we do it. But yeah.
So that's an excellent. Yeah. So I think let us try to conclude the session. So any key takeaways, Andrew, from your side to the audience?
Yeah, I think first of all, first of all, you probably can't go to, if you're a manager in a business and you're not the CEO of the company, and you can't go to your management and think, let's implement Blue Ocean strategy as a whole company to start with. I would think about piloting it in a certain area, a business unit or something like that, or a product or service where you notice that there's a decline in profit or in customers or anything like that, or market share. First thing I would do. And then secondly, I think, or second point is, use the tools like a toolbox. Like I said, pull out the strategy canvas, start thinking about your factors you're competing on the market, and then start mapping them. And then thirdly, don't forget customers. It's the thing we should hear about every time, but it's amazing. Even though we all know we should speak to customers, a lot of businesses still make a lot of assumptions, and they just go off and do things. We should actually make an assumption, speak to those users as customers, and really gain those insights.
Perfect.
So 3 points, I would say.
Perfect. Excellent summarization. Andrew, thank you very much for a wonderful lecture. And it has been, we are waiting for this session for quite a long time. So last time we with you. Okay.
I was sick, wasn't I? So yeah, completely.
So thank you, Andrew. Wonderful lecture. So very insightful. So thank you. And then look forward for more such insightful lectures from your side. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks everyone. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We had a wonderful morning sessions from the morning today. So we have one more session to go. Rajesh Tedla from US. He's going to join in a couple of minutes. So let me do a summarization of what we have done today. Okay, so wow. Okay.
Hi, Shaik.
Good morning, Rajesh.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, all good, sir. All good. So, how are you? Is it too early for you today?
No. It's 7:30 in the morning. It's not too early.
7:30 is not too early. So, thank you for joining for the session. Okay, so let me do a quick round of introduction for you.
Sure.
So, on behalf of the team, I would like to invite Rajesh Tedla for the lecture. So we are talking about strategy planning and execution in turbulent times for entrepreneurs and SMBs. Okay. So Rajesh Tedla is a founder and CEO of VRT Management Group with over 17 years of experience in helping 1,300 SMBs. Prior to that, he worked in a larger organizations, GE and others. Okay. So he specialized in business transformation through his frameworks, EGOS, EGA, delivering 470 million plus on revenue impact. He also serves as a as a board member for multiple companies and co-hosts a program, Raj and Drew Show for entrepreneurs, sharing tools for growth and leadership. So I attended some of your sessions. It was wonderful. So very insightful and very energetic. So as usual. Okay. So welcome to you,
Sure.
Raj. So
Thank you. Thank you.
it's all your time, please. Yeah,
Sure. So can I share my screen?
yeah, why not?
And
Yes,
I have a PPT here, so
yes.
just make sure that I'm
You can
sharing this.
see.
Okay.
So you have a share button and then select the presentation.
Yes. So is everybody able to see my
Yeah, you
screen?
can see the presentation in a normal mode.
Okay. So how do?
That's a challenge. Mhm.
So is this okay?
Yeah. Now we are not we are able to see the normal presentation, not in the presentation mode. So how
Oh,
can we do that?
okay. Because on my side, I'm in the presentation mode.
No, the window is shared is a normal mode. So maybe you
Okay.
can just alt tab and go to the session and select the presentation mode window, if it is possible. Reshare
Okay.
it again.
So
Leave the presentation mode as it is. Don't stop it.
okay.
Control tab, alt tab, then go to
Okay.
the restream, then share it again. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
While selecting the select the presentation mode screen. That is little
Okay.
tricky here.
Okay. You know, hold on. Let me do this piece of it. I'll go back and start from there again. So when I'm selecting the entire screen or window, which would you like me to share?
If you select an entire screen, sometimes you may miss the presentation. So you select the
Oh,
presentation mode. Yeah, that's better.
okay. And then now I still can't get this to come to
Yeah.
that piece of it. Sorry about the technical
No problem.
issues.
No problem. No.
This technology is new to me.
Sometimes it works. Sometimes it does not. Okay.
Yeah, your best friend and your worst enemy. That's what I call it, technology. So people cannot see this right now, right? They can't see it very clearly
No,
if it is
we
not
can
in
see
the.
only the normal presentation, not in the slide share mode. Okay. So
Okay.
now did you do the slide share?
Yeah, I said slide share.
Okay. So now can you do alt tab? Can, so
Okay.
uh, so you can go to the restream
It's
window.
Control Alt Tab, right?
Yeah, no, only alt tab. Yeah. So it
Okay.
will go to the new tab by keeping the same. So from there you can share it. Go to the restream window when you do the alt tab.
Okay.
Correct.
Alt
Is it possible?
press H. Okay. Sorry, my technical issues are.
No. Nothing to worry about it. It is happening. But some only very few. Uh, yeah.
I'm more on the Zoom guy, so you put me on Zoom. I'm very
Actually,
comfortable.
we had Zoom, but unfortunately we have to change because of some comment from our speakers. So they don't want Zoom.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We have to shift to this. Otherwise, Zoom was our first choice.
Okay.
Try once again.
Okay. I'm trying. Basically, for some reason, it's
Okay.
not working.
Uh,
Okay. Let me go back. Stop sharing.
okay.
And
No, if
let
you
us.
stop sharing again, it will go to the same window. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
just
Okay.
make it presentation mode, and then try to somehow reach to the restream window, and then share it again. Yeah. Is it in your Apple phone laptop?
No, it's regular.
Windows.
Basically,
Windows.
Windows based. Yeah, Windows
So
based.
Alt tab. Just to press Alt and tab, it will go to the next tabs. Okay. When you press Alt and tab, just together, so it will go to the next tab.
Okay. What do you see right now?
No, now I don't say anything because you have not shared it still. So why
Oh,
you
sorry.
put the PPT in a presentation mode,
Yeah.
okay, and then do Alt tab, because when you move presentation mode, you cannot see right anything. Okay,
Yes.
so
Yes.
you have to go
Yes.
to the window, other window by Alt tab, and then share the screen, which is full mode, full present. Now
Okay.
we
So
see the normal presentation.
Alt tab. What do you see right now?
No, I see the normal presentation here.
Ah, it's not coming then.
So if you want to continue in this, just minimize the ribbon, and then maybe you can try if you.
Yeah. See, because Alt tab is not giving me
So
anything.
select the slideshow from the bar in the bottom bar. Yeah.
Okay. So I have stop screen sharing.
No, no, let
Let's
it be there.
say.
Let it be there.
Uh-huh. What do you see right now?
I see the bigger part of the presentation only, but still this is. So can you share in the bottom power the slide share? Can you in the that one? Let us try.
Okay. Is this okay? Can everybody see the screen okay?
No, still we see only the normal PPT.
Oh,
Yeah, we don't see that presentation mode one.
okay.
Mhm.
I
So,
am so sorry to keep the audience
no
waiting.
issues, sir. No issues. Nothing. It's not a problem. So you want me to do it for you? Hmm.
Yeah, it'll be great if we can do it.
Yeah.
One minute, just
So you can you share the presentation to me, Praveen? Yeah. So we are getting a message. No problem. Praveen, just share me the presentation in my Teams. I'll just put it. Let Raj speak. I can manage. No problem. If you're able to hear me. So 1 second. Let me. So can you share the presentation to me, Raj? I can share it. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Just send it to me. Maybe in WhatsApp or whatever.
Okay.
Send it to me. I'll
So
share it.
I am So Praveen, you have it via LinkedIn. I can send it to you.
Anytime, anywhere. Just send it to me.
Yeah. So Praveen has it
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
in
Please share
the
me.
LinkedIn message he sent.
Okay, just send it to
Yes,
me.
sir. Please share to me.
Yeah, it is already there in
No,
LinkedIn.
just
I sent you as a message.
I need to have presentation, Praveen.
Yes, sir.
Are you
Did you
sharing
get?
Sir, I did not
present
receive any PPT.
in LinkedIn?
Okay. So let me do this. Maybe I'll send it to you in WhatsApp also.
Send me, sir. Send me. Why it is not coming?
Maybe it's bigger than what limits for LinkedIn are.
Send it to my WhatsApp. I'll download it.
Okay, sir.
Nothing to send it to me. My WhatsApp is open anyways.
Okay.
Just send it to me. I'll just pull it.
So you should have it, Abdul.
Perfect. So let me share it. Yeah. So let me switch off my video. So and then I will share it.
Sure.
Is there? Yeah. So let me put a slideshow. And then share the screen. Okay. I shared it. Can you see it?
I am not able to see it yet.
I think I shared it. It should come. A minute.
Maybe it'll just take a second for me to show up.
Yeah. Praveen, can you check it? You're able to see it? Can you see it? Not yet? Try. Share once again.
Oh, I lost it again. I could see it for a second.
Okay. So I just closed it.
Okay.
Okay. I shared it again. Yeah.
Yes, I see it now.
Okay. All set. Yeah,
Wonderful.
please. Yeah. I'll just operate it. Just a minute.
Okay. So welcome, team. And if you look at the presentation today, the topic was strategic planning and execution in turbulent times. And my whole presentation is focused more not on the strategy planning piece of it, because most of the tools are there. And in the past sessions, we have done a lot of strategic planning discussion, but what to do differently in a turbulence time. That is the biggest topic, and that is the change. And especially me sitting in the US, this year has been a huge, huge, huge change for almost all the businesses with the new government and the new rules and regulations and the tariff and everything else. It has not just affected the US, it has affected every single country who does business with the US. So that's the reason why I wanted to go back and talk a little more on the turbulent times and how do you handle change and everything else. Because when you talk about strategic planning, a lot of you are very comfortable with that. You can talk about the blue ocean strategy. You can go back and look at Playing to Win by Laftley and Roger Martin. That's one of my favorite too, Playing to Win. If you get a chance, definitely read the book Playing to Win and use that strategy. I'm a big fan of that. A lot of people are already talking about the blue ocean, basically what I saw from the notes and everything else. So you can go back and use different methodologies. But what I want you to focus today and go and talk about is what is the outcome of a strategy plan, and then how can you go back and be comfortable with it in a turbulent time. So if you go to the next slide, Shin. So the first output we need from a strategy plan are some of those things. All of my strategic planning and all my businesses, I look at it from a 1-year time frame and a 3-year time frame. I always look at it from that perspective. And when you look at the leadership team need to focus 70% of their time and efforts, budgets on your 1-year goals, and about 20% of them on year 2 and 3, and about 10% beyond 3 years. That is something I read from one of the books, and I have been practicing this since 2014 and saw some outstanding results. And especially when you are in the current environment, especially from the US and we call them the VUCA environment. Let me talk about it in a second. Basically, in the VUCA environment, you having that focus is very, very critical. And the first thing I tell people is, in the month of September, October, I want each one of the businesses to go back and have their strategy planning session. Depending on your size and the number of employees and the business you have, you might be spending 2 days or 3 days. Some businesses go for 5 days, that is perfectly fine, but a minimum of 2 days. And what would be the outcome when you finish the 2 days are what you see on the screen. The first piece of it is everybody very, very clear about the purpose of the organization. And when I tell people purpose of the organization is, why are we doing this? And will we do this if there is no monetary or financial result out of it? That is where the passion of the business comes. Because a lot of people focus on money, but money is always a result of you executing something very, very well. So that's the reason why passion becomes very, very important. The second part of it is basically, are we very, very clear with what values we have in the company? So we call about the company culture. The company culture has 3 components to it. What are the values? What are the key accountabilities? And what are the norms of the company? A combination of that really helps you to go back and look at the culture of the organization. So every year you want to go back and review everything that you have in place and ensure that they're up to date. And then comes the vision piece of it. What is our vision? The vision is a futuristic goal. Sometimes people talk about a vision for 5 years. Sometimes they talk for 20, 30 years. And that is where we call the BHAG comes. The BHAG, which is called Big, Hairy, Audacious Goal, is almost like 10 years to 30 years goal. We always want directionally need to understand and see where the company is going. We are planning for 1 year and 3 years, but you want to know the direction of it from a 10 to 20 years perspective. So both are very, very important. And every year you have to review that piece of it. And then I call it the playing field is your core competency. Where are you doing and what are you doing? And that is what I call the playing field. What does the playing field combine? The geographic areas that we serve. Who are our target customer segments? What are the products and services we are doing? And how are we going to the market there? All of those things has to be clarified. And then as an organization, what is our value proposition to the people? And what is our brand promise? And last but not the least is the SWOT analysis. The SWOT analysis stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So every year, every business, even if you are a business for just, let us say, 3 people or 5 people, taking and reviewing these elements and making sure that you are clear about that will really help you with the execution piece of it. The first year will be the toughest for us to go back and define all of those things. But once you do it the first year, every year after that becomes much more easier. So I recommend all of you to go back and look at it from a strategy plan and see if these are some things that are very, very clear among your leadership team and your employees. And then how do we execute on that? What are our 1-year goals and what are some of the key initiatives? The 1-year goals, now you're moving from a qualitative to a quantitative point of view. Those has to be measurable. They should be metrics or KPIs, whichever vocabulary you use, they have to be very, very clear. And then when you go back and look at the key initiatives, I always tell people from a 1-year perspective, The key initiative definition is that is a project you start and finish, and it will help you to get to your KPI. It will help you to reach your 1 year goals. Those has to be defined that way. One of the examples I can give you from one of my clients, they're a construction company. They started last year. So this is their second year in business. A lot of construction companies, to evolve into a $5 million company, they work for at least 3 to 5 years. This company in the first year, because their planning and everything was so good, first year they closed approximately at 5.8 million. The second year, they're already planning for a 10 million closure. The reason is 6 months even before they started, they went through this whole process and they could go back and identify everything. So you want to be very, very clear. What are my 1 year goals and what are the key initiatives I need to do that? Then you want to look at it and say, what are my 3 year goals? Again, quantifiable. You want to quantify your goals. And here you want to go back and identify key focus areas. And that is the difference. Key initiatives start and finish in 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, but never more than a year. Key focus areas, they might be multi-year plans, multi-year strategies, because now you're looking at it from a 3-year horizon. And once you have these two things clearly articulated, now you divide that into your Q1. Q1 is Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4. The years of business, the business year is different from different countries and different regions. That's the reason why I use Q1. So the way I understand is Q1 in India is starting in April, but Q1 in the US starts in January. So you go back and look at your business year, and that should be the first quarter, then the second quarter. This part has to be very clear. Everybody has to be very, very comfortable before they do anything else. So every year, the more clarity the team, the leadership team, and the employees are, it becomes very easy for the execution piece of it. You have basically qualitative and quantitative measurements for this. Next slide, please. And now comes the VUCA environment. Whenever we talk about turbulent times, we use the word VUCA here. What does VUCA stands for? It is a very, very volatile market. There's so much of uncertainty in the market. And when the uncertainty and the volatility comes the complexity. And when you have all three, there is very, very ambiguous. There may not be a right answer. What do we need to do? So from the US perspective, basically the discussions about the tariffs was big. 10%, 25%, 60%, 80%. This country is this, that country is this. All of that creates chaos for a lot of people. So what happens is, until now, you spend time with your September and say, Raj, we just spent so much time on the planning. Is all of that out the window? No, we start with SMART goals. Everything we spoke about the September strategy planning, those are all SMART goals. You need to always start with SMART goals. You need to put a stake on the ground and say, this is what we want to accomplish. And now you look at it from a VUCA perspective, and slowly you start moving your SMART goals into FAST goals. And what does FAST goals mean? Basically, they're frequently discussed. F stands for frequently discussed. Then basically A stands for they're ambitious but achievable. They're very, very specific. And they're very, very transparent. Next slide, please. So when you go back and look at it, the outcome, when I was talking to you about qualitative and quantitative, I was talking about small goals. What does the acronym SMART stands for? They're very, very specific. They are measurable. They are achievable. They're very, very relevant to you, and they're time bound as well. So those 5 elements has to be met for it to be a SMART goal. So every time you work on your strategy plan, make sure that you don't leave your meeting, 2-day meeting, 1-day meeting, 3-day meeting, it doesn't matter what it is. You're always focused and make sure you're coming up with SMART goals for it. And once you have the starting point, then the VUCA environments focuses on and makes it more into FAST goals. It is much easier to start with SMART and then make them FAST goals. Next slide, please. So this is what happens when you go back and talk about frequently discussed, right? Every company discussion, especially the leadership team, the top 3, 5, 10, 20 people, depending on how big your organization is, they have to constantly be going back and having ongoing review and discussions. One of the things I implemented this year for some of the companies is we are going back and doing a SWOT analysis every time we hear something new. And people should be familiar by now with SWOT analysis. If not, definitely please understand. SWOT analysis stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And most of the businesses do SWOT analysis in a vacuum. My question to all of you and suggestion for all of you is to maximize the results. I want you to do it specific to your goals. So when you do this annual strategy planning, you want to look at it from your 1-year goals and do a SWOT analysis and say, what are my strengths to accomplish my 1-year goals? What are my weaknesses that will not allow me to go back and accomplish my 1-year goals? What are some of the opportunities that I need to leverage? And what are some of the threats that I need to mitigate? So when you're answering the specific 4 questions within the 1-year framework, your results and outcomes are very, very specific, and they're much more actionable. And there is a lot of clarity among the team members what to do next. And the second component of that piece of it would be is the 3-year goals. Do the same thing with it. That would give you so much of clarity. Now you take that, and now instead of looking at it once a quarter, depending on your business, depending on the VUCA environment, you might be looking at these goals on a weekly basis. I remember from the 2008 to 2012, when there was a huge financial crisis in the US and worldwide recession as well. There were days where we were looking at businesses from a weekly and a daily purpose. What is the new information that is coming in and how does it affect us? Because money was so scarce and everything was so much in turmoil that we were looking at things on a daily and a weekly basis. So some businesses they can survive with a monthly, but some businesses, sensitive information and things like that, you have to go back and look at it on a weekly basis as well. And that is what it is. So it really provides the information from the environment and everything else, provide guidance for your key decisions. It keeps the employees focused on what the key things are. What is the most important thing? Keep the important thing important. That is what this discussion's done. If not, what happens is if the communication is not very good and the employees are not very clear, it creates a lot of confusion. It creates a lot of frustration, creates a lot of ambiguity among employees, and your productivity goes down. So you are looking at your specific goals, SMART goals, and now you're discussing around it and making them fast goals. And the second is we still need to be ambitious because the VUCA environment creates a lot of issues for people. I'll give you, there is a retailer, basically they planned to go back and be a $45 million revenue company this year. But come January, basically as soon as they heard there is a 25% tariff on all the products they're importing for their manufacturing, basically they work with about 15 to 18%. Now 25%, they're going to be in the red. So they had to go back and change a lot of things. And they were at a feverish. The month of Jan and February, we were talking almost like every other day, trying to go back and mitigate different things. What are the different sources? What can we do differently? Working with the end customer, working with the manufacturers, working with the distributors. And all 4 of those things came. Come March 1st, there were a lot of things we changed. So instead, this year, the profitability of the business, instead of saying that I will make a profitability of 15 to 18, they went back and said, if I make about 4 to 5%, we'll be very happy. That was the change. We had a specific goal, but working with them and looking at it from Jan and February, it was reduced and said, we are going to work with 5%. And that 5% is only possible because we got the vendors involved, we got the customer involved, we got everybody involved in the discussions, and that was streamlined. And that is what you need to go back and focus on. So still we want to be a profitable. In this environment, everybody said, hey, we can't make money. But we went back and said, no, it is still possible. And we looked at all the elements for it. And that is the ambitious piece of it. And now we took all of those things and we made it very, very specific. See, remember I was talking about 15, 18% profit, now 5% profit. That is the specificity of it. Because now employees know what they need to shoot for and what they need to work for. And then the fourth piece of it is transparency. Every team is accountable for their own. When you go back and look at it from your KPIs or OKRs, whatever methodology you're using, you have different metrics to come with. Different departments have different metrics. So you want all of those to be transparent. One, It will help everybody to understand everybody else's department's challenges and opportunities. And two, it will have a friendly competition among teams saying that, are we delivering what it is? So the accountability goes up. So the summary of this is start with your SMART goals in whatever environment you want, and then bring in the FAST methodology to go back and work with it. Next slide, please. And this is one of the biggest things. Whenever we have a VUCA environment and stuff, the first thing I tell people is change or die. Alan Dushman, basically, he's an author, and there is a beautiful book. I think it was written in 2006 or 7 on the title Change or Die. I started using this after I read his book, and that is where it came from. And Charles Darwin, from the 17th century in France, basically, he said it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. So as a leadership team, are we comfortable with change? Are we willing to go back and change the things and work towards that? So the biggest message for all of the leaders is basically how are we adapting to the new information? How are we shifting ourselves based on the new information and working towards that? So one of the things the VUCA and FAST goals will help us is they will start focusing on us and saying, are we thinking differently? Are we acting differently? Are we leading differently? And this is where the resiliency piece of it comes into picture, and that resiliency will help that. So even if you go back and look at the 1 year, 1.5 year of the pandemic, right? A lot of businesses lost money. But there are almost like 30 to 35% of the businesses, at least I know, who have grown their business from 30 to 50%, 60%. The reason is they were looking at the situation and saying, how am I thinking changing? How am I acting differently, and how am I leading so that I can go back and take advantage of the situation as well? So there are businesses who have grown if you go back and look at it from the pandemic point of view. And that is what the leadership has to do. And moving to the FAST goals will really help you to go back and create that mindset. The next one, please. And what we want to go back and look at it, right? When we're talking about change, I want each one of you to think about it and say, don't just look at the actions and the behaviors and saying that. You really need to make fundamental shifts here. That is what the FAST goal is all about. That is what the change mindset is. You want to go back and change the belief systems, and based on the new beliefs, what are the assumptions you are making? If you really look at strategic planning, what is strategic planning? You are going back and saying that this is my strategy, I will be there based on what your past experiences are and what are your assumptions are and the research and the data. But all of it is coming from your known truths, which is your belief system and your assumptions. But when it comes to change, people want to only change on actions. And that has to change forever. And whenever you are in a VUCA environment, you need to be very, very clearly understanding that. A simple example is, hey, going back and telling your salespeople and meeting them and saying, hey, do more sales, make more phone calls. That is taking and working with their actions. But if you really go back and say, are all of these people the right people we want to work with? So we need to go back to our belief system and say, hey, these are the clients that we are working with. Should we change the segment of the client we want to go after? Should we go back and work with a smaller client or a different client? Then move our assumptions to that and then start focusing on that piece of it. If you keep on telling, make more phone calls, you may not see the results you want. And that is what I'm talking about, the belief system and the assumptions piece of it. So whenever you have this kind of an environment, you want to go back and make an assumption of what are my beliefs and are my known truths, and based on that, do I need to change my assumptions? You look at those two combination, then your mindset changes. Once the mindset changes, new opportunities come. Resiliency comes. That will help us to grow our business and scale our business. Next slide, please. And this is what happens when we go back and set up a strategy plan and really come out of that, everybody's feeling great. It feels like an highway. Hey, I can put on my car and I can drive 80 miles, 100 miles, 100 kilometers, whatever mileage it is, and everything will be smooth sailing. But as soon as you put the VUCA mindset and the environment is very different, you have the mess in it. There are people who are still going to reach there, but there are going to be a lot of detours. There are going to be a lot of challenges. So success will not be very easy as what the planning is. And that's the reason why, if you look at the data from Harvard and some of the universities and stuff, basically 28% of your success is strategy. 72% of it is execution. Because the path to success is in the execution. Because a lot of people don't know how to handle the messy middle. So I want each one of you to think and saying, you can do all the best strategy planning and stuff, but that is only attributing to 30% of you to this thing. 70% is execution. And the more you can focus on execution, the easier it is for you to go back and work them. The next slide, please. So whenever the VUCA environment comes, basically a lot of people, a lot of leaders goes back and their immediate mindset is, hey, why is this happening to me? That is the old mindset. And that is the most common mindset. What I recommend all of you to do is go back and change that. Change the mindset to, what is this trying to teach me? And once you start going back and changing your mindset to, what is this trying to teach me? You are in that change mode. You are willing to listen. We are willing to learn. And that is the game changer for you and your leadership team. If you are a CEO, if you are the managing director, if you are the president of the company, this becomes huge for you and your team members. You need to start working on that piece of it. Next slide, please. So these are some 5 foundational leadership skills and entrepreneur skills which will work very well in regular leadership, but especially it will be very powerful when you are in a VUCA environment. You are in a turbulent market like what we are today. Continuously learning, unlearning, and relearning. What has worked for us 2 years ago might not work today. That is what we saw during the pandemic. And now with the whole AI revolution, things are changing drastically. I was talking to one of my mentors, and one of the things he said was, Raj, if you're not spending 2 hours really learning everything about AI, because I'm not a technology person, I'm not very, very familiar with that. He said, you need to read as much as possible. And he was challenging me for the next 1 year, read 2 hours every single day on AI and AI related activities. And in about 6 to 12 months, you'll be very, very comfortable with how you can take it and adapt it. And for some of the new people getting into the market and today, for them, it becomes so huge. If they are not comfortable with AI, they don't understand AI, they are going to miss out big time on their careers. So continuously learn, unlearn, and relearn is the mantra we need to go after. And we need to value yesterday. Like I said, even from your SWOT analysis and everything else, we want to look at all the strengths coming from yesterday. But we need to evaluate everything, and we live in the today's environment piece of it. And that is what living in the present, living in the today. Today, if I'm not using AI, if I'm not using ChatGPT or one of the tools that there, I am not really leveraging the productivity of it. Some are using it a little bit, some are using, but most of the people are using it. So you need to become an expert. If you're not using it, you are being behind. And the third piece of it is we want to rely on speed, but timing is very critical. If you look at the history and on the future, there's so many products. They were there before time. They were so fast and they bought to the market beforehand. They had superior quality, but the timing was not right and the products failed in the market. So we want to have the speed. We want to have the urgency around it, but make sure that the timing is right to go back and implement those things. So we need to be very, very careful from that point of view. And remember, from the VUCA, the ambiguity perspective, a lot of people freeze during the ambiguity stage. That is what it is. So at least directionally, remember I was telling you, you need to have your BHAG 10 to 30 year goal. That will give you the direction and tell you which way we need to go. And now, even though there is a lot of uncertainty, you want to really take 1 or 2 steps courageously closer to that piece. I always tell people about driving in the night. If you have a good car and you're driving in the night, you know you are going to reach the destination. But if you really look at it, you can only look for the next 50 to 100 feet. The headlight, whatever the power of your headlights of your car or Jeep are, that is the only thing you need. But since you know the destination, which is my BHAG, the 20-year goal or 30-year goal, and I'm able to see the next 50 to 100 feet, I am moving courageously. And that is the same analogy we need to bring to our business, bring it to our strategy piece of it. And last but not the least is that today's best will not meet tomorrow's challenges. If you look at people who are content writers, who are developing content, who are writing, ghost writers, all of those people, a lot of them are really struggling today. Some people who have changed and adapted, they're doing very, very well. But a lot of people are struggling who have not adapted because ChatGPT, AI, and all the other tools are replacing a lot of those people. If they're not very good at it, if they're not very creative at it, basically tomorrow they will not be in business. That's a great example for you. And in the next 2 years, so many different models are going to come. And if they don't adapt AI into our lives, we will be having a similar situation. So these are the 5 things. General leadership, they're great, but especially in the volatile environment we are and turbulent times, this becomes huge. The leadership team who has all of these 5 elements into their planning and thought process and mindset, they are going to be very, very good at it. Next slide, please. And this is one of the beautiful, beautiful things I read. There is a beautiful book called Mindset by Carol Dweck. This is a summary from that. And I've really encouraged each one of the leaders to look at it. So what happens is most of the people are in the fixed mindset. And that's okay. If they are followers, they're your employees, and they're in the fixed mindset, that is perfectly fine. But from a leadership perspective, who are responsible for strategy, who are responsible for execution of the strategy, they need to have a growth mindset. And what are the 6 elements from that piece of it? The first element is focus on learning. Always keep on asking the right questions and saying, what is this trying to teach me? How is that? What can we take from it? What can we learn from it and stuff? Second, be very proactive with challenges. Seek challenges. Let us go back and say, hey, let us try this. At the most, we'll fail and we'll learn something and then we can change again. And the third piece of it is don't be standstill. Hey, this process is working great. Let us not change it. No, keep on saying, what can I do differently? Continuous improvement. I like the word continuous and never-ending improvement. That is one of the things should be in the mindset of all those people. And if there is a setback, if there is a failure, that's perfectly fine. What can we learn from it? What is this trying to teach me? And then move on from there. And sometimes we may not see the results immediately. And that's okay. If we are putting the right efforts in the right direction, eventually the results will come. For some, it is much faster. Some, it may not be there. But directionally, if you feel like you're moving in the right direction, appreciate the effort, appreciate the time that you're putting into that piece of it, because ultimately it'll give you that. And this is the last piece I tell a lot of people miss out, is learn from other successes. Work with mentors, coaches, peer groups, masterminds, whatever group you have. Please leverage the group and learn from each other. Just to give you an idea, I have a mastermind I have been part of since almost 2014. Every week we meet for 30 minutes to 1 hour. I have learned so much from the group in the last 11 years. And I know some groups have been there for over 15 to 20 years. So who is your group? Who are the people you are working with? And how can you leverage their successes? And when I say leverage the successes, reading and spending a few minutes on LinkedIn and reading a 2 minutes or 4 minutes video on basically this, no. You're looking at this like 1 hour sessions. Like I really love what Abdul Khadar created this piece of it. He's making sure that everybody's talking for 45 minutes to 60 minutes. Because that will really help people to get into the details. If it is a 2-minute reel or a 5-minute reel, yes, it is great. It feels good, but nobody can change anything after listening to a 2-minute or a 5-minute thing. But 45 minutes, you got some tools. You pick up something and you can implement something so that you can change what you're doing. So please think of these 6 elements and see how you can work with it. And that will really help you to move from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset. The next slide, please. And this is one of the things which is very, very important. And I call it a cadence. Go to the next slide. I call it growth as a process. And from a strategy point of view, you need to have a calendar. We have a calendar for looking at our KPIs, looking at our monthly goals, sales goals. Basically, if you look at your revenue, if you look at profitability, all of those businesses do that. But are you really looking at it from a strategy and you really have the strategy as a process? And this is one thing all of my small businesses work with, and they have very, very successfully implemented and they grow very, very well. So if you look at it, right, in the month of January, what I tell people, all of my thing is they do two things. So all the department and function leaders, they go back and do what we call SPR. What is it? What is SPR? Strategic Performance Review. What is a strategic performance review? Look at the last 12 months. We have a beautiful procedure which I can communicate on one of the future days because we don't have the time today. But what it is you go back and systematically evaluate by every department. Hey, what are some of the things? This is what we set our goals to be. How was our performance? If you had an outstanding year, why did you go back and we were successful this year? If we missed something, why did we miss and what can we learn? Those are the two things that you want to go back and work with. And you always want to capture that. People have a failure, they go focus on that and say, hey, what can I learn from it? But when people have a success, they don't go back and look at it from the success point of view. And that is one of the things is they're missing a great opportunity to learn, and how do they go back and replicate it with others? And the second part of it is, this is in the month of Jan. So you have your 1 year goals and 3 year goals. You want to review again in the month of Jan and say, hey, can I really execute this? So if you look at this year, at least from the US markets, that is very good because the strategy execution review, the execution review is all about, can I go back and what are the risks of meeting my strategic plan this year? So all my clients had to work in January, February, March, fixing a lot of those things because there were so many risks because the tariff increased. Anytime a business has 20 to 30%, 40% increase in that, it really creates chaotic for them from a planning perspective. So the SER, execution review, was huge. And all of that was from a profit margin and from a customer point of view. It's not very easy for companies to go back and give it to the distributors, for the distributors to give it to the end wholesalers, and basically the customers are willing to pay for it. There are so many consequences in the whole supply chain piece of it. So both of those things at a department level, you need to do that in the month of Jan. And then you look at all the best practices, and in the month of February, you share it to everybody else so that everybody can learn from it and they can start implementing so that they can make the current year and the future years excellent. You see that we don't have anything in March because in the March, you're doing your whole financial Q1 review and saying, how are we doing it? And if you look at it from April, you start thinking about your 3 years. Because 70% of your time is focused on your 1 year, but remember the 20 and 10% is the future years. And in the April, what you start looking at it is, hey, what do I want to be in the next 1 year and the 3 years? And what are some of the new ideas, thoughts? So it is a brainstorming session for you in the month of April. Start looking at different ideas, looking at this thing, different departments coming, hey, we need to work on this. We need to get into this new market. We need to go back and acquire a company, whatever those are. You start thinking about it. And in the month of May, you look at all of your ideas and you go back and say, let us shortlist a few things. Let us say there are 3 to 5 ideas which are very, very good. You want to take those and finalize those 5 ideas. The next slide, please. And what we do in the month of June and July is, I always tell people, and this is my recommendation for you if you have students who are interns, I try to go back and get MBA students for this, who have finished their bachelor's, worked for 3-4 years, and now they're working on their MBA and they finished 1 year. If they have done their bachelor's and no experience to master's, they really don't have a real life experience, so that'll be difficult for them. So they may struggle with that. So get somebody who have done a bachelor's degree, worked for 2-3 years in the industry, and went back for their MBA. Bring those people and give them a 10 weeks, 12 weeks assignment. So in the summer, they're always looking for projects. They're looking for internships. They're looking for some money to make before they go back to the second year. And these will be great projects for them. So you bring them for 8 to 10 weeks, and then you go back and tell them, this is the project. These are the 5 ideas. We want you to do the research and come back. So by the end of July or August first week, these people go back, give us the results of their research. Hey, this is a good feasible project. This is the investment is required. This is the market. They're doing all of the new market study. So if it is a new market development, they do the NMD study, new market development. If it is a new product introduction, they'll go back and do an NPI session. So depending on what it is and stuff. and they will live. And now that is the information that will come on to you, and you'll start working with that information. So if you go back and look at it, come October, you have finalized all of the details, you finalized all of your goals, you have finalized the budgets, and everything is ready to go. And in December, you're communicating to everybody, all the budgets, everything else. So the team is ready on January 1st. When they come back for January 1st, boom, they go back and take action. They're not wasting January and February. Hey, what do we want to accomplish this year? So this is the kind of the sequence we want to go back and work with. And what happens every year, if you start doing systematically, your leadership team, your employees, everybody is used to it. And that's how, if you do all of this consistently every year, what happens? Your business grows. That is where growth becomes a process. So you can have growth as a process. That is what we call this. And this calendar is one of the main tools which we created for all of our clients. Next slide, please. So whenever you go back and look at it, right, especially the leadership team has to be very, very clear from an execution perspective. And every meeting you have it, these are the questions I want your leadership team to talk about. Do we all know what is most important? So if you're having a weekly meeting, do we all know what is the clear thing? What is the most important thing we need to do next week? If it is a monthly meeting, what is the most important thing we need to do the next month? And the second piece of it, sometimes a lot of people, some people will believe, some people don't. So do we all believe in the goals, and do we want to accomplish them? If everybody is not believing in it and everybody doesn't want to achieve them, then you'll have a problem. At least the leadership team, the core team has to be on one page. And that's the reason why you're asking these questions. And the leadership should be so comfortable talking to each other and saying is, hey, do we really want to accomplish them or not? Are we putting the time? Are we putting the effort, energy around these things? And the third question comes is, now, do we know how to make it happen? Do we know what are the next steps? Do we know how to go back and accomplish these goals? And the fourth question is, what are some of the challenges? Sometimes it might be like, hey, I really don't have the talent in my team, or I don't have the technology to go back and accomplish this. Those are the things we need to go back and look at it and see what are the barriers and how do we move them. And the next piece of it is, are we really going back and working with each other? Whenever I talk about synergy, I always think of one of the greatest authors, Stephen R. Covey. He says 1 + 1 is 3, not 1 + 1 is 2. That is what it is. When everybody is working very well and they're effectively working and helping each other out, then the synergy is so high that you can get more than double the effort. And that is what we want. And last but not the least is accountability. Accountability is, are we reporting results to one another regularly? Are we holding each other accountable? Are we comfortable with that piece of it? And these questions should be there. And we need to have an ongoing rhythm from a project or a leadership team for follow-up and follow-through. Every single meeting, when we're talking about strategy, when we're talking about execution, these 6 questions should be asked to make sure. And some of the people will go back, and I hear a lot of people say, Raj, this is like a broken record. I said, if we are still not accomplishing, I will stop using these words until we exceed our goals. If we are not exceeding our goals, we are missing something in this. And that is what I tell the leadership team to go back and focus on. Next slide, please. And again, these are some of the questions basically for each one of you to look at it. See this strategy performance review, strategy execution review. See, these are all the critical review questions, reflection questions for everybody on the leadership team. They're thinking about it during the week. They're coming prepared to ask questions or ask for help. And this is a good checklist. I have almost like 50, 60, depending on the situation, we have a different list, but I just gave what are the 10 most important things that I would recommend for most of small and medium-sized businesses and entrepreneur-led. So everything I'm talking about is from an entrepreneurship perspective and small and medium-sized companies. That is where I work with a lot of people. I help them a lot. So I'm giving you all of those things. It is applicable across every industry, but much more relevant to the small and the medium-sized companies. Next slide, please. So this is what I would tell each one of you who's listening to this or you follow through and stuff. I really want you to go back, pay attention to what you just heard, and then take a few minutes to reflect and say, what are some of the things I learned from this? Even if you just learned 1 or 2, that is perfectly fine. I want you to go back and really put what did you learn from there? And then the second question is, what am I changing tomorrow? Because if you don't change, if you don't take action, this becomes only a movie. You're not doing anything else. What happens in a movie? We go to a movie, we watch it, we enjoy it, good or bad. After that, we forget about it. Don't use this as that. There's a lot of information that you can go back and use in your day to day from your job perspective, from your business perspective, from a strategy perspective. And the third piece of it, I always tell people is once you do the first two things very well, identify two people. It can be somebody in your business, somebody outside the business. It doesn't matter. Go back and share what you have learned and what you're implementing. This is where your accountability comes. Go back and tell somebody and say, hey, this is what I learned. This is what I'm doing about it. And I really wanted to share with you. And if you are comfortable with it, ask them, hey, can you please ask me the question in 2 weeks and say how the results are? That is the accountability piece of it. And this is applicable for not just strategy, for anything you learn, because you're going through so many wonderful speakers between today and tomorrow. So each one of the session has some very, very valuable things. So take this piece of it, work with them, and look at each presentation and do the same thing. And that is when you become experts in this and you maximize the value you're getting from it. Next slide, please. And this is something I want everybody to go back. I addressed this already, but if you go back and look at it, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write. That was the past. But those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Alvin did a great job. I really love him. And this is my mantra for my leadership team. I coach a lot of CEOs, entrepreneurs, and business leaders across the globe. And I tell them, if you're not doing learning, unlearning, and relearning, you're done with your career. So I want each one of you listening to this. If you don't have anything you got from this, that is perfectly fine. Just think of this. Every week, take 2 minutes and say, did I learn something new? If not, go back and spend an hour or two and learn, because the resources to learn are huge. Just take a general chat GPT and say, hey, can you teach me about strategy? Can you teach me about this? Put a couple of tools and at least it'll give you some information. And the second piece of it is there something that I'm using that I need to stop? That is the unlearning piece of it. So every week, take a few minutes, do some unlearning, do some relearning piece of it. Improve at least by 0.1%. Because if you improve every single day by 0.1%, in a year, you can become 37x better than that. 37 times powerful than when you started in 1 year. That is how powerful the power of incremental learning and growth comes into picture. The next slide, please. And this is what very, very important for me. Learning is defined as a change in your behavior. So if you have not changed anything, and if you look at the reflection point, I said, what are you changing tomorrow? Today is Friday, so think about it for Saturday and Sunday, and Monday when you are at work, change something. You haven't learned a thing until you have taken action and you use it. So on Monday, if you're not changing anything, if you're not using anything else, then you have not got anything. You have not learned anything. There is no value added for you and your career or your company. I'm being very, very straight, direct, candid with you guys. And the second piece of it is everybody is free to choose. But the choices you make today will determine what will you have, be, and do in the tomorrow of your life. So if you take the time, look at all the presentations, learn from them, practice them, do the 3-step process of reflection and teaching somebody, and you do that consistently, if you go back and look at it in the next 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, you will start seeing the positive effects and the growth piece of it. You will start developing your growth mindset. So that is pretty much what I had. Instead of talking about strategy, I was talking about how can you be resilient? How can you be changing so that you can go back and work in the environment which we are today, the VUCA environment, or basically anything else you go talk about it. Mm-hmm. So that is where I am, and that is what I had for all of you. I would love to go back and answer any questions if we have time.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so very impactful session, Rajesh. Okay, so
Thank
I
you.
think I'm not sure you had a breakfast or not still, but so energetic in the morning.
No, I'm fine. I love to go back and teach the people because those are so powerful and it has helped so many businesses. really change their businesses from failing to really becoming profitable in a very short time.
Very insightful. Basically, what I understand from your lecture is you need to have a discipline. Okay,
Yes.
the main thing. If you don't have discipline, whatever you are trying to do, and you plan it, and other thing, so you need to have a discipline to do things properly. Otherwise, there is a chance that you pass the time, you miss the bus. So
Yes.
very nicely you have explained. I think you made it a little simpler, made it easy, not too complicated methodologies kind of thing. Very practical approach. So
Yes.
very interesting. I really enjoy always whenever I hear. So I see that the encouragement to the industrialists and organizations it's going to keep on increasing from your
Sure.
side.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's a great session. So if there is any questions, I think if there is any questions from the audience, we'll take it up. Mhm. Okay. So basically, uh, while you explain, you also explain all the key points. Okay. So you already explained it. Okay.
Sure.
So you really take us through the process. It's not you did not leave anything for open. Okay.
Yes.
So one key takeaway what I see is it's not about small company or big size or large. You need to have a set of timelines. What you do
Yes.
in the set of years. So that will initially it looks little odd, but
Yes.
once you are used to it, then whole organization sticks to that schedule, and then it's very easy to focus on the growth pattern. So that is
Yes.
fantastic approach. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And Sheikh, basically, I have seen my own clients in the last 10 years from a $20 million business significantly growing to almost 300 million in the last 10 years, which is significant growth over the last 10 years.
Great.
And basically, for them, the first year was the toughest one because going through the process, having the discipline like you were talking about, that was the biggest challenge. Second year, they were very comfortable. And now it is completely in their system and culture. They just do it. Come January, they already have a scheduled meeting 3 months before. And in January, they spend a whole day on SCR and SPR. Execution review, performance review. Then
Excellent.
February, the meetings are scheduled. March, the meetings are scheduled. So they already know how to go back and spend that 20% and 10% on the strategy throughout the year. And that has given them the leverage piece of it.
Excellent, excellent. And talking about VUCA environment at this point of time is very relevant. So it's not
Yes.
only in US, of course, US there is a tremendous change going on. I think everywhere across the globe, there is one way or other change is going on for good or bad, whatever. Okay.
Yes,
So
exactly.
everybody, especially the organizations, need to be alert at this point of time, and then plan.
Yes.
The fittest
Yes.
will be the survival. Great, sir. So thank you
Thank
for
you.
wonderful lecture. And then I take this as an opportunity to thank you on behalf of participants, and then the organizers. Thank you very much for joining all the
Thank
way.
you very much, Sheikh. And for all the audience, if you want, connect with me on LinkedIn, send me a message wherever it is. No issues at all. And I love to go back and talk and share whatever information I can share.
Sure, sure.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, if there is any questions, we will post you offline. Okay,
Sure.
so Raj is very happy to answer them and connect them. If you want to talk to him, we'll just try to connect you. No problems.
Sure.
Okay, so we will do that. So thank you, Rajesh.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Have a great
Thank
day. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon if you are in Europe or somewhere in Africa. So, I take this as an opportunity to thank one and all to enjoy the session today. I would. This was the last session, and but it was a fantastic session where we learned a lot from Raj. So whenever he speaks with the same rigor, so which I truly enjoy. Okay, so we had around 9 sessions today. 9 sessions today. Excellent topics. So we started with Ravi Ramanathan talking about strategy analysis driven by AI, followed by Mohammed Shaik. He talked about design thinking for the strategy formulation, and I was talking about strategy analysis and formulation, step-by-step approach using true strategy. And then Mustafa Hebbassi was talking about business transformation. And then Brian was talking about business model refresh. Okay. Alex Milovanvich was talking about formulating strategies in VUCA world. So he took a 9-step approach. Alan Fell talking about leadership in strategy management. Andrew Constable was talking about blue ocean strategy. Now Rajesh just finished the strategy planning and execution in turbulent times for entrepreneurs. It's a mostly a lecture for advice. So I'm very happy that we sponsored this event. True Strategy is an enterprise strategy management solution. Gives an end-to-end solution for strategy analysis, strategy formulation, organizational alignment, and strategy execution. So it helps you right from doing assessments to analysis, formulation part, coming to your value proposition, whatever you have just heard, analysis, everything is there inside. Okay, so True Strategy, the main idea about True Strategy is to help you to automate all your strategy management process to the maximum possible. It does not replace your human thinking, but it help you to build a discipline on top of it. And the AI layer in True Strategy definitely help you to get the power of AI to support you in the strategy management. So I thank you one and all for the whole day. It has been a long day, 8 hours. So I thank you. And tomorrow, join at 10 a.m. IST for the strategy execution. The theme tomorrow is a strategy execution. And we have around 9 speakers left talking tomorrow. Excellent. Almost all are from different countries. So it will be fantastic day tomorrow. So look forward to see you again tomorrow. So thank you and have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.